Section 64 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 64, Rushen Castle. To mention many of the curious supernatural legends connected with the Castle of Rushen in Castletown, Isle of Man, might only excite ridicule, and yet belief in the wildest of them still lingers in the vicinity. Among other terrifying apparitions which still, or until very recently, did haunt this ancient stronghold, is that of a woman who some years ago was executed for the murder of her child. The quantity and quality of the testimony adduced in collaboration of the appearance of this spectre is absolutely startling, many persons of good position and acknowledged veracity giving confirmatory evidence. Their united testimony is to the effect that an apparition of the executed woman frequently passes in and out of the castle gates when they are shut, in the presence of the sentinels and other spectators. Indeed, it is alleged that the sight of this phantom has become quite familiar to them, but no one has yet had the courage to speak to it. Therefore, it has not been enabled to unfold the object of its appearance. In his quaint description of the island, Waldron gives the following curious tradition as connected with the venerable Manse Castle. There is an apartment that has never been opened in the memory of man. The persons belonging to the castle are very cautious in giving any reason for it, it is alleged, but the natives unconnected with the castle aver that there is something supernatural in it, and tell you that formerly the place was inhabited by giants, who were dislodged by Merlin, and such as were not driven away are spellbound beneath the castle. In proof of this, they relate a very strange story, which is told by Waldron in these terms. They say there are a great many fine apartments underground, exceeding in magnificence any of the upper rooms. Several men of more than ordinary courage have, in former times, ventured down to explore the secrets of this subterranean dwelling place, but none of them ever returns to give an account of what they saw. It was therefore judged expedient that all the passages to it be continually shut, that no more might suffer by their temerity. About some 50 or 55 years since, a person possessed of uncommon boldness and resolution begged permission to visit these dark abodes. He at length obtained his request, went down, and returned by the help of a clue of packthread which he took with him, which no man before had ever done, and brought this amazing discovery, that after he passed through a great number of vaults, he came into a long narrow place, which, the further he penetrated, he perceived that he went more and more on a descent, till having travelled, as near as he could guess, for the space of a mile, he began to see a gleam of light, which, though it seemed to come from a vast distance, was the most delightful object he ever beheld. Having at length arrived at the end of that lane of darkness, he perceived a large and magnificent house illuminated with many candles, whence proceeded the light he had seen. Having, before he began the expedition, well fortified himself with brandy, he had courage enough to knock at the door, which, on the third knock, was opened by a servant, who asked him what he wanted. "I would go as far as I can," replied our adventurer. "Be so kind, therefore, as to direct me how to accomplish my design, for I see no passage but that dark cavern through which I came." The servant told him he must go through that house, and accordingly led him through a long entry and out at a back door. He then walked a considerable way, till he beheld another house more magnificent than the first, and, all the windows being opened, he discovered innumerable lamps burning in every room. Here also he designed to knock, but had the curiosity to step on a little bank which commanded a view of a low parlor, and looking in, he beheld a vast table in the middle of the room, and on it, extended at full length, a man, or rather a monster, at least 14 feet long, and 10 or 12 round the body. This prodigious fabric lay as if sleeping, with his head upon a book, with a sword by him, answerable to the hand which he supposed made use of it. The sight was more terrifying to our traveller than all the dark and dreary mansions through which he had passed. He resolved, therefore, not to attempt an entrance into a place inhabited by persons of such monstrous stature, and made the best of his way back to the other house, when the same servant who reconducted him informed him that if he had knocked at the second door he would have seen company enough, but never would have returned, on which he desired to know what place it was, and by whom possessed. The other replied that these things were not to be revealed. He then took his leave, and by the same dark passage got into the vaults, and soon afterwards once more ascended to the light of the sun. Such is the marvelous legend told by the historian of Manxland, and he adds to it the statement that whoever seems to disbelieve it is looked on as a person of weak faith, by the islanders, of course. End of section 64, read by Paul Songer. Section 65 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 65, Sarratt, Hertfordshire. In that most curious collection of stories by Mrs. Crowe, styled The Night Side of Nature, is recounted a marvelous narrative received from a professional gentleman resident in London. His relation is to this effect. I was, some few years since, invited to pass a day and night at the house of a friend in Hertfordshire, with whom I was intimately acquainted. His name was B., and he had formerly been in business as a saddler in Oxford Street, where he had realized a handsome fortune, and had now retired to enjoy his odium cum dignitate in the rural and beautiful village of Sarratt. It was a gloomy Sunday in the month of November, when I mounted my horse for the journey, and there was so much appearance of rain that I should certainly have selected some other mode of conveyance had I not been desirous of leaving the animal in Mr. B.'s straw yard for the winter. Before I got as far as St. John's Wood, the threatening clouds broke, and by the time I reached Watford, I was completely soaked. However, I proceeded, and arrived at Sarratt before my friend and his wife had returned from church. The moment they did so, they furnished me with dry clothes, and I was informed that we were to dine at the house of Mr. D., a very agreeable neighbor. I felt some little hesitation about presenting myself in such a costume, for I was decked out in a full suit of Mr. B.'s, who was a stout man of 6 feet in height, whilst I am rather of the diminutive order. But my objections were overruled. We went, and my appearance added not a little to the hilarity of the party. At 10 o'clock we separated, and I returned with Mr. and Mrs. B. to their house, where I was shortly afterwards conducted to a very comfortable bedroom. Fatigued with my day's ride, I was soon in bed, and soon asleep. But I do not think I could have slept long before I was awakened by the violent barking of dogs. I found that the noise had disturbed others as well as myself, for I heard Mr. B., who was lodged in the adjoining room, open his window and call to them to be quiet. They were obedient to his voice, and as soon as quietness ensued, I dropped to sleep again. But I was again awakened by an extraordinary pressure upon my feet. That I was perfectly awake, I declare. The light that stood in the chimney corner shone strongly across the foot of my bed, and I saw the figure of a well-dressed man in the act of stooping, and supporting himself in so doing by the bedclothes. He had on a blue coat with bright gilt buttons, but I saw no head. The curtains at the foot of the bed, which were partly looped back, just hung so as to conceal that part of his person. At first I thought it was my host, and as I had dropped my clothes, as is my habit, on the floor at the foot of the bed, I suppose he was come to look after them, which rather surprised me. But just as I had raised myself upright in bed, and was about to inquire into the occasion of his visit, the figure passed on. Then I recollected that I had locked the door, and becoming somewhat puzzled, I jumped out of bed, but I could see nobody. And on examining the room, I found no means of ingress but the door through which I had entered, and one other, both of which were locked on the inside. Amazed and puzzled, I got into bed again, and sat some time ruminating on the extraordinary circumstance, when it occurred to me that I had not looked under the bed. So I got out again, fully expecting to find my visitor, whoever he was, there. But I was disappointed. So after looking at my watch, and ascertaining that it was 10 minutes past 2, I stepped into bed again, hoping now to get some rest. But alas! Sleep was banished for that night, and after turning from side to side and making vain endeavors at forgetfulness, I gave up the point, and lay till the clock struck 7, perplexing my brain with the question of who my midnight visitor could be, and also how he had got in, and how he had got out of my room. About 8 o'clock I met my host and his wife at the breakfast table, when, in answer to their hospitable inquiries of how I had passed the night, I mentioned first that I had been awakened by the barking of some dogs, and that I had heard Mr. B open his window and call to them. He answered that 2 strange dogs had got into the yard and had disturbed the others. I then mentioned my midnight visitor, expecting that they would either explain the circumstance, or else laugh at me and declare I must have dreamt it. But, to my surprise, my story was listened to with grave attention, and they related to me the tradition with which this spectre, for such I found they deemed it to be, was supposed to be connected. This was to the effect that many years ago a gentleman, so attired, had been murdered there under some frightful circumstances, and that his head had been cut off. On perceiving that I was very unwilling to accept this explanation of the mystery, for I had always been an entire disbeliever in supernatural appearances, they begged me to prolong my visit for a day or two, when they would introduce me to the rector of the parish, who could furnish me with such evidence with regard to circumstance of a similar nature as would leave no doubt in my mind as to the possibility of their occurrence. But I had made an engagement to dine at Watford on my way back, and I confess, moreover, that after what I had heard, I did not feel disposed to encounter the chance of another visit from the mysterious stranger. So I declined the proffered hospitality and took my leave. Some time after this, I happened to be dining in C Street in company with some ladies resident in the same county, when, chancing to allude to my visit to Sarratt, I added that I had met with a very extraordinary adventure there, which I had never been able to account for. When one of these ladies immediately said that she hoped I had not had a visit from the headless gentleman in a blue coat and gilt buttons, who was said to have been seen by many people in that house. Such is the conclusion of this marvelous tale as regards myself, and I can only assure you that I have related facts as they have occurred, and I have never heard a word about this apparition in my life till Mr. B related to me the tradition above alluded to. Still, as I am no believer in supernatural appearances, I am constrained to suppose that the whole affair was the product of my imagination. End of section 65, read by Paul Songer.
Section 66 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Insia Akbareli. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 66, Scorrier House. It seems impossible to explain away the well-vouched-for facts of the following marvelous historic incident by any theory of coincidence. The points of identity between the tragedy enacted afar off and the dreams in Cornwall are so many that the calculus of probabilities would scarcely include their agreement within the rules of the possible. And if not by coincidence, by what law can the mystery be analyzed? It is not our task, however, to attempt to solve the problem, but to tell the story, basing our narrative upon the account which was given in the Times newspaper of August 16, 1868. It was on the night of the 11th of May, 1812, according to the version of the story told by the Times during the lifetime of Mr. Williams, that gentleman, then residing at Scorrier House, near Redruth in Cornwall, awoke his wife, and in great agitation informed her that he had dreamed he was in the lobby of the House of Commons, and had seen a man shoot with the pistol a gentleman who had just entered the lobby, and who was said to be the Chancellor. Mrs. Williams very naturally replied that it was only a dream, and endeavoured to calm her husband by recommending him to go to sleep again. He did fall asleep again, but shortly afterwards awoke his wife and told her that he had had the same dream a second time. Upon this, Miss Williams suggested that he had been so disturbed by his former dream that it had probably dwelt on his mind, and therefore begged him to try and compose himself and go to sleep, which he did. Once more, for the third time, the vision was repeated, whereupon, notwithstanding his wife's entreaties that he would be quiet and try to forget the affair, Mr. Williams arose and dressed himself, it then being between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. At breakfast, Mr. Williams's sole subject of conversation was the vivid dreams by which his night's rest had been disturbed. In the afternoon he had occasion to go to Falmouth, where he gave every acquaintance he met particulars of his strange visions. The following day Mr. Tucker of Trumpeton Castle, accompanied by his wife, a daughter of Mr. Williams, visited at Scorrier House. No sooner were the family greetings over than Mr. Williams related his wonderful dream to the new arrivals, as Mrs. Williams laughingly remarked to her daughter. Her father would not even allow Mr. Tucker to be seated before he told him of his nocturnal visitation. Upon hearing his father-in-law's statement, Mr. Tucker observed that it might do very well in a dream to have the Chancellor in the lobby of the House of Commons, but that would never be found there in reality. Subsequently, Mr. Tucker inquired what sort of a man the person shot appeared to be, and when Mr. Williams described him with great minuteness, he remarked, "Your description is not at all that of the Chancellor, but is certainly exactly that of Mr. Percival, the Chancellor of Exchequer. And although he has been to me the greatest enemy I ever met with, for a supposed cause which had no foundation in truth, or words to that effect, I should be exceedingly sorry indeed to hear of his being assassinated, or of any injury of the kind happening to him." Mr. Tucker then asked Mr. Williams if he had ever seen Mr. Percival, and was told that he never had seen him, nor had ever even written to him, either on public or private matters. In short, that he had never had anything to do with him, nor had he ever been in the lobby of the House of Commons in his life. In the midst of this conversation, and whilst the two gentlemen were still standing, they heard a horse gallop up to the door of the house, and immediately afterwards Mr. Michael Williams of Trevenor, son of Mr. Williams of Scorrier, entered the room, and said that he had galloped out from Truro, a distance of 7 miles, having seen a gentleman there who had come by that evening's mail from London, who said that he was in the lobby of the House of Commons on the evening of the 11th, when a man named Bellingham had shot Mr. Percival, the Chancellor of Exchequer, and that as it might occasion some great ministerial changes and might affect Mr. Tucker's political friends, he had come out as fast as he could to make him acquainted with it, having heard at Truro that he had passed through that place in the afternoon on his way to Scorrier House. After the astonishment which this unexpected fulfilment of the dream caused had a little subsided, Mr. Williams most particularly described the appearance and dress of the man whom he beheld in his dreams fire the pistol, as he had previously described Mr. Percival. Some 6 weeks after the fatal affair, Mr. Williams, having business in London, availed himself to the opportunity to go, accompanied by a friend, to the House of Commons, where, as has already been stated, he had never been before. As soon as he came to the steps at the entrance of the lobby, he stopped and said, "This place is as distinctly within my recollection in my dream as any room in my house," and he repeated the observation when he entered the lobby. He then pointed out the exact spot where Bellingham stood when he fired, and which Mr. Percival had reached when he was struck by the ball, and where and how he fell. The dress and appearance of both Mr. Percival and his assassin Bellingham are declared to have agreed exactly, even to the most minute particular, with the descriptions given by Mr. Williams. The Times, when furnishing its readers with its wonderful story, drew attention to the fact that Mr. Williams was still alive, and would therefore have denied any inaccuracy in their account, whilst many of the witnesses to whom he had made known the particulars of his dreams directly after he had had them were also living. Moreover, added the editor, he had received the whole statement from a correspondent of unquestionable veracity. End of section 66. Section 67 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Insia Akbarali. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 67, Settle. In April 1876, the following very curious account of an apparition that was seen by 3 children at once was communicated to the Psychological Society by Mr. Hensley Wedgwood. The documentary story written by Mrs. S. H. Fox of Falmouth had been handed to Mr. Wedgwood by Mrs. Backhouse, wife of the Member of Parliament for Darlington. It is to this effect: in the early part of the last century a member of the Society of Friends, living at Settle in Craven, had to take a journey to the borders of Scotland. This lady left her family, consisting of a little boy and 2 little girls, in charge of a relative, who, in lieu of sending frequent letters, in those days a slow and costly mode of communication between places widely remote, engaged to keep a journal, to be transmitted to the mother at any convenient opportunity, of all that concerned the little ones, who were aged respectively 7, 6, and 4. After an absence of about 3 weeks, and when on her homeward journey, the Quakeress was seized with illness and died at Cockermouth, even before her husband at Settle could hear by post that she had been taken ill. The season was winter, when in the mountainous borderland between the counties the conveyance of letters by postmen on foot was an especially lengthened and difficult process. The friends at whose house the event occurred, seeing the hopeless nature of the attack, made notes of every circumstance attending the last hours of the dying wife and mother, for the satisfaction of her family, so that the accuracy of the several statements as to time as well as facts was beyond the doubtfulness of mere memory, or of even any unconscious attempt to bring them into agreement with each other. One morning, between 7 and 8 o'clock, on the relation at Settle going into the sleeping-room of the 3 children, she found them all sitting up in their beds in great excitement and delight, crying out, "Mamma has been here! Mamma has been here!" And the little one said, "She called! Come, Esther!" Nothing could make them doubt the fact, intensely visible as it was to each of them, and it was carefully noted down to entertain the mother on her speedily expected return to her home. That same morning, as she lay dying on her bed at Cockermouth, to those who were watching her tenderly and listening for her latest breath, she said, "I should be ready to go, if I could but see my children." She then closed her eyes. They thought to reopen them no more, but after 10 minutes of perfect stillness, she looked up brightly and said, "I am ready now. I have been with my children," and then at once peacefully passed away. When the notes taken at the 2 places were compared, the day, hour, and minute were the same. "One of the 3 children," said Mrs. Fox, "was my grandmother, Sarah Birkbeck, daughter of William Birkbeck, banker of Settle, afterwards wife of Dr. Fell of Overton, from whom I had the above account almost literally as I have repeated it. The elder was Morris Birkbeck, afterwards of Guildford. Both these lived to old age, and retained to the last so solemn and reverential a remembrance of the circumstance that they rarely would speak of it, or permit any allusion to it, lest it should be treated with doubt or levity. Esther, the youngest of the 3, died soon after. Her brother and sister only heard the child say that her mother called her, but could not speak with any certainty of having themselves heard the words, nor did they seem sensible of any communication from her, but simply of her standing there and looking at them. My grandmother and her brother, is a testimony of Mrs. Fox, were both persons remarkable for strong matter-of-fact rather than imaginative minds, and to whom it was especially difficult to accept anything on faith, or merely hearsay evidence, and who by nature would be disposed to reject whatever seemed beyond the region of reason or of common experience. End of section 67. Section 68 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Insia Akbrali. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 68, Souldern Rectory. In the Register of Brisley Church, Norfolk, against the 12th of December, 1706, stands the following words, which may serve as introduction to the extraordinary story we have to tell in connection with Souldern Rectory. I, Robert Withers, M.A., Vicar of Gately, do insert here a story which I had from undoubted hands, for I have all the moral certainty of the truth of it possible. The narrative referred to by Mr. Withers is as given in the following sentences, but not in the precise words of that gentleman, as they only furnish a very abridged account of the mysterious affair, besides deviating slightly from the more circumstantial and exact particulars given in the private correspondence subsequently published in the Gentleman's Magazine, which passed between the Reverend John Hughes of Jesus College, Cambridge, the learned editor of St. Chrysostom on the priesthood, and the Reverend Mr. Bonwick, very shortly after the events referred to took place. Mr. Hughes, who derived his information from Mr. Grove, Public Register of the Cambridge University and the intimate friend of Mr. Shaw, writes thus: The Reverend Mr. Shaw, formerly Fellow of St. John's College, Cambridge, and subsequently Rector of Souldern, a college living within 12 miles of Oxford, on the night of the 21st of July, 1706, was sitting by himself smoking a pipe and reading, when he observed somebody open the door, and turning round was astounded to see the appearance of Mr. Naylor, formerly his fellow collegian at St. John's and his intimate friend, but who had been dead fully 5 years. The apparition came into the room garbed apparently in exactly the same clothes and in exactly the same manner as Mr. Naylor had been accustomed to at the university. Mr. Shaw was of course intensely amazed, but asserted that he was not much affrighted, and after a little while, recollecting himself, desired his visitor to sit down. This the apparition of Mr. Naylor did, drawing the chair up to his old friend and sitting by him. They then had a conference of upwards of an hour and a half, during which the visitor informed Mr. Shaw that he had been sent to give his old friend warning of his death, which would be very soon and very sudden. The apparition also mentioned several others of St. John's, particularly the famous orchard, whose deaths were at hand. Mr. Shaw asked him if he could not give him another visit, but he said no, as his, the apparition's, allotted time was but 3 days, and that he had others to visit who were at great distances apart. Mr. Shaw had an intense desire to inquire about the apparition's present condition, but was afraid to mention it, not knowing how it would be taken. At last he expressed himself in this manner: Mr. Naylor, how is it with you in the other world? He, the apparition, answered with a brisk and cheerful countenance, Very well. Mr. Shaw proceeded to ask, Are there any of our old friends with you? Not one, responded he, but Orchard will be with me soon, and you not long after. After this discourse, the apparition took its leave and went out. Mr. Shaw offered to accompany it out of the room, but it beckoned with its hand that he should stay where he was, and seeming to turn into the next room, disappeared. The next day Mr. Shaw made his will, and not very long after, being seized with an apoplectic fit while he was reading service in church, he fell out of the desk and died almost immediately. He was ever looked upon as a pious man and a good scholar, says Mr. Hughes, who had the story of the apparition from Mr. Grove, a particular friend of Mr. Shaw, and who, being on a visit to Souldern soon after the event, had the whole particulars from the minister's own lips. Mr. Grove returned to Cambridge soon after, and meeting with one of his college, was told that Mr. Arthur Orchard was dead. On the 21st of January, 1707, the Reverend M. Turner, writing to the Reverend Mr. Bonwick, with reference to the story, says, There's a circumstance relating to the apparition, which adds a great confirmation to it, which I suppose Mr. Hughes did not tell you. There is one Mr. Cartwright, a member of Parliament, a man of good credit and integrity, an intimate friend of Mr. Shaw, who told the same story with Dr. Grove, which he had from Mr. Shaw at the Archbishop of Canterbury's table. But he says further, that Mr. Shaw told him of some great revolutions in states which he won't discover, being either obliged to silence by Mr. Shaw or concealing them upon some prudent and polite reason. Mr. Shaw, may be added, had been a noted enemy to a belief in apparitions, and in company was accustomed to inveigh against any credence being placed in them, but after his presumed interview with the apparition of his old friend, spoke of that in such a way with his more intimate acquaintances as quite convinced them of his belief in its spirituality, one of whom the Reverend Richard Chamber, vicar of Soppington, Shropshire, wrote out an account, still extant, of the affair as related to him by Mr. Shaw. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Insia Akbarali. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 69. Spedlin's Tower. This ancient fortress bore the reputation for a long number of years of being haunted by the spirit of a certain man known in the flesh as Porteous. The story of this haunting has been frequently told by Grosse, the antiquary, and other well-known writers, and the truth of the events about to be recorded has been most emphatically asserted by persons of respectability and credit. Indeed, many a ghost story passes current that has not had such corroborative evidence as this tale of antique lore. Spedlin's Tower, which stands on the southwest bank of the Annan in the time of Charles II, was in the possession of Sir Alexander Jardine of Applegarth. At one time the baronet had confined in the dungeon of his tower a miller named Porteous, who was suspected, truthfully or not cannot be known, of having set fire wilfully to his own premises. The alleged object tradition does not condescend to inform us. Sir Alexander Jardine, soon after this man's incarceration, was suddenly called away to Edinburgh, and carrying the keys of the dungeons with him, forgot or disregarded his prisoner until he was passing through the West Port, when it has been suggested perhaps the sight of the warder's keys brought to his mind his own. He sent back immediately a courier to liberate the unfortunate man, but Porteous had in the meantime perished of hunger. No sooner was he dead than his ghost began to torment the household, and no rest was to be had within Spedlin's Tower, by day or by night. In this dilemma, Sir Alexander, according to old use and wont, summoned a whole legion of ministers to his aid, and by their strenuous efforts, Porteous was at length confined to the scene of his mortal agonies, where, however, he continued to scream occasionally at night, let me out, for I am dying o' hunger." He also used to flutter against the door of the vault, and was always sure to remove the bark from any twig that was sportively thrust through the keyhole. The spell which thus compelled the spirit to remain in bondage was attached to a large black-lettered Bible, used by the exorcist and afterwards deposited in a stone niche, which still remains on the walls of the staircase. And it is certain that after the lapse of many years, when the family repaired to a newer mansion, Jardine Hall, built on the other side of the river, the Bible was left behind to keep the restless spirit in order. On one occasion, indeed, the volume requiring to be rebound was sent to Edinburgh, but the ghost getting out of the dungeon and crossing the river made such a disturbance in the new house, hauling the baronet and his lady out of bed, and committing other annoyances, that the Bible was recalled before it reached Edinburgh, and replaced in its former situation. The good woman who told Grosse this story in 1788 declared that should the Bible again be taken off the premises, no consideration whatever should induce her to remain there a single night. But the charm seems to be now broken, or the ghost must have become either quiet or disregarded, for the old Bible has been removed, and it is now kept at Jardine Hall. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Insia Akbarali. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 70. Strachur Manse. Although the name of the person chiefly concerned in the following narrative is concealed under the initial S, the reference to the house where he had his remarkable vision, and the fact that it was then occupied by a relative of the gallant captain, will afford sufficient means of identification to the curious. Premising this, it will now suffice to say that some few years ago, Captain S. was spending a single night in the manse of Strachur in Argyllshire. This residence was then in the occupation of some relations of the captain, and so far as is known had not at the time the reputation of being haunted. Soon after the weary guest had retired to rest, The curtains of the bed were open, and somebody looked in upon him. Supposing it to be some inmate of the house who was not aware that the bed was occupied, the captain took no notice of the circumstance till it being 2 or 3 times repeated. He at length said, "What do you want? Why do you disturb me in this manner?" "I come," replied a voice, "to tell you that this day 12 month you will be with your father." After this Captain S. was no more disturbed. In the morning he related the circumstance to his host, but being an entire disbeliever in all spiritual phenomena, without attaching any importance to the warning, in the natural course of events, and quite irrespective of its visitation, on that day 12 month he was again at the manse of Strachur, on his way to the north, for which purpose it was necessary that he should cross the ferry of Craigie. The day was, however, so exceedingly stormy that his friend begged him not to go, but he pleaded his business, adding that he was determined not to be withheld with this intention by the ghost, and although the minister delayed his departure by engaging him in a game of backgammon, he at length started up, declaring he could stay no longer. They therefore proceeded to the water, but found the boat was moored to the side of the lake, and the boatman assured them that it would be impossible to cross. Captain S., however, insisted, and as the old man was firm in his refusal, he became somewhat irritated and laid his cane lightly across his shoulders. "It ill becomes you, sir," said the ferryman, "to strike an old man like me, but since you will have your way, you must. I cannot go with you, but my son will, but you will never reach the other side. He will be drowned, and you too." The boat was then set afloat, and Captain S., together with his horse and servant and the ferryman's son, embarked in it. The distance was not great, but the storm was tremendous, and having with great difficulty got halfway across the lake, it was found impossible to proceed. The danger of tacking was of course considerable, but since they could not advance, there was no alternative but to turn back, and it was resolved to attempt it. The manoeuvre, however, failed, the boat capsized, and they were all precipitated into the water. "You keep hold of the horse. I can swim," said Captain S. to his servant, when he saw what was about to happen. Being an excellent swimmer and the distance from the shore inconsiderable, he hoped to save himself, but he had on a heavy top-coat with boots and spurs. The coat he strived to take off in that water, and then struck out with confidence. But alas! The coat had got entangled with one of the spurs, and as he swam it clung to him, getting heavier and heavier as it became saturated with water, even dragging him beneath the stream. He, however, reached the shore, where his anxious friend still stood watching the event, and as the latter bent over him, he was just able to make a gesture with his hand, which seemed to say, "You see, it was to be," and then expired. The boatman was also drowned, but by the aid of the horse, the servant escaped. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Susan Russell. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 71. Taunton. Stories of haunted houses and ghostly tales are very prevalent in the western counties. Somersetshire is especially rich in these things, and one of the most suggestive accounts, of the many which have appeared in the pages of Notes and Queries, relates to this county. Mr. T. Westwood, who furnished the following narrative to the above publication, gave it as a faithful report, so far as he was concerned, and we reproduce it in the words of our authority. In the year 1840, I was detained for several months in the sleepy old town of Taunton. My chief associate during the time was a fox-hunting squire, a bluff, hearty, genial type of his order, with just sufficient intellectuality to temper his animal exuberance. Many were our merry rides along the thorps and hamlets of pleasant Somersetshire, and it was one of these excursions, while the evening sky was like molten copper, and a fiery March wind coursed like a racehorse over the open downs, that he related to me the story of what he called his luminous chamber. Coming back from the hunt after dark, he said he had frequently observed a central window in an old hall not far from the roadside, illuminated. All the other windows were dark, but from this one a dreary light was visible, and as the owners had deserted the place, and he knew it had no occupant, the lighted window became a puzzle to him. On one occasion, having a brother squire with him, and both carrying good store of port wine under their girdles, they declared they would solve the mystery of the luminous chamber then and there. The lodge was still tenanted by an aged porter. Him they roused up, and after some delay, having obtained a lantern and the keys of the hall, they proceeded to make their entry. Before opening the great door, however, my squire averred he had made careful inspection of the front of the house from the lawn. Sure enough, the central window was illuminated. An eerie, forlorn-looking light made it stand out in contrast to the rest, a dismal light that seemed to have nothing in common with the world, or the life that is. The two squires visited all the other rooms, leaving the luminous room till last. There was nothing noticeable in any of them, they were totally obscure. But on entering the luminous room, a marked change was perceptible. The light in it was not full, but sufficiently so beneath them to distinguish its various articles of furniture, which were common and scanty enough. What struck them most was the uniform diffusion of the light. It was as strong under the table as on the table, so that no single object projected any shadow on the floor, nor did they themselves project any shadow. Looking into a great mirror over the mantelpiece, nothing could be weirder, the squire declared, than the reflection in it of the dim, one-lighted chamber, and of the two awe-stricken faces that glared on them from the midst, his own and his companions. He told me, too, that he had not been many seconds in the room before a sick faintness stole over him. A feeling, such was his expression, I remember, as if his life were being sucked out of him. His friend owned afterwards to a similar sensation. The upshot of it was that both squires decamped crestfallen and made no further attempt at solving the mystery. It had always been the same, the old porter grumbled. The family had never occupied the room, but there were no ghosts. The room had a light of its own. A less sceptical spirit might have opined that the room was full of ghosts, an awful conclave, viewless, inscrutable, but from whom emanated that deathly and deadly luminousness. My squires must have gone the way of all squires ere this. After life's fitful fever, do they sleep well? Or have they both been sucked into the luminous medium as a penalty for their intrusion? End of section 71. Section 72 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Susan Russell. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 72. Tedworth. Joseph Glanville, whose unjustly neglected essays contain some of the most magnificent germ thoughts of his age, wrote a curious work on witchcraft entitled Sadducismus Triumphatus. This work contains what its author styles a choice collection of modern relations, referring to more or less known cases of apparitions and similar supernatural phenomena. The chief of these relations is an account of the haunting of a house at Tedworth, Wiltshire, belonging to a Mr. John Mompesson, and considering the length of time the disturbances endured, the position of the people who investigated the case, and the unfathomable mystery in which it still remains, it may be considered one of the most remarkable instances of its kind on record. Following the particulars furnished by Glanville, who personally investigated the whole affair, the extraordinary story may be thus detailed. In March 1661, Mr. Mompesson, who was a man of good family and well endowed with worldly possessions, in his magisterial capacity, caused to be arrested and sent to Gloucester jail as a rogue and a vagabond, a wandering beggar, who had been going about the country annoying people by his vehement solicitations for alms, and disturbing their quiet by the noisy beating of a large drum. Mr. Mompesson committed him to prison, and had the drum consigned to the custody of the bailiff, and to this circumstance was attributed all the disturbances to which the unfortunate magistrate and his household were subsequently subjected. In the month following the vagrant's arrest, Mr. Mompesson had the occasion to visit London, but just before his departure the bailiff, for reasons not stated, took an opportunity of sending the man's drum to the magistrate's house. When he returned from his journey to the metropolis, Mr. Mompesson was informed by his wife that they had been much frightened during his absences by thieves, and that the house had been nearly broken into. He had not been home above 3 nights when noises similar to those that had terrified his family in his absence were again heard. It was a great knocking at the doors and outside of the house. Hereupon he got up, to follow Glanville's account, and went about the house with a brace of pistols in his hands. He opened the door where the great knocking was, and then he heard the noise at another door. He opened that also, and went out round his house, but could discover nothing. Only he still heard a strange noise and hollow sound. When he got back to bed, there was a thumping and drumming on the top of his house, which continued a good space, and then by degrees went off into the air. After this, according to Glanville, the noise of thumping and drumming was very frequent, usually 5 nights together, and then it would intermit 3. It was on the outside of the house, which most of it of board. It constantly came as they were going to sleep, whether early or late. After a month's disturbance without, it came into the room where the drum lay, 4 or 5 nights in 7, within half an hour after they were in bed, continuing almost 2. The sign of it, just before it came, was a hurling in the air over the house, and at its going off, the beating of a drum, like that at the breaking up of a guard. It continued in this room for the space of 2 months, which time Mr. Mompesson himself lay there to observe it. Mrs. Mompesson's confinement now taking place, the distressing noises politely refrained from manifesting themselves, but, after this civil cessation, as Glanville phrases it, of about 3 weeks, the disturbances returned, in a ruder manner than before, and followed and vexed the youngest children, beating their bedsteads with that violence that all present expected that they would fall to pieces. In laying hands on them, one could feel no blows, but might perceive them to shake exceedingly. For an hour together it would beat, the tattoo, and several other points of war, as well as any drummer. After this, they would hear a scratching under the children's bed, as if by something that had iron talons. It would lift the children up in their beds, follow them from one room to another, and for a while haunted none particularly but them. On the 5th of November, says Glanville, it made a mighty noise, and a servant observing 2 boards in the children's room seeming to move, he bid it give him one of them, upon which the board came, nothing moving it that he saw, within a yard of him. The man added, "Nay, let me have it in my hand," upon which the spirit, devil, or drummer, pushed it towards him so close that he might touch it. This, continues Glanville, was in the daytime and seen by a whole roomful of people. That morning it left a sulphurous smell behind, in which was very offensive. At night, the minister, one Mr. Cragg, and several of the neighbours came to the house on a visit. Mr. Cragg went to prayers with them, kneeling at the children's bedside, where it then became very troublesome and loud. During prayer time the spirit withdrew into the cockloft, but returned as soon as prayers were done, and then, in sight of the company, the chairs walked about the room of themselves. The children's shoes were hurled over their heads, and every loose thing moved above the chamber. At the time a bedstaff was thrown against the minister, which hit him on the leg, but so favourably that a lock of wool could not have fallen more softly. As Mr. Mompesson found his youngest children were suffering so much from these persecutions, he had them removed, and lodged them at a house of a neighbour. His eldest daughter, who was about 10 years of age, was taken into her father's own room, where there had not been any disturbance for a month or so. As soon as she was in bed, continues the narration, the disturbance began there again, continuing 3 weeks, drumming and making other noises, and it was observed that it would answer exactly, in drumming anything that was beaten or called for, just in the same way as with the modern spirit rappings it has been suggested. Among the many things noted or reported of this house haunting was, that when the noise was loudest, and came with the most sudden and surprising violence, no dog about the house would move, though the knocking was off so boisterous and rude that it hath been heard at a considerable distance in the fields, and awakened the neighbours in the village, none of whom lived very near Mr. Mompesson's bewitched abode. On one occasion, when the village blacksmith, a fellow who feared neither man nor devil, slept with John the footman, so that he might hear the supernatural noises and be cured of his incredulity, there came a noise in the room as if one had been shoeing a horse, and somewhat came, as it were, with a pair of pincers, snipping away at the sceptical blacksmith, the chief part of the night. Next day, the invisible being came panting like a dog out of breath, and a woman who was present taking up a staff to knock at it, the weapon, was caught suddenly out of her hand and thrown away. And company coming up, the room was presently filled with a gloomy, noisome smell, and was very hot, though without fire, in a very sharp and severe winter. It continued in the bed, panting and scratching for an hour and a half, and then went into the next room, when it knocked a little and seemed to rattle a chain. For 2 whole years, with some occasional intermissions, these disturbances continued, creating such intense excitement, not only in the vicinity of Tedworth, but all over the country, that, at last, the King sent a commission to specially investigate the circumstances, and to draw up and furnish with him a report of the whole affair. Whatever, however, may have been the cause during the visit of the Royal Commission, the disturbances ceased, and no manifestations took place. As to the quiet of the house when the courtiers were there, says Glanville, the intermission may have been accidental, or, perhaps, the demon was not willing to give so public a testimony of those transactions which might possibly convince those whom he had rather should continue in unbelief of his existence. However, no sooner were the Royal Commissioners gone than the mysterious annoyance recommenced, and was manifested in many unpleasant fashions. Sometimes it purred like a cat, or beat the children's legs black and blue. Once it put a long spike into Mr. Mompesson's bed, and a knife into his mother's, filled the porringers with ashes, hid a Bible in the grate, and turned the money in people's pockets black. On one occasion, a servant of Mr. Mompesson's averred that he had not only heard but seen the pertinacious demon, which came and stood at the foot of his bed. The exact shape and proportion of it he could not discover, but he saw a great body with 2 red and glaring eyes, which for some time were fixed steadily on him, and at length disappeared. In the meanwhile, Mr. Mompesson believed, and several of his friends appear to have had a similar opinion, that all the noises and troubles were occasioned by the imprisoned drummer, who was still in gaol at Gloucester. In confirmation, as it were, of this idea, the following evidence is given. During the time of the knocking, says Glanville, when many were present, a gentleman of the company said, Satan, if the drummer set thee to work, give 3 knocks and no more, which it did, very distinctly, and stopped. Then the gentleman knocked to see if it would answer him as it was wont, but it did not. For farther trial, he bid it, for confirmation, if it were the drummer, to give 5 knocks and no more that night, which it did, and let the house quiet all the night after. This was done in the presence of Sir Thomas Chamberlain of Oxford and divers others. In the meantime, the drummer being visited one day in gaol by a person from the neighbourhood of Tedworth, he asked what was the news in Wiltshire, and, so it is alleged, whether people did not talk a great deal about a drumming in a gentleman's house there. The visitor replied that he had heard of nothing, to which the drummer responded, I have done it. I have thus plagued him, and he shall never be quiet until he hath made me satisfaction for taking away my drum. Mr. Mompesson had the drummer taken up again, and this time for felony, for the supposed witchcraft about his house. The grand jury found a true bill against the man, but he was acquitted, his connection with the disturbances not being proved. What subsequently became of the drummer is rather uncertain, but that he was eventually tried and convicted of witchcraft at Salisbury appears to be a fact, and also that he was sentenced to transportation for the crime. The leniency of the sentence is said to have excited no little surprise at that time, the offence of which he was found guilty generally being punished by death. Hitherto, the history of the haunting at Tedworth is only a recapitulation of what Glanville took down from the mouths of other people. But his own personal experiences should not be ignored in any account of this extraordinary affair. In January 1662, he visited the scene of the disturbance himself and furnishes the following record of what he observed. About this time I went to the house on purpose to inquire the truth of those passages, of which there was so loud a report. It had ceased from its drumming and ruder noises before I came thither, but most of the more remarkable circumstances before related were confirmed to me there by several of the neighbours together, who had been present at them. At this time it used to haunt the children, and that as soon as they were laid in bed. They went to bed that night I was there, about 8 of the clock, when a maid servant, coming down from them, told us it was come. The neighbours that were there, and 2 ministers, who had seen and heard divers times, went away, but Mr. Mompesson and I, and a gentleman that came with me, went up. I heard a strange scratching as we went up the stairs, and when we came into the room, I perceived it was just behind the bolster of the children's bed, and seemed to be against the tick. It was loud scratching, as with one long nails could make upon a bolster. There were 2 little modest girls in the bed, between 7 and 11 years old, as I guessed. I saw their hands out of the clothes, and they could not contribute to the noise that was behind their heads. They had been used to it, and had still somebody or other in the chamber with them, and therefore seemed not to be much affrighted. I, standing at the bed's head, thrust my hand behind the bolster, directing it to the place whence the noise seemed to come. Whereupon the noise ceased there, and was heard in another part of the bed. But when I had taken out my hand, it returned, and was heard in the same place as before. I had been told that it would imitate noises, and make trial by scratching several times upon the sheet, as 5 and 7 and 10, which it followed, and still stopped at my number. I searched under and behind the bed, turned at the clothes to the bed cords, grasped the bolster, sounded the wall behind, and made all the search that possibly I could, to find if there were any trick, contrivance, or common cause of it. The like did my friend, but we could discover nothing, so that I was then verily persuaded, and am so still, that the noise was made by some demon or spirit. After it had scratched about an hour and a half or more, it went into the midst of the bed, under the children, and then seemed to pant, like a dog out of breath, very loudly. I put my hand upon the place, and felt the bed bearing up against it, as if something within had thrust it up. I grasped the feathers to feel if any living thing were in it. I looked under and everywhere about to see if there were any dog, or cat, or any such creature in the room, and so we all did, but found nothing. The motion it caused by this panting was so strong, that it shook the rooms and windows very sensibly. It continued more than half an hour, while my friend and I stayed in the room, and as long after as we were told. It will, I know, be said by some, that my friend and I were under some affright, and so fancied noises and sights that were not. This is the eternal evasion. But if it be possible to know how a man is affected when in fear and when unaffected, I certainly know for mine own part that during the whole time of my being in the room and in the house, I was under no more affrightment than I am while I write this relation, and, if I know that I am now awake, and that I see the objects that are before me, I know that I heard and saw the particulars that I have told. Thus ends the Reverend Joseph Glanville's account of this extraordinary affair, and from which Mr. Mompesson, as he remarks, suffered by it in his name, in his estate, in all his affairs, and in the general peace of his family. Because, as the same authority points out, the unbelievers, in the matter of spirits and witches, took him for an impostor. Many others judged the permission of such an extraordinary evil to be the judgment of God upon him for some notorious wickedness or impiety. Thus his name was continually exposed to censure, and his estate suffered by the concourse of people from all parts to his house, by the diversion it gave him from his affairs, by the discouragement of servants, by reasons of which he could hardly get anyone to live with him, to which I add the continual hurry that his family was in, the affrights, and the watchings and disturbance of his whole house, in which himself must needs to be most concurred. I say, if these things are considered, there will be little reason to think he would have any interest to put a cheat upon the world, in which he would most of all have injured and abused himself. Mr. Mompesson, writing on the 8th of November, 1672, or 10 years after the events recorded had taken place, besides pointing out that no discovery had been made of any cheat, declared most solemnly that he knew of none, and as he had, indeed, testified at the assizes. If the world will not believe it, he concluded, it shall be indifferent to me, praying God to keep me from the same or the like affliction. End of chapter 72.
Section 73 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 73, Truro. Probably the last person one would imagine selected for a supernatural warning was Samuel Foote, the mimic and buffoon. And yet the so-called English Aristophanes not only dwelt in a haunted house, or at least believed so, but was closely connected with the chief characters of one of the most unnatural tragedies our judicial records have preserved. Foote's maternal uncles were Sir John Goodyear and Captain Goodyear, a naval officer. In 1740, the two brothers dined at a friend's house near Bristol. For a long time they had been on bad terms owing to certain money transactions, but at the dinner table a reconciliation was, to all appearance, arrived at between them. On his return home, however, Sir John was waylaid by some men from his brother's vessel, acting by his brother's authority, carried on board, and deliberately strangled. Captain Goodyear not only unconcernedly looking on, but actually furnishing the rope with which the crime was committed. For this atrocity, the fratricidal officer and his confederates were tried at the Bristol Assizes, found guilty, and executed. But, say the biographers of Foote, the strangest part of this terrible tale remains to be told. On the night the murder was perpetrated, Foote arrived at his father's house at Truro. He describes himself as having been kept awake for some time by the softest and sweetest strains of music he had ever heard. At first he tried to fancy it was a serenade got up by some of the family to welcome him home. But not being able to discover any trace of the musicians, he was compelled to come to the conclusion that the sounds were the mere offspring of his imagination. Some short time afterwards, Foote learnt the particulars of his uncle's terrible fate, and remarking that the murder had been consummated at the same hour of the same night that he had been haunted by the mysterious sounds, he arrived at the conclusion that it was a supernatural warning, and this impression he is said to have retained to the last moments of his existence. End of section 73, read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 74 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 74. Waltham, Essex. In his treatise on spirits, John Beaumont recites a very singular account of an apparition seen by the daughter of Sir Charles Lee, and related to the Bishop of Gloucester by the lady's father himself. It is considered one of the best authenticated cases on record. Sir Charles Lee had one only daughter by his first wife, who died at the child's birth. At her own desire, Lady Everard, sister of the deceased lady, had the child with her to educate it, and kept it under her care until she was of marriageable age. Ultimately, Miss Lee was engaged to Sir William Perkins, and the marriage was agreed upon, when it was prevented in an extraordinary manner. Upon a Thursday night, to quote the bishop's own words, Miss Lee, thinking she saw a light in her chamber after she was in bed, knocked for her maid, who presently came to her, and she asked her why she left a candle burning in her chamber. The maid said she left none, and there was none but what she brought with her at that time. Then she said it was the fire, but that, her maid told her, was quite out, and said she believed it was only a dream, whereupon she said it might be so, and composed herself again to sleep. But about 2 of the clock she was awakened again, and saw the apparition of a little woman between her curtain and her pillow, who told her she was her mother, that she was happy, and that by 12 o'clock that day she should be with her. Whereupon she knocked again for her maid, called for her clothes, and when she was dressed, went into her closet, and came not out again till 9, and then brought out with her a letter sealed to her father, brought it to her aunt, the Lady Everard, told her what had happened, and desired that as soon as she was dead it might be sent to him. But the lady thought she was suddenly fallen mad, and thereupon sent presently away to Chelmsford for a physician and surgeon, who both came immediately, but the physician could discern no indication of what the lady imagined, or of any indisposition of her body. Notwithstanding, the lady would needs have her let blood, which was done accordingly. And when the young woman had patiently let them do what they would with her, she desired that the chaplain might be called to read prayers. And when the prayers were ended, she took her guitar and psalm book, and sate down upon a chair without arms, and played and sung so melodiously and admirably that her music master, who was there, admired at it. And near the stroke of 12 she rose, and sat herself down in a great chair with arms, and presently, fetching a strong breathing or two, immediately expired, and was so suddenly cold as was much wondered at by the physician and surgeon. She died at Waltham, in Essex, 3 miles from Chelmsford, and the letter was sent to Sir Charles at his house in Warwickshire. But he was so afflicted with the death of his daughter that he came not till she was buried. But when he came, he caused her body to be taken up and to be buried by her mother at Edmonton, as she desired in her letter. This event occurred in 1662, and there is no record, so far as we are aware, that any later, or indeed any previous, supernatural manifestations took place at Lady Everard's place. End of section 74.
Section 75 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rob Marland. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 75. Warblington Parsonage. The following account of the hauntings at Warblington Parsonage, Hampshire, furnishes particulars of a story often referred to by writers on the supernatural, but which, apparently, they have never read, and only speak of by repute. The original version, as now repeated, was given in a letter written by Caswell, the mathematician, to the learned Dr. Bentley, whilst the latter was living at the house of Stillingfleet, the celebrated Bishop of Worcester. The name of the deceased person who was supposed to have appeared was suppressed at the time, for obvious reasons, but it has since been discovered to have been the Reverend Sebastian Pitfield, who was incumbent in 1677. An extract from Caswell's letter to Bentley will serve to introduce the narrative itself. He writes, "I have sent you enclosed a relation of an apparition. The story I had from 2 persons, who each had it from the author, and yet their accounts somewhat varied, and passing through more mouths has varied much more. Therefore I got a friend to bring me the author at a chamber, where I wrote it down from the author's mouth, and which, when I read it to him, and gave him another copy, he said he could swear to the truth of it, as far as he was concerned. He is the curate of Warblington, Bachelor of Arts in Trinity College, Oxford, about 6 years standing in the university. I hear no ill report of his behaviour there. He is now gone to his curacy. He has promised to send up the hands of the tenant and his man, and the farmer's men, as far as they are concerned. Mr. Brereton, the rector, would have him say nothing of the story, for that he can get no tenant, though he has offered the house for £10 a year less. Mr. P., the former incumbent, whom the apparition represented, was a man of a very ill report, supposed to have got children of his maid, and to have murdered them. But I advised the curate to say nothing himself of this last part of P., but to leave that to the parishioners who knew him. The narrative enclosed by Caswell of the apparition, as written out by the curate, the Reverend Thomas Wilkins, on the 15th of December 1695, is as follows. At Warblington, near Havant, Hampshire, within 6 miles of Portsmouth, in the Parsonage House, dwelt Thomas Perce, the tenant, with his wife and child, a manservant Thomas, and a maidservant. About the beginning of August 1695, on a Monday, about 9 or 10 at night, all being gone to bed except the maid with the child, she being in the kitchen, and having raked up the fire, took a candle in one hand and the child in the other arm, and, turning about, saw someone in a black gown walking through the room, and thence out of the door into the orchard. Upon this the maid, hasting upstairs, having removed but 2 steps, cried out, on which the master and mistress ran down, found the candle in her hand, she grasping the child about its neck with the other arm. She told them the reason of her crying out. She would not that night tarry in the house, but removed to another belonging to one Henry Salter, farmer, where she cried out all the night from the terror she was in, and she could not be persuaded to go to the house upon any terms. On the morrow, Tuesday, the tenant's wife came to me, lodging then at Havant, to desire my advice, and to have consultation with some friends about it. I told her I thought it was a flam, and that they had a mind to abuse Mr. Brereton, the rector, whose house it was. She desired me to come up. I told her I would come up and sit up or lie there as she pleased, for then, as to all stories of ghosts or apparitions, I was an infidel. I went thither, and sat up the Tuesday night with the tenant and his manservant. About 12 or 1 o'clock I searched all the rooms of the house to see if anybody were hid there to impose upon me. At last we came into a lumber room. There I, smiling, told the tenant that was with me that I would call for the apparition, if there was any, and oblige him to come. The tenant then seemed to be afraid, but I told him I would defend him from harm, and then I repeated, Barbara Calorent Darii, etc., jestingly. On this the tenant's countenance changed, so that he was ready to drop down with fear. Then I told him I perceived he was afraid, and I would prevent its coming, and repeated Baralipton, etc. And then he recovered his spirits pretty well, and we left the room and went down into the kitchen, where we were before, and sat up there the remaining part of the night, and had no manner of disturbance. Thursday night the tenant and I lay together in one room, and he saw something walk along in a black gown and place itself against a window, and there stood for some time, and then walked off. Friday morning, the man relating this, I asked him why he did not call me, and I told him I thought that it was a trick or flam. He told me the reason why he did not call me was that he was not able to speak or move. Friday night we lay as before, and Saturday night, and had no disturbance either of the nights. Sunday I lay by myself in one room, not that where the man saw the apparition, and the tenant and his man in one bed in another room, and betwixt 12 and 2 the man heard something walk in their room at the bed's foot, and whistling very well. and at last it came to the bed's side, drew the curtain, and looked on them. After some time it moved off. Then the man called to me, desired me to come, for that there was something in the room went about whistling. I asked him whether he had any light, or could strike one. He told me no. Then I leapt out of bed, and, not staying to put on my clothes, went out of my room, and along a gallery to the door, which I found locked or bolted. I desired him to unlock the door, for that I could not get in. Then he got out of bed and opened the door, which was near, and went immediately to bed again. I went in 3 or 4 steps, and it being a moonlight night, I saw the apparition move from the bedside, and stop up against the wall that divided their room and mine. I went and stood directly against it, within my arm's length of it, and asked, in the name of God, what it was that made it come disturbing of us. I stood some time expecting an answer, and receiving none, and, thinking it might be some fellow hid in the room to fright me, I put out my room to feel it, and my hand seemingly went through the body of it, and felt no manner of substance till it came to the wall. Then I drew back my hand, and still it was in the same place. Till now, declares Mr. Wilkins, I had not the least fear, and even now had very little. Then I adjured it to tell me what it was. When I had said those words, it, keeping its back against the wall, moved gently along towards the door. I followed it, and it, going out at the door, turned its back towards me. It went a little along the gallery. I followed it a little into the gallery, and it disappeared, where there was no corner for it to turn, and before it came to the end of the gallery, where were the stairs. Then I found myself very cold from my feet, as high as my middle, though I was not in great fear. I went into the bed betwixt the tenant and his man, and they complained of my being exceedingly cold. The tenant's man leaned over his master in the bed, and saw me stretch out my hand towards the apparition, and heard me speak the words. The tenant also heard the words. The apparition seemed to have a mourning gown of a darkish colour, no hat nor cap, short black hair, a thin, meagre visage of a pale, swarthy colour, seemed to be of about 45 or 50 years old, the eyes half shut, the arms hanging down, the hands visible beneath the sleeves, of a middle stature. I related this description to Mr. John Lardner, rector of Havant, and to the Major Batten of Langston, in Havant parish. They both said the description agreed very well to Mr. P. Pitfield, a former rector of the place, and who has been dead above 20 years. Upon this, the tenant and his wife left the house, which has remained void since. The Monday after last Michaelmas, resumes Mr. Wilkins, a man of Chodson in Warwickshire, having been at Havant Fair, passed by the foresaid parsonage house about 9 or 10 at night, and saw a light in most of the rooms of the house. His pathway being close by the house, he, wondering at the light, looked into the kitchen window, and saw only a light, but turning himself to go away, he saw the appearance of a man in a long gown. He made haste away. The apparition followed him over a piece of gleebland of several acres to a lane, which he crossed, and over a little meadow, and then over another lane to some pales, which belonged to Farmer Henry Salter, my landlord, near a barn, into which were some of the farmer's men and some others. This man went into the barn, told them how he was frighted, and followed from the parsonage house by an apparition, which they might see standing against the pales if they went out. They went out, and saw it scratch against the pales, and make a hideous noise. It stood there some time, and then disappeared. Their description agreed with what I saw. This last account I had from the man himself whom it followed, and also from the farmer's men. In conclusion may be appended to this very circumstantial document of the Reverend Thomas Wilkins the statement that it was subsequently alleged that the Reverend Sebastian Pitfield whom the apparition was presumed to personify, had murdered his own illegitimate children. End of section 75.
Section 76 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 76. Westminster. Among the many extremely curious stories of apparitions which correspondence on them and kindred subjects has elicited is the following, which was furnished by Mr. T.J. Allman to the columns of Notes and Queries. It was communicated to that gentleman, the well-known publisher, it is believed, by the Reverend Mr. L., a clergyman of the Church of England, but as it was published without Mr. L.'s consent having been first obtained, his name was not given. Unfortunately, no more definite address than Westminster can be given, that being the locality, however, where the apparition appeared to Captain L. The clergyman's narrative is this. One evening, some 2 years since, my brother, an officer in the army, residing at Westminster, surprised me with a late visit at my house in Holloway, just as we were retiring to rest. "Brother," exclaimed he, in an excited manner, "mother is dead." "When and how did you hear?" I replied, as she was living some considerable distance from town, and was, as far as we both knew, although aged, in good health. "I have seen her pass me twice this evening in my room, with her head bandaged up, and I could not rest till I saw you," was his answer. In consequence of his conviction and entreaties, it was determined to take the first train in the morning to the locality where our mother resided, and, upon our arrival, sure enough we found, to my surprise, that our mother had died suddenly the previous evening at the exact hour my brother had witnessed the apparition. For the truth of this story, Mr. Allman stated he would vouch. End of section 76. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 77 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 77. Westminster, King Street. In his Miscellanies, Aubrey cites the singular narrative of Captain Henry Bell, originally given in the preface to the translation of Luther's Table Talk. Captain Bell begins by declaring that whilst employed beyond the seas in various state affairs for King Charles II and his successor James II, he had heard much lamentation made over the great destruction, by burning and otherwise, of Martin Luther's Discourses. This work, which was supposed to have largely promoted the Reformation, was condemned by Pope Gregory XIII and placed under the ban of the Empire by Rudolph III. This latter monarch ordered that all printed copies of the work should be burned, and that any person retaining a copy would be liable to the punishment of death. In consequence of this rigorous edict, and the stringency with which it was enforced, in a little while no copies were obtainable. A certain Caspar von Spar, however, according to Captain Bell's account, accidentally discovered a copy in 1626, which had escaped the wholesale destruction the work had suffered. As the prosecution of Protestantism still continued, this gentleman was afraid to retain possession of the interdicted book, and yet, unwilling to destroy it, thought of Captain Bell. Knowing that he was thoroughly acquainted with German, he forwarded him the wonderfully preserved book, earnestly impressing upon him the utility of translating it into English. Captain Bell did not appear to be in any great haste to comply with this request, but, nevertheless, took the work in hand, and many times began to translate the same, as he remarks. But always I was hindered therein, being called upon about other business, insomuch that by no possible means I could remain by that work. About 6 weeks after he had received the book from Germany, it fell out, to cite his own words, that being in bed with my wife, one night between 12 and 1 o'clock, she being asleep, but myself yet awake, there appeared unto me an ancient man, standing at my bedside, arrayed in white, having a long and broad white beard hanging down to his girdle, who, taking me by the right ear, spake these words following unto me: Sirrah, will not you take time to translate that book, which is sent unto you out of Germany? I will provide for you both place and time to do it. And then he vanished out of my sight. Whereupon, being much affrighted, Captain Bell continues, I fell into an extreme sweat, insomuch that, my wife awaking, she asked me what I ailed. I told her what I had seen and heard, but I never did heed or regard visions nor dreams, and so the same fell soon out of my mind. Then about a fortnight after I had seen the vision, on a Sunday, I went to Whitehall to hear the sermon, after which ended I returned to my lodging, which was then in King Street, Westminster, and sitting down to dinner with my wife, 2 messengers were sent from the council board to carry me to the keeper of the gatehouse at Westminster, there to be safely kept until further orders from the lords of the council. This was done, avers Bell, without any cause being shown, but his real offence, according to Aubrey, was that he had much importuned the Lord Treasurer for considerable arrears which were due to him, and which that official not being willing to discharge, clapped him up into prison. Be the cause what it may, Bell was detained in close confinement for 10 years, 5 of which, he states, he spent in translating the work of Luther above referred to. As he quaintly remarks, I found the words very true which the old man in the aforesaid vision said unto me. I will shortly provide you both place and time to translate it. End of section 77. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 78 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Susan Russell. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 78. Willington Mill. Willington is a hamlet lying in a deep valley between Newcastle-on-Tyne and North Shields. 30 years ago it consisted of a parsonage, some few cottages, a mill, and the miller's house. The mill is, or was 30 years ago, a large steam flour mill, like a factory, and near it, but completely detached, was the miller's house. Messrs. Unthank and Proctor were the proprietors and workers of the mill, and Mr. Joseph Proctor, one of the partners, resided in the house adjoining it. Mr. Proctor, a respectable member of the Society of Friends, a man in the prime of life, was married to a lady belonging to the same religious fraternity, and was a father of several young children. The house in which Mr. Proctor resided was built about the beginning of the present century, and as described by Mr. Howitt in 1847, had nothing spectral in its appearance, although located in a somewhat wild-looking region just off the River Tyne. The railway runs close by it, and engines connected with coal mines are constantly at work in its vicinity. When rumours as to the miller's residence being haunted began to spread, Mr. Proctor, it is alleged, although evidently much troubled by the disturbances in his dwelling, was unwillingly to give publicity to his troubles. Apparently, this unwillingness wore off eventually, as in course of time Mr. Proctor frequently communicated with the press on matters connected with the singular events at Willington. The chief published authority for an account of the haunted house at Willington would appear to be a pamphlet reprinted in the local historian's table book, whence Mr. Howitt and Mrs. Crowe derive their particulars, and whence the following statement is chiefly taken. "We have visited the house in question," says the writer of the pamphlet referred to, "and it may not be irrelevant to mention that it is quite detached from the mill, or any other premises, and has no cellaring under it. The proprietor of the house, who lives in it, declines to make public the particulars of the disturbance to which he has been subjected, and it must be understood that the account of the visit we are about to lay before our readers is derived from a friend to whom Mr. Drury presented a copy of his correspondence on the subject, with the power to make such use of it as he thought proper. We learned that the house had been reputed, at least one room in it, to have been haunted 40 years ago, and had afterwards been undisturbed for a long period, during some years of which quietude the present occupant lived in it unmolested. We are also informed that, about the time that the premises were building, there were reports of some deeds of darkness having been committed by some employed about them. The writer of this account, after alluding to the strange things seen and heard, or said to have been seen and heard, by various persons in the neighbourhood, proceeds to quote the following correspondence which, he remarks, passed between individuals of undoubted veracity. The copy of the first letter on the subject, written by Mr. Edward Drury of Sunderland to Mr. Proctor, reads thus: 17th of June, 1840. Sir, having heard from indisputable authority, viz., that of my excellent friend Mr. Davidson, of Low Willington, farmer, that you and your family are disturbed by the most unaccountable noises at night, I beg leave to tell you that I have read attentively Wesley's account of such things, but with, I must confess, no great belief. But on account of this report coming from one of your sect, which I admire for candour and simplicity, my curiosity is excited to a high pitch, which I would fain satisfy. My desire is to remain alone in the house all night, with no companion but my own watchdog, in which, as far as courage and fidelity are concerned, I place much more reliance than upon any 3 young gentlemen I know of. And it is also my hope that if I have a fair trial, I shall be able to unravel this mystery. Mr. Davidson, will you give every satisfaction if you take the trouble to inquire of him concerning me? I am, and so on. In response to this application, Mr. Proctor sent the following note. Joseph Proctor's respects to Edward Drury, whose note he received a few days ago, expressing a wish to pass a night in his house at Willington. As the family is going from home on the 23rd instant, and one of Unthank and Proctor's men will sleep in the house, if E.D. feels inclined to come, on or after the 24th, to spend a night in it, he is at liberty to do so, with or without his faithful dog, which, by the by, can be of no possible use except as company. At the same time, J.P. thinks it's best to inform him that particular disturbances are far from frequent at present, being only occasional and quite uncertain, and, therefore, the satisfaction of E.D.'s curiosity must be considered as problematical. The best chance will be afforded by his sitting up alone in the 3rd story till it be fairly daylight, say 2 or 3 a.m. Willington, 6th month, 21st, 1840. J.P. will leave word with T. Morn, foreman, to admit E.D. The Proctors left home on the 23rd of June, leaving the house in charge of an old servant who, being out of place on account of ill health, was induced to undertake the duty during their absence. On the 3rd of July, Mr. Proctor returned home, having been recalled by business matters, and on the evening of the same day Mr. Drury and a companion arrived unexpectedly. After the house had been locked up for the night, every corner of it underwent minute examination on the part of the visitors. The room out of which the apparition was accustomed to issue was found to be too shallow to contain any person. Mr. Drury and his companion were well provided with lights and satisfied themselves that there was no one in the house besides Mr. Proctor, his servant, and themselves. Some correspondence which subsequently took place between Mr. Drury and Mr. Proctor with respect to the ill effects of what he did see had upon the former, and the request of the latter for a detailed account of his visitor's experience, need not be given, as the following letter, copied verbatim, will fully describe what Mr. Drury says he really saw and heard. Sunderland, July 13th, 1840. Dear Sir, I hereby, according to promise in my last letter, forward you a true account of what I heard and saw at your house, in which I was led to pass the night from various rumours circulated by most respectable parties, particularly from an account by my esteemed friend Mr. Davison, whose name I mentioned to you in a former letter. Having received your sanction to visit your mysterious dwelling, I went on the 3rd of July, accompanied by a friend of mine, T. Hudson. This was not according to promise, nor in accordance with my first intent, as I wrote you I would come alone, but I felt gratified at your kindness in not alluding to the liberty I had taken, as it ultimately proved for the best. I must here mention that, not expecting you at home, I had in my pocket a brace of pistols, determining in my mind to let one of them drop before the miller, as if by accident, for the fear he should presume to play tricks upon me. But, after my interview with you, I felt there was no occasion for weapons, and did not load them after you had allowed us to inspect as minutely as we pleased every portion of the house. I sat down on the 3rd-storey landing, fully expecting to account for any noises that I might hear in a philosophical manner. This was about 11 o'clock p.m. About 10 minutes to 12 we both heard a noise, as if a number of people were pattering with their bare feet upon the floor, and yet, so singular was the noise, that I could not minutely determine from whence it proceeded. A few minutes afterwards we heard a noise, as if someone was knocking with his knuckles among our feet. This was followed by a hollow cough from the very room which the apparition proceeded. The only noise after this was if a person was rustling against the wall in coming upstairs. At 1:15 I told my friend that, feeling a little cold, I would like to go to bed, as we might hear the noise equally well there. He replied that he would not go to bed till daylight. I took up a note which I had accidentally dropped and began to read it, after which I took out my watch to ascertain the time, and found that it wanted 10 minutes to 1. In taking my eyes from the watch, they became riveted upon a closet door, which I distinctly saw open, and saw also the figure of a female, attired in greyish garments, with the head inclining downwards, and one hand pressed upon the chest as if in pain, and the other, viz., the right hand, extended towards the floor with the index finger pointing downwards. It advanced with an apparently cautious step across the floor towards me. Immediately as it approached my friend, who was slumbering, its right hand was extended towards him. I then rushed at it, giving, as Mr. Proctor states, a most awful yell, but, instead of grasping it, I fell upon my friend, and I recollect nothing distinctly for nearly 3 hours afterwards. I have since learnt that I was carried downstairs in an agony of fear and terror. I hereby certify that the above account is strictly true and correct in every respect. Edward Drury. The appearance in print of Mr. Drury's letter naturally created a great sensation. Mr. Proctor received a large number of letters in consequence of the publication, many of them, it is alleged, being from individuals in various positions of society, informing him that their residences were, and had long been, subjected to similar disturbances to those alleged to trouble his. Other instances of the way in which Mr. Proctor's house was haunted are recorded by Mr. Howitt. On one occasion, another apparition was seen by 4 witnesses, who were unable to watch its proceedings for the space of 10 minutes. They were on the outside of the building, and they beheld the apparition of a bare-headed man, in a flowing robe like a surplice, gliding backwards and forwards about 3 feet from the floor, or level with the bottom of the second-story window, seeming to enter the wall on each side, thus presenting the spectators with a side view in passing. It then stood still in the window, and a part of the figure came through both the blind, which was closed down, and the window, as its luminous body intercepted the view of the framework of the window. It was semi-transparent and as bright as a star, diffusing a radiance all around. As it grew more dim, it assumed a blue tinge and gradually faded away from the head downwards. The foreman, one of the spectators, passed close to the house under the window, and also went up to inform the family, but found the house locked up. There was no moonlight, says the account, nor a ray of light visible anywhere about, and no person near. One of Mrs. Proctor's brothers, a gentleman in middle life, and of a particularly sensible, sedate, and candid disposition, says Mr. Howitt, assured me that he had himself, on a visit there, been disturbed by the strangest noises, that he had resolved, before going, that if any noises occurred he would speak, and demand of the invisible actor who he was and why he came thither. But the occasion came, and he found himself unable to fulfil his intention. As he lay in bed one night, he heard a heavy step ascend the stairs towards his room, and someone striking, as it were, with a thick stick on the banisters as he went along. It came to his door, and he essayed to call, but his voice died in his throat. He then sprang from his bed, and, opening the door, found no one there, but now heard the same heavy steps deliberately descending, though perfectly invisible, the steps before his face, and accompanying the descent with the same loud blows on the banisters. A thorough search was at once made of the premises in the company of Mr. Proctor, but nothing was discovered that would account for the mysterious noises. From 2 young ladies who, whilst on a visit to Mr. Proctor's, were annoyed by the apparition, Mr. Howitt received this terrifying account of their experiences. The first night, as they were sleeping in the same bed, they felt the bed lifted up beneath them. Of course they were much alarmed. They feared lest someone had concealed himself there for the purpose of robbery. They gave an alarm. Search was made, but nothing was found. On another night their bed was violently shaken, and the curtains suddenly hoisted up all around to the very tester, as if pulled by cords, and as rapidly let down again several times. Search again produced no evidence of the cause. The next day they had the curtains totally removed from the bed, resolving to sleep without them, as they felt as though evil eyes were lurking behind them. The consequences of this, however, were still more striking and terrific. The following night, as they happened to awake, and the chamber was light enough, for it was summer, to see everything in it, they both saw a female figure of a misty substance and bluish-grey hue come out of the wall at the bed's head and through the headboard in a horizontal position and lean over them. They saw it most distinctly. They saw it as a female figure come out of and again pass into the wall. Their terror became intense, and one of the sisters from that night refused to sleep any more in the house, but took refuge in the house of the foreman during her stay, the other shifting her quarters to another part of the house. Among the various forms in which these disturbances were manifested at Mr. Proctor's house were, according to the statements made by different persons to Mr. Howitt, a noise like that of a pavior with his hammer thumping on the floor. At other times similar noises are heard coming down the stairs. Frequently are heard coughs, sighs, and groans, as of a person in distress, and sometimes there is a sound of a number of little feet pattering on the floor of the upper chamber when the female apparition has more particularly exhibited itself, and which, for that reason, is solely used as a lumber room. Here these little footsteps, says the narrative, may be often heard as if careering a child's carriage about, which in bad weather is kept up there. Sometimes, again, it utters the most blood-curdling laughter, whilst it does not even confine itself to making night hideous, but appears in broad daylight. On one occasion, a young lady assured me, says Mr. Howitt, she opened the door in answer to a knock, the housemaid being absent, and a lady in fawn-coloured silk entered and proceeded upstairs. As the young lady, of course, supposed it to be a neighbour come to make a morning call on Mrs. Proctor, she followed her up to the drawing-room, where, however, to her astonishment, she did not find her, nor was anything more seen of her. 2 apparitions appear to have haunted the house, one in the likeness of a man, as already described, which is luminous and passes through the walls as if they offered no solid obstacles to it, and which is well known to the neighbours by the name of Old Geoffrey. The other is a figure of a female in greyish garments, as described by Mr. Drury. She is said to be sometimes seen sitting wrapped in a sort of mantle, with her head depressed and her hands crossed on her lap. The most terrible fact is that she is without eyes. After enduring these terrible annoyances for some years, Mr. Proctor, apprehensive of the ill effect they might have upon his children, says Mr. Howitt quitted Willington and removed to North Shields, and subsequently to Tynemouth. At neither of these new abodes was he troubled by any similar manifestations. Mr. Proctor states that a strange lady, strange to the district, being thrown into a clairvoyant state and asked to go to the mill, she described the priest and the grey lady, the 2 apparitions which haunted it. She also added that the priest had refused to allow the female ghost to confess a deadly crime committed at the spot many years ago, and that this was the troubling cause of the poor woman's apparition. End of section 78.
Section number 79 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section number 79. Windsor Castle. Windsor, like most of our old castles, whether the residences of royalty, nobility, or commonalty, has had its apparitions. It is well known that previous to the assassination of George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, by Felton, an apparition of the Duke's father, Sir George Villiers, had appeared to and sent him warning of his approaching fate by a certain person. But it has created endless controversy that the accounts of this apparition, as recorded by Aubrey, Lord Clarendon, and others, are so various and varied. It never appears to have occurred to anyone to remark that it is just as probable that the apparition may have appeared to 3 or more persons at different times and places as to one, and that, looking at the different stories from this point of view, all the alleged discrepancies disappear, and, in fact, the various records of the marvelous story, instead of contradicting, serve to corroborate one another. In Notes and Queries for July 1860, Mr. Hargrave Jennings published a very curious and circumstantial account of the appearance, on 3 separate occasions, of an apparition of Sir George Villiers to one Parker, formerly a servant of Sir George, and at that time in the employment of his son, the Duke. This letter, originally published some few years after the Duke's death, is of considerable interest, but as it in many respects parallels other and less accessible accounts, it may be passed over in favour of the story as told by Lord Clarendon and Aubrey. According to the account furnished by the former in his History of the Rebellion, the apparition of Sir George Villiers appeared to an officer in the King's Wardrobe in Windsor Castle. This man, says Clarendon, was of a good reputation for honesty and discretion, and at the time referred to was about 50 years of age. He had in his youth been bred in a school in the parish where Sir George Villiers, the father of the Duke, lived, and had been much cherished and obliged in that season of his age by the said Sir George, whom afterwards he never saw. About 6 months before the miserable end of the Duke of Buckingham, about midnight, this man being in his bed at Windsor where his office was, and in good health, there appeared to him at the side of his bed a man of a very venerable aspect, who drew the curtains of his bed, and fixing his eyes upon him, asked him if he knew him. The poor man, half dead with fright and apprehension, being asked a second time whether he remembered him, and having in that time called to his memory the presence of Sir George Villiers, and the very clothes he used to wear, in which at that time he seemed to be habited, he answered him that he thought him to be that person. He replied he was in the right, he was the same, and that he expected a service from him, which was, that he should go from him to his son, the Duke of Buckingham, and tell him if he did not somewhat to ingratiate himself with the people, or at least to abate the extreme malice which they had against him, he would be suffered to live but a short time. After this discourse he disappeared, and the poor man, if he had been at all waking, slept very well till morning, when he believed all this to be a dream, and considered it no otherwise. The next night, or shortly after, the same person appeared to him again, in the same place, and about the same time of the night, with an aspect a little more severe than before, and asked him whether he had done as he required of him, and perceiving he had not, gave him very severe reprehensions, told him he expected more compliance from him, and that if he did not perform his commands, he should enjoy no more peace of mind, but should always be pursued by him, upon which he promised him to obey. But the next morning, waking out of a good sleep, though he was exceedingly perplexed with the lively representation of all particulars to his memory, he was willing still to persuade himself that he had only dreamed, and considered that he was a person at such a distance from the Duke that he knew not how to gain admission to his presence, much less had any hope of being believed in what he should say. So he spent some time in thinking what he should do, and in the end he resolved to do nothing in the matter. The same person appeared to him the third time with a terrible countenance, and bitterly reproached him for not performing what he had promised to do. The poor man had by this time recovered the courage to tell him that, in truth, he had deferred the execution of his commands, upon considering how difficult a thing it would be for him to get any access to the Duke, having acquaintance with no person about him, and if he should obtain admission to him, he should never be able to persuade him that he was sent in such a manner, that he should at least be thought to be mad, or to be set on and employed by his own, or the malice of other men, to abuse the Duke, and so he should be sure to be undone. The apparition replied, as he had done before, that he should never find rest till he had performed what he required, and therefore he were better to dispatch it, that the access to his son was known to be very easy, and that few men waited long for him. As for his gaining credit, he would tell him 2 or 3 particulars which he charged him never to mention to any person living but to the Duke himself, and he should no sooner hear them but he should believe all the rest he said, and so, repeating his threats, he left him. In the morning, the poor man, more confirmed by the last appearance, made his journey to London, where the court then was. He was very well known to Sir Ralph Freeman, one of the masters of request, who married a lady that was nearly allied to the Duke, and was himself well received by him. To him this man went, and though he did not acquaint him with all the particulars, he said enough to let him know there was something extraordinary in it, and the knowledge he had of the sobriety and discretion of the man made the more impression on him. He desired that, by his means, he might be brought to the Duke in such a place and in such a manner as should be thought fit, affirming that he had much to say to him, and of such a nature as would require much privacy, and some time and patience in the hearing. Sir Ralph promised that he would first speak to the Duke of him, and then he should understand his pleasure. Accordingly, the first opportunity he did inform him of the reputation and honesty of the man, and then what he desired, and of all he knew of the matter. The Duke, according to his usual openness and condescension, told him that he was the next day early to hunt with the king, that his horses should attend him at Lambeth Bridge, where he should land by 5 o'clock in the morning, and, if the man attended him there at that hour, he would walk and speak with him as long as should be necessary. Sir Eof carried the man with him the next morning, and presented him to the Duke at his landing, who received him courteously, and walked aside in conference near an hour. None but his own servants being at that hour in that place, and they and Sir Eof at such a distance that they could not hear a word, though the Duke sometimes spoke loud and with great commotion, which Sir Ralph the more easily perceived, because he kept his eyes always fixed upon the Duke, having procured the conference upon somewhat he knew there was of extraordinary. The man told him, in his return over the water, that when he mentioned those particulars, which were to gain him credit, the substance whereof, he said, he durst not impart to him, the Duke's colour changed, and he swore he could come at that knowledge only by the devil, for that those particulars were only known to himself, and to one person more, who he was sure would never speak of it. The Duke pursued his purpose of hunting, but was observed to ride all the morning with great pensiveness and in deep thoughts, without any delight in the exercise he was upon, and before the morning was spent, he left the field and alighted at his mother's lodgings in Whitehale, with whom he was shut up for the space of 2 or 3 hours, the noise of their discourse frequently reaching the ears of those who attended in the next rooms. And when the Duke left her, his countenance appeared full of trouble, with a mixture of anger, a countenance that was never before observed in him in any conversation with her, towards whom he had a profound reverence. And the Countess herself, for though she was married to a private gentleman, Sir Thomas Compton, she had been created Countess of Buckingham shortly after her son had first assumed that title, was, at the Duke's leaving, found overwhelmed in tears and in the highest agony imaginable. Whatever there was in all this, says Clarendon, it is a notorious truth that when the news of the Duke's murder, which happened within a few months after, was brought to his mother, she seemed not in the least degree surprised, but received it as if she had foreseen it, nor did afterwards express such a degree of sorrow as was expected from such a mother for the loss of such a son. This is the story, as repeated by the grave historian of the so-called rebellion, with the assurance that it is upon a better foundation of credit than usually such discourses are founded upon. Other versions of the mysterious affair were published some few years after the Duke of Buckingham's murder, and although the discrepancies in them have never been explained, still there has been a sufficient similarity in the leading features of the narratives to cause most people to imagine that they were all derived from one source. But this does not necessarily follow. If the apparition appeared to different people and at different times, and it does not seem more wonderful that it should have manifested itself to 2 or more individuals than to one, the variations in the tales told of its appearance are readily explicable. Lilly, the astrologer, notoriously published a false version of the story, and it was for that reason only that Sir Edmund Wyndham, who was fully acquainted with the facts of the case, gave the narrative that ultimately passed into the hands of Aubrey, the antiquary, and by him is thus told. To one Mr. Towes, who had been schoolfellow with Sir George Villiers, the father of the first Duke of Buckingham, and was his friend and neighbour, as he lay in his bed awake, and it was daylight, came into his chamber the phantom of his dear friend Sir George Villiers. Said Mr. Towes to him, "Why, you are dead. What make you here?" said the knight. "'Tom dead, but cannot rest in peace for the wickedness and abomination of my son George at court. I do appear to you to tell him of it, and to advise and to hoard him from his evil ways," said Mr. Towes. "The Duke will not believe me, but will say that I am mad or dote," said Sir George. "Go to him from me, and tell him by such a token, a mole, that he had in some secret place," which none but himself knew of. According, Mr. Towes went to the Duke, who laughed at his message. At his return home, the phantom appeared again, and told him that the Duke would be stabbed a quarter of a year after. "And the warning which you will have of your death will be that your nose will fall a-bleeding," all which accordingly fell out so. "This account I have had in the main," says Aubrey, "from 2 or 3, but Sir William Dugdale affirms what I have here taken from him to be true, and that the apparition told him of several things to come, which proved true, such as of a prisoner in the Tower that shall be honourably delivered." This Mr. Towes had so often the ghost of his old friend appear to him that it was not at all terrible to him. He was surveyor of the works at Windsor by the favour of the Duke. Being then, such as at that time, sitting in the hall, he cried out, "The Duke of Buckingham is stabbed!" He was stabbed at that very moment. This relation Sir William Dugdale had from Mr. Pine, neighbour to Mr. Towes. They were sworn brothers. Sir Edmund Wyndham married the daughter of Mr. Pine, and possessed a large roll of manuscript, wherein Mr. Towes had recorded the particulars of his conferences with the apparition. End of section number 79. Read by Susie Vera in the city of Los Angeles, January 5th, 2021.
Section 80 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 80. Woodhouse Lee. Many of our haunted houses are indebted to ancient feuds in which their owners suffered or inflicted murder for their present troubles. Scotland especially has reaped a crop of ghostly legends and terrifying traditions from the homicidal tendencies of its former notables. The apparition of Lady Hamilton of Bothwell Ho is an enduring monument of the bloodthirsty spirit of the age in which she lived. Her husband, Hamilton of Bothwell Ho, exists in history as the barbarous murderer of the Regent Murray, whom he shot as he passed through Linlithgow on the 23rd of January, 1569. But if any man can be excused such a crime as assassination, it must be pleaded that Bothwell Ho is he. Whilst Hamilton was from home, a favourite of the Regent seized his house and, in a cold night, turned out his wife, Lady Bothwell, naked into the open fields, where before next morning she became furiously mad. Her infant, it would seem, also perished either by cold, neglect, or, more probably, murder. The ruins of the mansion of Woodhouse Lee, whence Lady Bothwell was expelled in the brutal manner which occasioned her insanity and death, are still to be seen, or were some few years since, in a hollow glen beside the River Esk. Popular report tenants these ruins with the unfortunate lady's ghost, and so tenacious is this spectre of its rights that, a part of the stones of the ancient edifice having been employed in building or repairing the present mansion, the apparition has deemed it one of her privileges to haunt that house also. But a very few years since this apparition of Lady Bothwell, who always appears in white and with her child in her arms, excited no slight disturbance and terror amongst the domestics at the new Woodhouse Lee, which is situated on the slope of the Pentland Hills, distant at least 4 miles from the ancient dwelling. Whether this apparition still haunts either old or new mansion, we have been unable to learn. End of section 80. Read by David Holmes.
Section 81 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 81. Yorkshire Hall. In March 1880, a communication was handed to the editor of Notes and Queries by a well-known contributor of that invaluable publication. The narrative it contained was headed Ghost or Nightmare, clearly an incorrect title, if any credence is to be given to its author. The young lady who indited the communication is described as intelligent, whilst her hereditary acumen is declared to be such as precludes altogether the possibility of any self-deceit in regard to her own personal experiences as narrated by herself. Moreover, as it is pointed out, hers is not the only evidence on the subject, as the reader will notice. The contributor to Notes and Queries remarks that it is in the conviction that the statement contains matter of unquestionable interest to every sort of thinker, that it is submitted to the consideration of his readers, evidently acquainted not only with the fair communicator of the narrative, but also with the locality to which his friend refers. H.C.C. states that the scene of the occurrences is an old mansion in the north of Yorkshire, cosy and cheerful, though large and lonely in point of sight. The young lady's experiences in this haunted dwelling are thus graphically described. What I am going to relate happened to myself while staying with some north country cousins last July at their house in Yorkshire. I had spent a few days there in the summer of the previous year, but without then hearing or seeing anything out of the common. On my second visit, arriving early in the afternoon, I went out boating with some of the family, spent a very jolly evening, and finally went to bed, a little tired, perhaps, with the day's work, but not the least nervous. I slept soundly until between 3 and 4, just when the day was beginning to break. I had been awake for a short time, when suddenly the door of my bedroom opened and shut again. rather quickly. I fancied it might be one of the servants, and called out, "Come in." After a short time, the door opened again, but no one came in, at least no one that I could see. Almost at the same time that the door opened for the second time, I was a little startled by the rustling of some curtains belonging to a hanging wardrobe which stood by the side of the bed. The rustling continued, and I was seized with a most uncomfortable feeling, not exactly of fright, but a strange, unearthly sensation that I was not alone. I had had that feeling for some minutes, when I saw at the foot of the bed a child, about 7 or 9 years old. The child seemed as if it were on the bed, and came gliding towards me as I lay. It was the figure of a little girl in her night dress, a little girl with dark hair and a very white face. I tried to speak to her, but could not. She came slowly on up to the top of the bed, and I then saw her face clearly. She seemed in great trouble. Her hands were clasped, and her eyes were turned up with a look of entreaty, an almost agonized look. Then, slowly unclasping her hands, she touched me on the shoulder. The hand felt icy cold, and while I strove to speak, she was gone. I felt more frightened after the child was gone than before, and began to be very anxious for the time when the servant would make her appearance. Whether I slept again or not, I hardly know, but by the time the servant did come, I had almost persuaded myself that the whole affair was nothing but a very vivid nightmare. However, when I came down to breakfast, there were many remarks made about my not looking well. It was observed that I was pale. In answer, I told my cousins that I had had a most vivid nightmare, and I remarked, if I was a believer in ghosts, I should imagine I had seen one. Nothing more was said at the time upon this subject, except that my host, who was a doctor, observed that I had better not sleep in the room again, at any rate not alone. So the following night one of my cousins slept in the same room with me. Neither of us saw or heard anything out of the way during that night or the early morning. That being the case, I persuaded myself that what I had seen had been only imagination, and much against everybody's expressed wish, I insisted the next night on sleeping in the room again, and alone. Accordingly, having retired again to the same room, I was kneeling down at the bedside to say my prayers, when exactly the same dread as before came over me. The curtains of the wardrobe swayed about, and I had the same sensation as previously that I was not alone. I felt too frightened to stir, when, luckily for me, one of my cousins came in for something which she had left. On looking at me, she exclaimed, "Have you seen anything?" I said no, but told her how I felt, and, without much persuasion being necessary, I left the room with her, and never returned to it. When my hostess learnt what had happened, as she did immediately, she told me I must not sleep in that room again, as the nightmare had made such an impression on me. I should imagine, she said, all sorts of things and make myself quite ill. I went to another room, and during the rest of my visit, a week, I was not troubled by any reappearance of the little girl. On leaving, my cousin, the eldest daughter of the doctor, went on a visit with me to the house of an uncle of mine in the same county. We stayed there for about a fortnight, and during that time the little girl was alluded to only as my nightmare. In this I afterwards found there was a little reticence, for, just before leaving my uncle's, my cousin said to me, "I must tell you something I have been longing to tell you ever since I left home, but my father desired me not to tell you, as, not being very strong, you might be too frightened. Your nightmare was not a nightmare at all, but the apparition of a little girl." She then went on to tell me that this little girl had been seen 3 times before by 3 different members of the family. But as this was some 9 or 10 years since, They had almost ceased to think anything about it until I related my experiences on the morning after the first night of my second visit. My cousin further went on to tell me that her younger sister, whilst in bed, had one morning about daybreak, to her great surprise, seen a little girl with dark hair standing with her back to her, looking out of the window. She took this figure for her little sister and spoke to it. The child not replying or moving from her position, she called out to it, "It's no use standing like that. I know you. You can't play tricks with me." On looking around, however, she saw that her little sister, the one she thought she was addressing, and who was sleeping with her, had not moved from the bed. Almost at the same time, the child passed from the window into the room of her, my cousin's, sister A, and the latter, as she afterwards declared, distinctly saw the figure of a child with dark hair standing by the side of a table in her room. She spoke to it, and it instantly disappeared. The little girl was subsequently again seen, for the last time before I saw it, by my cousin's father, Dr. H. It was in the early daylight of a summer's morning, and he was going upstairs to his room, having just returned from a professional visit. On this occasion he saw the same child. He noticed its dark hair, running up the stairs immediately before him, until it reached his room and entered it. When he got into the room, it was gone. Thus the apparition has been seen 3 times by the family, and once by me. I am the only one, however, that has seen its face. It has also never been seen twice in the same room by anyone else. No refutation, explanation, or continuation of this mysterious matter appears to have been attempted as yet by anyone. End of section 81. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 82 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 82. Lord Bruffham. In the Life and Times of Lord Bruffham, written by himself, and published in 1871, is given the following strange story, which shall be repeated in the autobiographer's own words. A most remarkable thing happened to me, records Bruffham, so remarkable that I must tell the story from the beginning. After I left the high school in Edinburgh, I went with G, my most intimate friend, to attend the classes in the university. There was no divinity class, but we frequently, in our walks, discussed and speculated upon many grave subjects, among others on the immortality of the soul and on a future state. This question and the possibility, I will not say of ghosts walking, but of the dead appearing to the living, were subjects of much speculation. We actually committed the folly of drawing up an agreement, written with our blood, to the effect that whichever of us died first should appear to the other, and thus solve any doubts we had entertained of the life after death. After we had finished classes at the college, G went to India, having got an appointment there in the civil service. He seldom wrote to me, and after the lapse of a few years I had almost forgotten him. Moreover, his family having little connection with Edinburgh, I seldom saw or heard anything of them, or of him through them, so that all the old schoolboy intimacy had died out, and I had nearly forgotten his existence. I had taken, as I have said, a warm bath, and while in it and enjoying the comfort of the heat after the late freezing I had undergone, I turned my head round towards the chair on which I had deposited my clothes as I was about to get out of the bath. On the chair sat G, looking calmly at me. How I got out of the bath I know not, but on recovering my senses I found myself sprawling on the floor. The apparition, or whatever it was that had taken the likeness of G, had disappeared. The vision produced such a shock that I had no inclination to talk about it or to speak about it even to Stuart. But the impression it made upon me was too vivid to be easily forgotten, and so strongly was I affected by it that I have here written down the whole history with the date 19th of December and all the particulars as they are now fresh before me. No doubt I had fallen asleep, and that the appearance presented to my eyes was a dream, I cannot for a moment doubt, yet for years I had had no communication with G, nor had there been anything to recall him to my recollection. Nothing had taken place during our Swedish travels, either connected with G or with India, or with anything related to him or to any member of his family. I recollected quickly enough our old discussion and the bargain we had made. I could not discharge from my mind the impression that G must have died, and that his appearance to me was to be received by me as a proof of a future state. This was on December the 19th, 1799. In October 1862, Lord Brougham added as a postscript, I have just been copying out from my journal the account of this strange dream. Certissima mortis imago. And now to finish the story begun about 60 years since. Soon after my return to Edinburgh, there arrived a letter from India announcing G's death and stating that he had died on the 19th of December. End of section 82. Recording by Alan Mapstone. Section 83 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 83. The Reverend T.A. Buckley. Literature, ghostly literature especially, is replete with stories of the fulfilment by the dead of ante-mortem promises. Abroad, the recorded instances of this mysterious completion of the compact with the survivor are, apparently, more numerous than in the British Isles. But we know of none described more circumstantially, and yet with more conventionality, than a case mentioned in Newton Crossland's new Theory of Apparitions. On the 30th of January 1856, at the early age of 30, died the Reverend Theodore Alois Buckley, author of The Dawnings of Genius, a work on the early lives of eminent men and formerly one of the chaplains of Christ Church, Oxford. He was a man of extraordinary ability, but, says Mr. Crossland, his life was unfortunate and his death sad. When he was alive and well at Oxford, about the year 1850, conversing on the subject of ghosts one day with a mutual friend, Mr. Kenneth R. H. Mackenzie, a gentleman who contributed the chapter on Chatterton to the above-mentioned work, the two friends entered into a compact that, whoever departed this life first, should, if permitted, visit the other as an apparition, and the signal of communication was arranged to be the placing of a ghostly hand on the brow of the survivor. On the night of the 2nd of February, about 12 or half-past 12 o'clock, Mr. Mackenzie was lying in bed, watching the candle expiring, preparing his mind for sleep, and not thinking of his departed friend, when he felt placed over one eye and his forehead a cool damp hand. On looking up he saw Buckley in his ordinary apparel, and with his portfolio under his arm, as in life, standing at the bedside. The figure, as soon as it was recognised, retreated to the window, and, after remaining plainly in sight for about a minute, disappeared. A few nights afterwards, the spectral Buckley again made his appearance, bearing in his hand the exact image of a letter, which Mr. Mackenzie at once identified as an old one that he had casually picked up from his letter-box in the course of the day. The letter was one that had been formerly written by Mr. Buckley to his friend Mr. Mackenzie. End of section 83. Recording by Alan Mapstone. Section 84 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 84. Burrows. In his account of apparitions, Aubrey relates some curious particulars of one that was believed to haunt Casho Burrows, eldest son of Sir John Burrows. And if the antiquary's record, derived from his friend Monson, might be credited, it is one of the best authenticated stories of its class now extant. Sir John Burrows, a high-spirited gentleman, who subsequently perished in the ill-fated siege of Rochelle, being sent by Charles I as envoy to the Emperor of Germany, took with him his son Casho. Subsequently, Sir John made a tour through Italy, leaving Casho at Florence to learn the language. Whilst residing in the Tuscan capital, young Burrows fell passionately in love with a beautiful courtesan, a mistress of the Grand Duke. At last their intimacy became so notorious that it came to the Grand Duke's ears, and he, it is alleged, grew so jealous that he formed the design of having Casho assassinated. Warned by some of the English residents in Florence of the fate awaiting him, the young man hastily left the city without even acquainting his mistress of his intended departure. When the Grand Duke found himself balked of his anticipated vengeance on his rival, he vented his spite on the mistress in most reproachful language, and she, on her side, resenting the sudden departure of her gallant, of whom she was most passionately enamoured, killed herself. At the very moment that the unfortunate woman expired in Florence, her apparition, so it is alleged, appeared to her lover at his residence in London. Colonel Remio, a member of Parliament, and afterwards an officer of Charles II's household, was sleeping with young Burrows, and he also is said to have seen the apparition. This ghost, it is averred, reproached her lover for his conduct in flying from her so suddenly and leaving her exposed to the fury of the Grand Duke. She informed him of her tragical fate, and warned him that he should be slain in a duel. Henceforth this spectre frequently appeared to Casho, even when his younger brother, after Sir John Burrows' death, was sleeping with him. As often as the apparition came, the unfortunate man, unable to restrain his mental anguish, would cry out with great shrieking and trembling of his body, saying, "O God, here she comes, she comes." These visitations continued from time to time until Casho's death. He was killed in a duel, and the morning before his death the apparition appeared to him for the last time. Some of my acquaintances have told me, says Aubrey, that he was one of the most beautiful men in England, and very valiant, but proud and bloodthirsty. The rumour of this haunting of Casho Burroughs had spread so widely that it reached the king's ears. Charles I was so interested in the account, Aubrey declares, that he cross-examined Sir John Burroughs, as also Colonel Remio, as to the truth of the matter, and in consequence of their report thought it worth his while to send to Florence in order to make inquiries there. The result of the king's investigations in Tuscany was, the story states, that it was found that the unhappy woman had expired at the very time her apparition first appeared to her lover in London, when he was in bed with Colonel Remio. Mr. Monson, Aubrey's authority for this marvellous account, was intimate with Sir John Burroughs and both his sons, and declared that whenever Casho alluded to the affair, he wept bitterly. End of section 84. Recording by Alan Mapstone. Section 85 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 85. John Donne. In Isaac Walton's life of the well-known Dean of St. Paul's is a very strange family legend that is none the less worthy of quotation that it has been so often told. According to the old piscatorial biographer, Dr. Donne and his wife were living at one time in the house of Sir Robert Drury in Drury Lane. The Lord Hay being about to depart to the court of Henry IV of France on an embassy from James I of England, Sir Robert Drury resolved to accompany him to the French court and to be present at his audience there. No sooner had Sir Robert formed this resolution than he determined Dr. Donne should be his companion on the journey. This desire having been made suddenly known to Mrs. Donne, who was not only in very bad health, but also expecting her speedy confinement, she was so distressed and protested so earnestly against her husband's departure, saying that she had a presentiment that some ill would occur in his absence, that finally the doctor laid aside all thoughts of his projected journey and determined to stay at home. When Sir Robert heard of this, he exerted himself to the utmost to alter Dr. Donne's determination, and the doctor, fearing that after all the many benefits he had received from his friend, he should be deemed unthankful if he so persistently declined to accompany him, told his wife so, who, therefore, with great reluctance, at last gave way, and most unwillingly assented to her husband's departure. The visit was to last for 2 months, and was begun within a little while after Mrs. Donne's consent had been gained. The party reached Paris safely. 2 days after their arrival there, Donne was left alone in the room where Sir Robert and he, with some others, had dined. About half an hour after his departure, Sir Robert returned, and found Dr. Donne where he had left him, but in such a state of agitation, and so strangely altered in his looks, that he was perfectly amazed at him, and earnestly desired him to inform him what had happened during the short space of time in which he had been left. At first Donne was not sufficiently collected to reply, but after a long and perplexed pause answered, "I have seen a dreadful vision since I saw you. I have seen my dear wife pass twice by me through this room, with her hair hanging about her shoulders, and a dead child in her arms. This I have seen since I saw you. To this Sir Robert responded, Surely, sir, you have slept since I saw you, and this is the result of some melancholy dream, which I desire you to forget, for you are now awake. Dr. Donne's reply to this was, I cannot be surer that I now live than that I have not slept since I saw you, and am sure that at her second appearing she stopped and looked me in the face and vanished. Nothing would alter Dr. Donne's opinion that he had had a vision, and the next day he was more than ever confirmed in his idea, affirming it with such a deliberate confidence that he finally persuaded Sir Robert that there must be some truth in the vision. Determined to learn the truth as speedily as possible, the knight sent a special messenger back to England to learn how it fared with Mrs. Donne, whether still alive, and if alive, in what state. On the 12th day the messenger returned to Paris with the information that he had found and left Mrs. Donne very ill in bed, and that, after a long and dangerous confinement, she had been delivered of a dead child. The date and hour of the child's birth having proved to have been, so it is alleged, identical with that at which Dr. Donne affirmed he had seen the apparition pass by him in the room. End of section 85. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 86 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 86. Sir John Sherbrooke and General Wynyard. Of all the stories of apparitions extant, none, probably, has excited so much discussion as that of the Wynyard ghost. With variations of one kind or another, it has been published in many dozens of works, and has been continually discussed at the mess dinners of our army in every part of the world. From time to time, inquiries have been made about the circumstances in notes and queries, in the pages of which invaluable publication all the facts of the case have been gradually revealed. From the periodical referred to, and from other sources of credit, we have been enabled to compile a complete history of the affair. In 1785, the 33rd Regiment, at the time commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Fork, was stationed at Sydney, in the island of Cape Breton, off Nova Scotia. Among the officers of this regiment were Captain, afterwards Sir John, Sherbrooke, and Lieutenant, afterwards General, George Wynyard. These two young men are said to have been connected by similarity of tastes and studies, and to have spent together in literary occupation much of that vacant time which was squandered by their brother officers in those excesses of the table that, in those days at least, were deemed part of the accomplishments of the military character. On the 15th of October of the above year, between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, these two officers were seated before the fire in Wynyard's parlor, drinking coffee. It was a room in the new barracks, and had two doors, the one opening on an outer passage, the other into Wynyard's bedroom. There were no other means of entering the sitting room but from the passage, and no other egress from the bedroom but through the sitting room, so that any person passing into the bedroom must have remained there unless he returned by the way he entered. This point is of consequence to the story. As these two young officers were thus sitting together, Sherbrooke, happening accidentally to glance towards the door that opened to the passage, observed a tall youth of about 20 years of age, but pale and very emaciated, standing beside it. Struck with the presence of a perfect stranger, he immediately turned to his friend, who was sitting near him, and directed his attention to the guest who had thus strangely broken in upon their studies. As soon as Wynyard's eyes were turned towards the mysterious visitor, his countenance became agitated. "I have heard," said Sherbrooke, "of a man's being as pale as death, but I never saw a living face assume the appearance of a corpse except Wynyard's at that moment." As they looked silently at the form before them, for Wynyard, who seemed to apprehend the import of the appearance, was deprived of the faculty of speech, and Sherbrooke, perceiving the agitation of his friend, felt no inclination to address it. As they looked silently on the figure, it proceeded slowly into the adjoining apartment, and in the act of passing them cast its eyes with an expression of somewhat melancholy affection on young Wynyard. The oppression of this extraordinary presence was no sooner removed than Wynyard, seizing his friend by the arm and drawing a deep breath, as if recovering from the suffocation of intense astonishment and emotion, muttered in a low and almost inaudible tone of voice, "Great God, my brother." "Your brother?" repeated Sherbrooke. "What can you mean, Wynyard? There must be some deception. Follow me." And immediately taking his friend by the arm, he preceded him into the bedroom, which, as I before stated, was connected with the sitting-room, and into which the strange visitor had evidently entered. I have already said that from this chamber there was no possibility of withdrawing, but by the way of the apartment through which the figure had certainly passed, and as certainly never had returned. Imagine, then, the astonishment of the young officers when, on finding themselves in the centre of the chamber, they perceived that the room was untenanted. Another officer, Lieutenant, afterwards Colonel, Ralph Gore, coming in, joined in the search, but without avail. Wynyard's mind had received an impression, at the first moment of his observing it, that the figure which he had seen was the spirit of his brother. Sherbrooke still persevered in strenuously believing that some delusion had been practiced. At the suggestion of Lieutenant Gore, they took note of the day and hour in which the event had happened, but they resolved not to mention the occurrences in the regiment, and gradually they persuaded each other that they had been imposed upon by some artifice of their fellow officers, though they could neither account for the reason or suspect the author or conceive the means of its execution. They were content to imagine anything possible rather than admit the possibility of a supernatural appearance. But though they had attempted these stratagems of self-delusion, Wynyard could not help expressing his solicitude with respect to the safety of the brother whose apparition he had either seen or imagined himself to have seen, and the anxiety which he exhibited for letters from England, and his frequent mention of his fears for his brother's health, at length awakened the curiosity of his comrades, and eventually betrayed him into a declaration of the circumstances which he had in vain determined to conceal. The story of the silent and unbidden visitor was no sooner bruited abroad than the destiny of Wynyard's brother became an object of universal and painful interest to the officers of the regiment. There were few who did not inquire for Wynyard's letters before they made any demand after their own, and the packets that arrived from England were welcomed with a more than usual eagerness, for they brought not only remembrances from their friends at home, but promised to afford the clue to the mystery which had happened among themselves. By the first ships no intelligence relating to the story could have been received, for they had all departed from England previously to the appearance of the spirit. At length the long-wished-for vessel arrived. All the officers had letters except Wynyard. Still the secret was unexplained. They examined the several newspapers. They contained no mention of any death, or of any other circumstance connected with his family that could account for the preternatural event. There was a solitary letter for Sherbrooke, still unopened. The officers had received their letters in the mess-room at the hour of supper. After Sherbrooke had broken the seal of his last packet and cast a glance on its contents, he beckoned his friend away from the company and departed from the room. All were silent. The suspense of the interest was now at its climax. The impatience for the return of Sherbrooke was inexpressible. They doubted not but that letter had contained the long-expected intelligence. At the interval of an hour, Sherbrooke joined them. No one dared be guilty of so great a rudeness as to inquire the nature of his correspondence, but they waited in mute attention, expecting that he would himself touch upon the subject. His mind was manifestly full of thoughts that pained, bewildered, and oppressed him. He drew near to the fireplace, and, leaning his head on the mantelpiece, after a pause of some moments, said in a low voice to the person who was nearest to him, "Wynyard's brother is no more." The first line of Sherbrooke's letter was, "Dear John, break to your friend Wynyard the death of his favorite brother. He had died on the day and at the very hour on which his friends had seen his spirit pass so mysteriously through the apartment." Some years after, on Sherbrooke's return to England, he was walking with two gentlemen in Piccadilly, when, on the opposite side of the way, he saw a person bearing the most striking resemblance to the figure which had been disclosed to Wynyard and himself. His companions were acquainted with the story, and he instantly directed their attention to the gentleman opposite, as the individual who had contrived to enter and depart from Wynyard's apartment without their being conscious of the means. Full of this impression, he immediately went over, and at once addressed to the gentleman. He now fully expected to elucidate the mystery. He apologized for the interruption, but excused it by relating the occurrence which had induced him to the commission of this solecism and manners. The gentleman received him as a friend. He had never been out of the country, but he was another brother of the youth whose spirit had been seen. This story is related with several variations. It is sometimes told as having happened at Gibraltar, at others in England, at others in America. There are also differences with respect to the conclusion. Some say that the gentleman whom Sir John Sherbrooke afterwards met in London, and addressed as the person whom he had previously seen in so mysterious a manner, was not another brother of General Wynyard, but a gentleman who bore a strong resemblance to the family. But, however, the leading facts in every account are the same. Sir John Sherbrooke and General Wynyard, two gentlemen of veracity, were together present at the spiritual appearance of the brother of General Wynyard. The appearance took place at the moment of dissolution, and the countenance and form of the ghost's figure were so distinctly impressed upon the memory of Sir John Sherbrooke, to whom the living man had been unknown, that, on accidentally meeting with his likeness, he perceived and acknowledged the resemblance. It may be added that the brother of General Wynyard, who died on the 15th of October, 1785, was John Otway Wynyard, at the time of his death lieutenant in the 3rd Regiment of Foot Guards. Colonel Gore, being asked many years afterwards by Sir John Harvey to give an account of the affair, so far as it came within his cognizance, testified in writing to the main facts of the narrative here given, and Sir John Sherbrooke, 40 years after the event, assured his friend, General Paul Anderson, in the most solemn manner, that he believed the appearance he had seen to have been a ghost or spirit, and this belief, he added, was shared by his friend Wynyard. End of section 86. Section 87 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 87. The Luminous Woman. The following startling relation was furnished to Robert Dale Owen by a clergyman of the Church of England, chaplain to a British legation abroad. Although the narrator's name is not given, Owen had the consent of the Reverend Doctor to communicate it in any case in which he might deem it would serve the cause to advance which his work, Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World, was written. It is not given now, for obvious reasons, but the story is too characteristic to be omitted and shall therefore be given as nearly as possible in the narrator's own terms. In the year 1850 I was staying with my wife and children at a favorite watering place. In order to attend to some affairs of my own, I determined to leave my family there for 3 or 4 days. Accordingly, one day in August, I took the railway and arrived in the evening, an unexpected guest, at Hall, the residence of a gentleman whose acquaintance I had recently made, and with whom my sister was then staying. I arrived late, soon afterwards went to bed, and before long fell asleep. Awaking after 3 or 4 hours, I was not surprised to find I could sleep no more, for I never rest well in a strange bed. After trying, therefore, in vain again to induce sleep, I began to arrange my plans for the day. I had been engaged some little time in this way, when I became suddenly sensible that there was a light in the room. Turning round, I distinctly perceived a female figure, and what attracted my especial attention was that the light by which I saw it emanated from itself. I watched the figure attentively. The features were not perceptible. After moving a little distance, it disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. My first thoughts were that there was some trick. I immediately got out of bed, struck a light, and found my bedroom door still locked. I then carefully examined the walls to ascertain if there were any other concealed means of entrance or exit, but none could I find. I drew the curtains and opened the shutters, but all outside was silent and dark, there being no moonlight. After examining the room well in every part, I betook myself to bed and thought calmly of the whole matter. The final impression on my mind was that I had seen something supernatural, and, if supernatural, that it was in some way connected with my wife. What was the appearance? What did it mean? Would it have appeared to me if I had been asleep instead of awake? These were questions very easy to ask and very difficult to answer. Even if my room door had been unlocked, or if there had been a concealed entrance to the room, a practical joke was out of the question. For, in the first place, I was not on such intimate terms with my host as to warrant such a liberty, and secondly, even if he had been inclined to sanction so questionable a proceeding, he was too unwell at the time to permit me for a moment to entertain such a supposition. In doubt and uncertainty, I passed the rest of the night, and in the morning, descending early, I immediately told my sister what had happened, describing to her accurately everything connected with the appearance I had witnessed. She seemed much struck with what I told her, and replied, "It is very odd, for you have heard, I dare say, that a lady was some years ago murdered in this house, but it was not in the room you slept in." I answered that I had never heard anything of the kind, and was beginning to make further inquiries about the murder when I was interrupted by the entrance of our host and hostess, and afterwards by breakfast. After breakfast I left without having had any opportunity of renewing the conversation, but the whole affair had made upon me an impression which I sought in vain to shake off. The female figure was ever before my mind's eye, and I became fidgety and anxious about my wife. Could it in any way be connected with her? Was my constantly recurring thought. So much did this weigh on my mind that, instead of attending to the business for the express purpose of transacting which I had left my family, I returned to them by the first train, and it was only when I saw my wife and children in good health, and everything safe and well in my household, that I felt satisfied that, whatever the nature of the appearance might have been, it was not connected with any evil to them. On the Wednesday following, I received a letter from my sister, in which she informed me that, since I left, she had ascertained that the murder was committed in the very room in which I had slept. She added that she purposed visiting us next day, and that she would like me to write an account of what I had seen, together with a plan of the room, and that on that plan she wished me to mark the place of the appearance and of the disappearance of the figure. This I immediately did, and the next day, when my sister arrived, she asked me if I had complied with her request. I replied, pointing to the drawing-room table, "Yes, there is the account and the plan." As she rose to examine it, I prevented her, saying, "Do not look at it until you have told me all you have to say, because you might unintentionally color your story by what you may read there." Thereupon, she informed me that she had had the carpet taken up in the room I had occupied, and that the marks of the blood from the murdered person were there, plainly visible, on a particular part of the floor. At my request, she also then drew a plan of the room, and marked upon it the spots which still bore traces of blood. The two plans, my sister's and mine, were then compared, and we verified the most remarkable fact, that the places she had marked as the beginning and ending of the traces of blood coincided exactly with the spots marked on my plan as those on which the female figure had appeared and disappeared. "I am unable to add anything to this plain statement of facts," remarks the narrator. "I cannot account in any way for what I saw. I am convinced no human being entered my chamber that night, yet I know that, being wide awake and in good health, I did distinctly see a female figure in my room. But if, as I must believe, it was a supernatural appearance, then I am unable to suggest any reason why it should have appeared to me. I cannot tell whether, if I had not been in the room, or had been asleep at the time, that figure would equally have been there. As it was, it seemed connected with no warning or presage. No misfortune of any kind happened then or since, to me or mine. It is true that the host, at whose house I was staying when this incident occurred, and also one of his children, died a few months afterwards. But I cannot pretend to make out any connection between either of these deaths and the appearance I witnessed. But what I distinctly saw, that, and that only, I describe. It is unfortunate that there is no evidence available as to whether this was the only appearance recorded of the apparition, or whether it was known to have ever been seen before or after the night on which the narrator of the above account beheld it. End of section 87. Section 88 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 88. The Result of a Curse. In Dr. Lee's Glimpses of the Supernatural, a collection of ghost tales and revivified medieval legends, is given a marvelous narrative of the results of a curse as, according to the Reverend author, fresh evidence of the existence of the supernatural amongst us, had we only eyes to see and ears to hear. We include the story in our collection as a fair specimen of the way in which such subjects are treated in our days, but we must suggest that it would bear a greater air of vraisemblance were the names of some at least of the persons introduced given, or some more definite clue to the localities afforded. The story, as told by Dr. Lee, is this. The younger son of a Nova Scotia baronet, under promise of marriage, betrayed the only surviving daughter of a Northumbrian yeoman of ancient and respectable family, nearly allied to a peer, so created in William IV's reign. She was a person of rare beauty and of considerable accomplishments, having received an education of a very superior character in Edinburgh. After her betrayal, she was deserted by her lover, who fled abroad. The night before he left, however, at her earnest request, he met her in company with a friend, with the avowed intention of promising marriage in the future, when his family, as he declared, might be less averse to it. After events show that this was merely an empty promise, and that he had no intention of fulfilling it. A long discussion took place between the girl and her betrayer, in the presence of the female friend in question, a first cousin of her father. High words, strong phrases, and sharp upbraidings were uttered on both sides, until at last a young man, in cruel and harsh language, turning upon her fiercely, declared that he would never marry her at all, and held himself, as he maintained, perfectly free to wed whom he should choose. "You will be my certain death," she exclaimed, "but death will be more welcome than life." "Die, and be blank," he replied. At this the girl, with a wail of agony, swooned away. On her recovery, she seemed to gather up her strength to pronounce a curse upon him and his. She uttered it with deliberation, yet with wildness and bitterness, maintaining that she was his wife, and would haunt him to the day of his death, declaring at the same time to her relation present, "And you shall be the witness." He left the place of meeting without any reconciliation or kind word, and, it was believed, went abroad. In less than 5 months, in giving birth to her child, she died, away from her home, and was buried with it, for the child, soon after its baptism, died likewise, in a village churchyard near Ambleside. Neither stone nor memorial marks her grave. Her father, a widower, wounded to the quick by the loss of his only daughter, pined away and soon followed her to his last resting place. 5 years had passed, and the female cousin of the old yeoman, being possessed of a competency, had gone to live in London when, on a certain morning in the spring of the year 1842, she was passing by a church in the West End, where, from the number of carriages waiting, she saw that a marriage was being solemnized. She felt mysteriously and instinctively drawn to look in. On doing so, and pressing forwards towards the altar, she beheld, to her astonishment, the very man, somewhat altered and weather-worn, who had caused so much misery to her relations, being married, as on inquiring she discovered, to the daughter of a rich city merchant. This affected her deeply, bringing back the saddest memories of the past. But, as the bridal party were passing out of the church, and she pushed forward to look, and be quite sure she had made no mistake, both herself and the bridegroom at one moment saw an apparition of her relation, the poor girl whom he had ruined, dressed in white, with flowing hair and a wild look, holding up in both hands her little infant. Both seemed perfectly natural in appearance and to be of ordinary flesh and blood. There was no mistaking her certain identity. This occurred in the full sunshine of noon, and under a heavy Palladian porch in the presence of a crowd. The bridegroom turned deathly pale in a moment, trembled violently, and then, staggering, fell forward down the steps. This occasioned a vast stir and sensation among the crowd. It seemed incomprehensible. The bridegroom, said the church officials in answer to inquiries, was in a fit. He was carried down the steps and taken into the bridal carriage to his father-in-law's house. But it was reported that he never spoke again. And this fact is mentioned in a contemporary newspaper account of the event. Anyhow, his marriage and death appeared in the same number of one of the daily papers. And although the family of the city merchant knew nothing of the apparition, what is thus set forth was put on record by the lady in question, who knew the mysterious circumstances and all their details, which record is reasonably believed by her to afford at once a signal example of retributive justice and a marked piece of evidence of the supernatural. Names, for various reasons, are not mentioned here. The truth of this narrative, however, was affirmed on oath by the lady in question. Why or wherefore Dr. Lee does not state, before two justices of the peace at Windsor on October 3, 1848, one of whom was a beneficed clergyman of the Diocese of Oxford, well known to the editor of this volume, to whom this record was given in the year 1857, when he was assistant minister of Berkeley Chapel, by a lady of rank who worshipped there. End of section 88.
Section 89 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 89. Althorpe. Althorpe, the magnificent Northamptonshire seat of Earl Spencer, has been the residence of its proprietors from the olden time, as Baker says in his history of the county. The simplicity of its exterior is fully compensated by the attractions within. Its magnificent library is one of the wonders of England, and its superb collection of paintings another. Since Althorpe has been in possession of the Spencers, it has been honoured by 2 royal visits. The first was paid by the Queen and the elder son of James I, and the second by William III in 1695, when a large gathering of the nobility and gentry of the county took place in honour of the event. That a residence of the antiquity and importance of Althorpe should have a ghost is nothing unusual. If indeed it had several, it need not be a matter of wonder, as such things go. The apparition, which is connected with Earl Spencer's palatial dwelling, however, is not of the character one generally finds connected with places of that rank, nor are we aware that it habitually haunts the place. But it is so remarkable an instance of ghost-seeing, related to us on such good authority, that is well worth record here. Mr., afterwards Archdeacon Drury, was invited by Lord and Lady Lyttelton to accompany them on a visit to Earl Spencer, the lady's father, then at Althorpe. After dinner, Mr. Drury and Lord Lyttelton amused themselves with billiards, and continued so late at their game that at last one of the servants went to them to request that when they went to bed they would extinguish the lights themselves. He asked them to be very careful in doing so, as Lord Spencer was always uneasy about fire. Looking at their watches, they were amazed to find that it was past 2, and both of them went to bed without further delay. Mr. Drury was awakened from his slumbers by the reflection of a light falling on his face. Opening his eyes, he beheld at the foot of his bed a man dressed as a stableman, in striped shirt and flat cap, and carrying a lantern with a bull's-eye turned full upon the disturbed sleeper. "What do you want, my man? Is the house on fire?" exclaimed Mr. Drury, but he received no reply, his visitor remaining silent and immovable. "What do you mean by coming into a gentleman's room in the middle of the night? What business have you here?" he demanded, but, unable to elicit any response, became more imperious in his remarks, bidding the fellow be gone as an impudent scoundrel whose conduct should be reported to his master. The figure then slowly lowered the lantern and passed into the dressing-room, from which there was no other means of exit than that by which he had entered. "You won't be able to get out that way," Mr. Drury called out, and then, overcome by drowsiness, he dropped off to sleep again without even waiting to see the result. Next morning, Mr. Drury remarked to Lady Littleton that it was a very odd thing, but a stableman had walked into his room in the middle of the night and would not go away for some long time, adding, "I suppose the man was drunk, but he did not look so." And he then proceeded to describe his dress and general appearance. Lady Littleton turned pale. "You have described," she said, "my father's favourite groom, who died a fortnight ago, and whose duty it was to go round the house after everyone had gone to bed to see that the lights were extinguished, and with strict orders to enter any room where one was seen burning." Mr. Drury's feelings may be imagined, and that he never slept in that room again alone will readily be assumed. But whether he or anyone else at Althorpe ever beheld the apparition of the dead groom again is another matter, about which we are unable to furnish any information. End of section 89. Read by Janice McNally, Toronto, Canada, November 2021.
Section 90 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 90, Ashley Hall. In a work styled News from the Invisible World, purporting to be a collection of remarkable narratives on the certainty of supernatural visitations by T.Honcharyk, is given an account of certain marvelous occurrences which are stated to have taken place at Ashley Park, Cheshire. This Ashley Park would appear to be identical with Ashley Hall and the mannerings of the narratives, but another name for the Merediths whose country seat the hall once was. Ottaway's account, which has been followed here, was derived from someone at Cambridge University, but his name and position are untold. Ashley Hall, it may be premised, is somewhat more than a mile southeast of Bowdon, and is pleasantly situated on the banks of the Bolling. According to the description given in Omrod's History of Cheshire, the exterior is stuccoed and finished with gables. The interior contains an old entrance hall and a variety of apartments, more or less altered, but retaining, in general, an air of respectable antiquity. The story which I am about to relate, says our authority, has reference to a subject often discussed and little understood, the connection which exists between this shifting scene and the world of spirits. It is of little import to the reader, the narrator opines, whether I am a skeptic or a convert to the theory. It may be more material for him to be assured that he is troubled with the details on the authority of ones whose fortitude I have often witnessed, and for whose veracity I could pledge my own. I give the story as nearly as I can recollect in her own words. You know the mannerings of Cheshire, and remember their seat, Ashley Park. It was when I had just left school that I accompanied my intimate friend, Miss Mannering, on a visit to her mother at Ashley. Miss Mannering was a widow, blessed with an ample fortune and great animal spirits, who laughed and ate and talked and played the kind hostess, and delighted in seeing everyone happy about her, who thanked God that she had not a nerve in her body, and hoped she would die as she had lived. comfortably. The house was crowded with company, and Mrs. M. made an apology for being obliged to assign me as my bedchamber the cedar room. It was a large, fine, old apartment, wainscoted with cedar, and from there being a door at each end of it, which led to different parts of the house, had, on high days and holidays, been used as an antechamber. There were no old pictures, no Gothic furniture, no tapestry to predispose the imagination to superstitious feelings, or to foster in the mind melancholy forebodings. The windows were sashed, the fireplace good, but neither Gothic nor over large, and the room itself, though of unusual dimensions, had the appearance of antiquity, unaccompanied by anything somber. We had been dancing, and I went to bed in high spirits. It was between 2 and 3 in the morning when I awoke with a start, and saw distinctly a female figure pass through my room. I inquired without fear who was there. There was no answer. The figure proceeded slowly onwards, and disappeared at the door. It struck me as being singular, but, knowing the house to be filled with company, and that the greater part were strangers to the endless labyrinth of staircase and anteroom which overrun the mansion, I concluded that the heedless guest had mistaken my chamber, or that one of the servants, forgetting the circumstance of its being inhabited, had literally put it to its old use, a passage room. At all events, thought I, it will be cleared up at breakfast. And without feeling any alarm or attaching any importance to the incident, I struck the hour by my watch and fell asleep. The next morning, I was somewhat startled by finding both the doors locked on the inside, and by recollecting with what care I had turned the key the preceding evening. The breakfast bell, however, disturbed the train of my ruminations. I hurried hastily downstairs, and thought no more on the subject. In the course of conversation, my kind hostess inquired how I had slept. "Very soundly," said I, "except that I was rather surprised by someone who, no doubt by mistake, passed through my room at 2 this morning." Miss Mannering looked earnestly at me, seemed on the point of asking me a question, checked herself, and turned away. The next night I went to bed earlier, and at nearly the same hour the figure appeared. But there was no doubt now upon my mind. On this occasion I saw the face, its pale countenance, its large melancholy black eyes, its step, noiseless as it glided over the oaken floor, gave me a sensation that I can never forget. Terrified as I was, I fixed my eyes on it. It stood before me, then slowly receded. When it reached the middle of the room, stopped, and while I looked at it, was not. I own it affected me strangely. Sleep for the remainder of the night was impossible, and though I endeavored to fortify my mind by recollecting all I had heard and read against the theory, to persuade myself that it was an illusion, and that I should see no more of it, I half determined to conclude my visit at once, or, at all events, to change my room immediately. Morning came, bright sunny morning, and the race ball of the morrow, and a dread of the ridicule which would follow my determination, overpowered my resolution. I was silent, and I stayed. The third night came. I confess, as the evening drew in, I shuddered at the idea of going to bed. I made excuses. I talked over the events of the night. I played. I sang. I frittered away minute after minute. And so well did my stratagem succeed that to the dreaded hour was long past ere I entered my room. I admit that had I retired to rest on the first evening of my visit at Ashley, with the impressions that, in spite of myself, forced themselves upon me in this, Imagination might have claimed a part in what I witnessed, but the feelings were wholly distinct. On the first night, I had seen nothing, knew nothing. On this, I was steeling my mind against the worst. After a determined and minute investigation of the room, after a thorough examination of every closet and corner, after barring and bolting each door with a beating heart, a woman's fears, shall I confess it, stole over me, and hastily flinging myself on the bed, I muffled up my face entirely in the clothes. After lying in this manner for 2 hours in a state of agony that baffles all description, I ventured to cast a hurried glance around the room. It must be, I thought, near daybreak. It was so, but by my side stood the figure. Her form bent over me, her face so close to mine that I could have touched it. Her white drapery leaning over me so that my slightest motion would have discomposed it. I looked again to convince myself that it was no deception, and have no recollection of anything further. When I came to myself, it was nearly noon. The servants, and indeed Mrs. Mannering herself, had repeatedly knocked at the door, and receiving no answer, were unwilling to disturb me. My kind hostess was alone in the breakfast room when I entered, and was preparing to rally me on my early hours, when, evidently struck by my appearance, she inquired if I was well.
"Not particularly," said I, faintly, "and, if you will allow me, I return home this morning."
She looked at me in silence for some moments, and then said with emphasis,
"Have you any particular reason? Nay, I am sure you have,"
she continued, as her keen penetrating eyes detected an involuntary tremor.
"I have no concealments,"
was my reply, and immediately I detailed the whole transaction. She heard me gravely, without interruption or expressing any surprise.
"I am grieved beyond measure, my dear young friend, for the event. I certainly have heard strange and unaccountable stories about that room, but I always treated them as idle tales, quite unworthy of credit. This is the first time for years it has been occupied, and I shall never cease to reproach myself for having tried the experiment. But for God's sake," she added, "don't mention it. Assure me, promise me, you will not breathe a syllable on the subject to any living being. If among these ignorant and superstitious people the inexplicable occurrence should once get wind, not a servant would stay with me."
I assented, and on all her offers of a different room, pressing entreaties to remain, and promises of fresh arrangements, I put a decided negative. Home I returned that morning. A long interval elapsed before I again visited Ashley. Miss Mannering, my kind and warm-hearted friend, had sunk into an early grave, and I had, in the interim, to stem the torrent of the affliction and buffet with its waves. At length, a most pressing and personal invitation brought me under Miss Mannering's roof. There I found her sister, who, with 3 young children, were laughing and reveling away their Christmas. Lady Pierrepoint was one of the fortunate women who, by dint of undaunted assurance, and as poor Richard informed his friends, in unparalleled tongue, had contrived to have her own way through life. Her first exploit on coming to Ashley was to fix upon the cedar room for the children. In vain, poor Miss Mannering pointed out its faults. She
was afraid they would find it cold.
Her ladyship
wished them to be hardy. It was out of the way. So much the better. Their noise would not be troublesome. I fear,
went on Miss Mannering.
Don't know what it is, said Lady Pierrepoint. In short, she continued with her imperturbable face, this room or none.
and Miss Mannering, not daring to avow the real cause of her fears, yet feeling that further contest was useless, saw with feelings of horror the little cribs and rocking horses, nurses and ninepins formally established in the dreaded apartment. Things went on very smoothly for a fortnight. No complaints of the cedar room transpired, and Miss Mannering was congratulating herself on the happy turn affairs had taken, when one day, on her going into the nursery, she saw her little nephews busily engaging in packing up their playthings. "What, are you tired of Ashley and going to leave me?"
"Oh, no, but we were going to hide away our toys from the White Lady. She came last night and Sunday night, and she had such large black eyes, and she stood close by our cribs, just here, Aunt. Who is she? Do you know? For Fred says she never speaks. What does she do here, and what does she want?"
"What a wretched, miserable woman I am!" cried the panic-stricken Miss Mannering. "Every hope I had entertained of this abominable affair is dashed to the ground forever. And if, by any chance, Lady Pierrepoint should discover... Oh, they must be moved directly. Ring the bell. Where's the housekeeper? I'll give no reason. I'll have no reason. Oh, Mannering, to what sorrows have you not exposed your widow?" In spite of all inquiries, interrogatories, and surmises moved the little Pierrepoints were that very evening. Our precautions, however, were all but defeated, for one of the little magpies began after dinner,
"Mamma, I have something to tell you about the White Lady."
He was instantly crammed almost to suffocation with sweetmeats. The rest were very shortly trundled out of the room, choking with bonbons. And I shall never forget the piteous expression of Mrs. Mannering's countenance as she passed me with her party, or her declaration. "God forgive me, but I see very clearly this White Lady will put me in my grave." The room was then shut up for some years, and I can give no account of what passed at Ashley in the interim. The last time I was there was on the day on which young Mannering came of age. His mother had been receiving the loud and rustic, but not, on that account, the less sincere, congratulations of the tenants on the lawn, when she was told her more courtly visitors were awaiting her in the drawing-room. On this occasion, the sins of the cedar room were forgotten, and it was once more used as an antechamber. To enter it, throw off her shawl and bonnet, and run to a large swing-glass, which stood near a window, was the work of an instant. She was hastily adjusting her dress, when she started, for she saw, reflected at full length in the glass beside her, the figure of the White Lady. It was days before the brain fever, which her fright and her fall brought on, would allow her to give any connected account of what, till then, appeared an inexplicable occurrence. Her reason and recollection gradually returned, but her health never. A few weeks afterward she quitted Ashley Park for the grave. End of section 90, read by Paul Songer. Section 91 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 91, Bagley House. In an interesting paper on Devonshire Ghosts, contributed by Miss Billington to Merry England, for August 1883, is an account of Bagley House, near Birdport, a well-known haunted building. About this old residence, various ghostly legends have clustered, but Miss Billington refers mainly to a traditional Squire Light. This worthy was formerly owner of Bagley. He had been hunting one day, says our authority, and after reaching home had gone away again and drowned himself. His groom had followed him with a presentiment that something was wrong, and arrived to the pond in time to see the end of the tragedy. As he returned, he was accosted by the spirit of his drowned master, which unhorsed him. He soon fell violently ill and never recovered, one of the consequences of this illness being that his skin peeled entirely off. Shortly after Squire Light's suicide, his whole house was troubled with noisy disturbances which were at once associated with the evil deed of self-destruction. It was suggested that the spirit should be formally and duly laid or exorcised. A number of the clergy went, therefore, for that purpose, and succeeded in inducing the ghost to confine itself to a chimney in the house for a certain number of years. It is not known exactly now for how long. For many years after this, however, the place remained at peace. But on the expiration of the power of the charm, very much worse disturbances broke out again. Raps would be heard at the front door, steps in the passage and on the stairs, doors opening and closing. The rustle of ladies dressed in silk was audible in the drawing-room, and from that room the sound was traced into a summer house in the garden. The crockery would all be violently moved, and at certain rare intervals a male figure, dressed in old-fashioned costume, is said to have made itself visible and walked about the house. The neighbors say that these extraordinary occurrences continued for many years. They believe in them most firmly, and are of the opinion that as long as the house stands, it will be thus troubled. End of section 91, read by Paul Songer. Section 92 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 92, Barry Pomeroy Castle. Barry Pomeroy Castle is situated in the midst of some of the most beautiful scenery of Devonshire. Its remains are very extensive and imposing, and attract many visitors from Torquay and the neighborhood. Artists are especially drawn to the place by its well-deserved reputation for presenting eligible points of view for study. The ruin consists of a mass of late Tudor buildings, grouped around an inner court, and surrounded by an escarped bank of great height. There is but one approach, a gateway with spaces for 2 portcullises and 2 flanking towers. The walls are clad with ivy, and trees, almost as ancient as the castle itself, are scattered about the grounds. The picturesque beauty of the situation is heightened and completed by the river, which winds round the charming ruins. With this delightful spot, a terrible tragedy is connected, the details of which have been given to us in some such words as these. Somewhat more than a century ago, Dr. Walter Farquhar, who was created a baronet in 1796, made a temporary sojourn in Torquay. This physician was quite a young man at that time, and had not acquired the reputation which, after his settlement in London, procured him the confidence and even friendship of royalty. One day, during his stay in Devon, he was summoned professionally to Barry Pomeroy Castle, a portion of which building was still occupied by a steward and his wife. The latter was seriously ill, and it was to see her that he had been called in. Previous to seeing his patient, Dr. Farquhar was shown into an outer apartment and requested to remain there until she was prepared to see him. This apartment was large and ill-proportioned. Around it ran richly carved panels of oak that age had changed to the hue of ebony. The only light in the room was admitted through the checkered panes of a gorgeously stained window, in which were emblazoned the arms of the former lords of Barry Pomeroy. In one corner, to the right of the wide fireplace, says the narrative attributed to the doctor, was a flight of dark oaken steps, forming part of the staircase leading apparently to some chamber above. and on these stairs the fading gleams of summer's twilight shone through. While Dr. Farquhar wondered, and, if the truth be told, chafed at the delay which had been interposed between him and his patient, the door opened, and a female, somewhat richly dressed, entered the apartment. He, supposing her to be one of the family, advanced to meet her. Unheeding him, she crossed the room with a hurried step, wringing her hands and exhibiting by her motions the deepest distress. When she reached the foot of the stairs, she paused for an instant, and then began to ascend them with the same hasty step and agitated demeanor. As she reached the highest stair, the light fell strongly on her features, and displayed a countenance youthful indeed, and beautiful, but in which vice and despair strove for mastery. If ever a human face, to use the doctor's own words, exhibited agony and remorse, if ever eye, that index of the soul, portrayed anguish uncheered by hope, and suffering without interval, if ever features betrayed that within the wearer's bosom there dwelt a hell, those features and that being were then present to me. Before he could make up his mind on the nature of the strange occurrence, he was summoned to the bedside of his patient. He found the lady so ill as to require his undivided attention, and had no opportunity, and in fact no wish, to ask any questions which bore on a different subject to her illness. But on the following morning, when he repeated his visit, and found the sufferer materially better, he communicated what he had witnessed to the husband, and expressed a wish for some explanation. The steward's countenance fell during the physician's narrative, and at its close he mournfully ejaculated, "My poor wife! My poor wife!" "Why, how does this relation affect her?" "Much, much," replied the steward vehemently, "that it should not come to this. I cannot lose her. You know not," he continued in a milder tone, "the strange, sad history, and his lordship is extremely averse to any allusion ever being made to the circumstance, or any importance attached to it. But I must and will be out with it. The figure which you saw is supposed to represent the daughter of a former baron of Berry Pomeroy, who bore a child to her own father. In that chamber above us, the fruit of her incestuous intercourse was strangled by its guilty mother. And whenever death is about to visit the inmates of the castle, she is seen wending her way in the scene of her crimes, with the frenzied gestures you describe. The day my son was drowned she was observed. And now my wife—" "I assure you she is better. The most alarming symptoms have given way, and all immediate danger is at an end." "I have lived in and near the castle 30 years," was the steward's desponding reply, "and never knew the omen fail." "Arguments on omens are absurd," said the doctor, rising to take his leave. "A few days, however, will, I trust, verify my prognostics, and see Mrs. S. recovered." They parted, mutually dissatisfied. The lady died at noon. Many years intervened, and brought with them many changes. The doctor rose rapidly and deservedly into repute, became the favorite physician and even personal friend of the Prince Regent, was created a baronet, and ranked among the highest authorities in the medical world. When he was at the zenith of his professional career, a lady called on him to consult him about her sister, whom she described as sinking, overcome, and heartbroken by a supernatural appearance. "I am aware of the apparent absurdity of the details which I am about to give," she began, "but the case is unintelligible to you, Sir Walter, without them. While riding at Torquay last summer, we drove over one morning to visit the splendid remains of Berry Pomeroy Castle. The steward was very ill at the time. He died, in fact, while we were going over the ruins, and there was some difficulty in getting the keys. While my brother and I went in search of them, my sister was left alone for a few moments in a large room on the ground floor, and while there Most absurd fancy! She persuaded herself she saw a female enter and pass her in a state of indescribable distress. This spectre, I suppose I must call her, horribly alarmed her. Its features and gestures have made an impression, she says, which no time can efface. I am well aware of what you will say, that nothing can possibly be more preposterous. We have tried to rally her out of it, but the more heartily we laugh at her folly, the more agitated and excited does she become.
In fact, I fear we have aggravated her disorder by the scorn with which we have treated it.
For my own part, I am satisfied her impressions are erroneous, and arise entirely from a depraved state of the bodily organs. We wish for your opinion, and are most anxious you should visit her without delay. Madam, I will make a point of seeing your sister immediately, but it is no delusion. This I think it proper to state most positively, and previous to any interview. I myself saw the same figure, under somewhat similar circumstances, and about the same hour of the day, and I should decidedly oppose any raillery or incredulity being expressed on the subject in your sister's presence. Sir Walter saw the young lady next day, and after being for a short time under his care, she recovered. Our authority for the above account of how Barry Pomeroy Castle is haunted derived it from Sir Walter Farquhar, who was a man even more noted for his probity and veracity than for his professional attainments, high as they were rated. The story has been told as nearly as possible in Sir Walter's own words. End of section 92. Read by Paul Songer. Section 93 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 93, Bettiscombe House. There is a certain old farmstead known as Bettiscombe, or Bettiscombe House, in a parish of the same name, about 6 miles from Bridport, in Dorsetshire. This ancient dwelling, which is still inhabited, is celebrated for the so-called screaming skull that it contains. There are various versions of the cause and the consequences of the malign influence exercised by this relic of humanity. Mr. William Andrews, in his essay on skull superstitions, states that with the peculiar superstition attaching to the Bettiscombe skull is that if it were to be brought out of the house itself would rock to its foundations, while the perpetrator of such an act of desecration would certainly die within the year. Various changes of tenancy and furniture have been made in the old homestead, says Mr. Andrews, but the skull holds its place. It is not known when the ghastly tenant first took up its abode in the place, but it has been there for a considerable period. The skull has been stated to be that of a Negro, and the legend was that it belonged to a faithful black servant of an early possessor of the property, a Pinny, who, having lived abroad for some time, brought home this memento of his humble follower. The tradition related by Mr. Andrews, however, is far too simple and conventional to satisfy the cravings of the hunter after hauntings. His premises are not tragic enough to account for such fearsome results. It is, therefore, comforting to learn that local legends impart a more gruesome aspect to the affair. It is needless to enter too closely into an investigation of the origin of the story. For most readers, the following interesting account of a visit paid to the Screaming Skull will supply all that can be desired on the subject. In the August of 1883, Dr. Richard Garnett of the British Museum, his daughter, and a friend, whilst staying at Charmouth, about 7 or 8 miles from Bettiscombe, hearing reports about the skull and its strange performances, determined to pay it a visit. The result of their expedition is thus told by Miss Garnett. One fine afternoon, a party of 3 adventurous spirits started off, hoping to discover the skull and investigate its history. This much we knew, that the skull would only scream when it was buried, and so we hoped to get leave to inter it in the churchyard. The village of Bettiscombe was at length reached, and we found our way to the old farmhouse, which stood at the end of the village by itself. It had evidently been a manor house, and a very handsome one too. We were admitted to a fine paved hall, and attempted to break the ice by asking for milk. We then endeavored to draw the good woman of the house into conversation by admiring the place and asking, in a guarded manner, respecting the famous skull. On this subject she was most reserved. She had only lately taken the farmhouse, and had been obliged to take possession of the skull also. But she did not wish us to suppose that she knew much about it. It was a veritable skeleton in the closet to her. After exercising great diplomacy, we persuaded her to allow us a sight of it. We tramped up the fine old oak staircase till we reached the top of the house, when, opening a cupboard door, she showed us a steep winding staircase leading to the roof. From one of the steps, the skull sat grinning at us. We took it in our hands and examined it carefully. It was very old and weather-beaten, and certainly human. The lower jaw was missing, the forehead very low and badly proportioned. One of our party, who was a medical student, examined it long and gravely, and then, after first telling the good woman that he was a doctor, pronounced it to be, in his opinion, the skull of a Negro. After this oracular utterance, she resolved to make a clean breast of all she knew, which, however, did not amount to much. The skull, we were informed, was that of a Negro servant who lived in the service of a Roman Catholic priest. Some difference arose between them, but whether the priest murdered the servant in order to conceal some crimes known to the Negro, or whether the Negro in a fit of passion killed his master, did not clearly appear. However, the Negro had declared before his death that his spirit would not rest unless his body was taken to his native land and buried there. This was not done, he being buried in the churchyard of Bettiscombe. Then the haunting began. Fearful screams proceeded from the grave. The doors and windows of the house rattled and creaked. Strange sounds were heard all over the house. In short, there was no rest for the inmates until the body was dug up. At different periods, attempts were made to bury the body, but similar disturbances always recurred. In process of time, the skeleton disappeared, all save the skull, which we now saw before us. We were naturally extremely anxious to bury the skull and remain in the house that night to see what would happen, but this request was indignantly refused, and we were promptly shown off the premises. Therefore, the reputation of the Screaming Skull of Bettiscombe House remains unimpaired. End of section 93, read by Paul Songer. Section 94 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 94, Birchen Bower. Most accounts of haunted dwellings are connected with, if indeed they are not derived from, some terrible tragedy. The legend of the old haunted house at Birchen Bower is, however, not without its comic element. As usual, gold is at the bottom of the story. Whatever amount of credence the reader may be willing to give to the sights and sounds declared to appertain to Birchen Bower, that some kind of hereditary trouble belongs to it can scarcely be denied. as the following particulars, derived chiefly from an article by Mr. James Dronsfield in the Oldham Chronicle for 1869, will make manifest. About the latter end of July 1869, a body buried in Harpery Cemetery was declared to be that of old Miss Beswick, whose mummified corpse had long been exhibited as a curiosity in the Manchester Museum. For upwards of a century, so it was alleged, the rightful heirs of Birchen Bower, Rosehill, and Cheatwood estates had been kept out of their property by a crafty stratagem, and the burial of the body of the so long deceased lady was to be the means of restoring to the family of the former owners their long withheld domains. The ancient homestead of Birchen Bower, Hollinwood, was a quaint four-gabled edifice built from the form of a cross, and remarkable for the beauty of its summer surroundings. All of it, save the southern wing, was demolished some years ago, but the spirit, or whatever else it may be termed, belonging to the residents, did not desert the spot when so much of its beauty and interest was destroyed. A large barn that is still, or was recently, standing, and which bears the initials of the Beswick family engraved on it, with the date of 1728, but which appears to have been built much earlier, is the center of quite a number of legends and superstitious stories. Miss, or Madam Beswick, as she is often called, is the nucleus about which all of these curious myths gather. Who she really was would seem to be somewhat uncertain, but tradition states that she lived at Bower House and farmed the estate until old age compelled her to retire to a little stone cottage which stood on the brink of the mill stream that ripples through the sloping front garden. The old lady was said to be very wealthy, and when the rebels under Prince Charlie visited the neighborhood in 1745, she was terribly afraid they would requisition her belongings, so secreted vast sums of money and articles of value about the premises. The Scottish intruders did not carry the war into Miss Beswick's territory, but the relatives of the old lady could never afterwards induce her to reveal where the hidden treasures were. A few days before her death, it is said, she promised if they would carry her up to Bower House, she would disclose the secret and point out where the gold was secreted. But they neglected the opportunity. She became suddenly worse and died, leaving the whole affair enveloped in mystery. Here was, indeed, a capital foundation for a ghost story, but better material lurks behind. 100 years passed away, and the body of Miss Beswick was not buried. Why this interment was so long deferred has been variously stated, but the following account would appear to embody the most popular, if not, indeed, the most historical elements of the case. A brother of Miss Beswick was supposed to have been considered dead, but just before the coffin lid was screwed down, signs of animation were noticed. Restoratives were applied, and after having been in a trance for several days, he revived and lived for many years after. This circumstance is supposed to have made so intense an impression upon the mind of Miss Beswick that she left her estates to Dr. White, her medical attendant, to be held by him as long as her body was kept above the ground. The doctor embalmed the body and was thus enabled to keep it unburied, and so withhold the property from the long-expectant descendants of the Beswick family. Whatever may be fact and what fiction about this tradition is not in our power to say, but the following extract from The Manchester Guardian of Saturday, August 15, 1868, is certainly confirmatory of some portions of the popular account. A curious interment on the 22nd of July were committed to the earth in the Harpery Cemetery, the remains of Miss Beswick, removed from the Peter Street Museum. There is a tradition that this lady, who is supposed to have died about 100 years ago, had acquired so strong a fear of being buried alive that she left certain property to her medical attendant so long, so the story runs, as she should be kept above the ground. The doctor seems to have embalmed the body with tar and then swathed it with a strong bandage, leaving the face exposed, and to have kept her out of the grave as long as he could. For many years past, the mummy has been lodged in the rooms of Manchester Natural History Society, where it has long been an object of much popular interest. It seems that the commissioners who are charged with the rearrangement of the Society's collections have deemed this specimen undesirable and have at last buried it. One of the curious arrangements tradition asserts Miss Beswick bargained for was that every 21 years her body should be brought to Birchen Bower and remain there for 1 week, and old folks who should know about it declare that the body was taken there at the stipulated times and put in the granary of the old farmstead. Thus far, nothing beyond the eccentricity of humanity has been cited, but the eccentricities of a supernatural being have now to be referred to. In the morning, state these authorities, when the corpse was fetched, the horses and cows were always found let loose, and sometimes a cow would be found up in the hayloft, although how it came there was indeed a mystery, as there was no passage large enough to admit a beast of such magnitude. The last prank of this description played by Miss Beswick, so far as our information goes, was a few years ago, when a cow belonging to the farmer then tenanting the place was found on the hayloft, and it was the firm belief of many thereabouts that supernatural agency had been employed to place it there. What made it particularly ominous was the fact that it was the 14th anniversary of 7 years since Miss Beswick died, and it was a well-established fact that something supernatural happened or was seen at the expiration of every 7 years at Birchen Bower. How the cow got up there was a mystery to everyone, whilst that blocks had to be borrowed from Bower Mill to let it down through the hay hole outside the barn was an equally well-known fact. After Miss Beswick's death, her old house was divided into several dwellings, and many strange stories are rife of the marvelous things therein seen and heard. One family had grown so familiar with the apparition of the old lady in the silken gown that they were in no way alarmed when she appeared. Sometimes, when they were seated at supper, a rustling of silk would be heard at the front entrance, and presently a lady arrayed in black silk would glide through the room, walk straight into the parlor, and then disappear at one particular flagstone. It was a harmless spirit, annoying no one, and her appearance never drew forth any further remarks from the family than, "Hush, the old lady comes again." In another part of the dwelling, an inmate had a treadle lathe for wood turning, which he used after his day's work was over in doing petty jobs of joinery for the neighbors. Sometimes, when he went into his little workroom, an invisible visitor would be working away with the lathe in full motion. It was now about 85 years since the almost forgotten barley times made sad oppression amongst the poor people of this country. Protection had nearly ruined the nation, flour was at a fearful price, and good bread scarcely obtainable. As a body of the hand-loom weavers were starving for want of food, but one of them, Joe at Tamers, made such large purchases and seemed so flush of money that everybody was puzzled. It was well known that Joe had a large family of small children, who were supposed to depend for their daily bread upon his labors with the shuttle, and yet it was clear that they were stinted neither in food nor clothing. Joe lived in one wing of Birchen Bower House, and it was whispered that he had found the gold which had been hidden by Madame Beswick. Years passed away before the source of Joe's wealth was discovered. But eventually he confessed that he had pulled up the floor of the haunted parlor, intending to put up a loom for one of his children to learn to weave. And in digging the treadle hole, he found a tin vessel filled with gold wedges, each valued at £3 10 s. He never mentioned the circumstance to anyone at the time, but took his finds to Oliphant's in St. Anne's Square, Manchester, and got it changed into current coin. People were still living a few years ago who knew Joe at Tamer's, and the tin vessel in which he found the gold is said to still be preserved by his descendants. It was thought that the discovery of her hidden treasure would break the spell, and that Madame Beswick's troubled spirit would now rest. But this is not the case. Some few years ago she was seen near the old well by the brookside when a presumed heir of the estates was pressing his claim. A rustic was going to fetch a pail of water, but when he got to the well, he beheld a tall lady standing by it, wearing a black silk gown and a white cap with a frilled border of those stiff, old-fashioned puffs which were formerly worn. She stood there in the dusk, in a defiant or threatening attitude, streams of blue light seeming to dart from her eyes and flash on the horror-stricken man. This appearance of the lady's apparition was considered as a token that she would get no rest until the estates had reverted to the real heir. In the light of hitherto want of success of the Beswicks to regain the property, notwithstanding their frequent efforts, the old lady's spirit appears doomed for a very lengthy and uncertain space of time to walk the earth. Madame Beswick indeed still haunts the old neighborhood. On clear moonlit nights, she walks in a headless state between the old barn and the horse pool, and at other times assumes the forms of different animals, but is always lost sight of near the horse pool. This causes some folk to fancy that she concealed something there during the Scottish invasion, which she is now desirous of pointing out to anyone courageous enough to speak to her. On dark and dreary winter nights, the barn, it is said, appears to be on fire, a red glare of glowing heat being observable through the loopholes and crevices of the building, and strange, unearthly noises proceed from it, as if Satan and all his imps were holding jubilee there. Sometimes, indeed, the sight is so threatening that the neighbors will raise an alarm and knock up the farmer and tell him the barn is in flames. When the premises are searched, however, nothing is found wrong. Everything is in order, and the neighbors go terror-stricken home, fully convinced that they have witnessed another of Madame Beswick's supernatural pranks. End of section 94, read by Paul Songer. Section 95 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 95, Black Adam. The belief in headless specters of not only human, but equine and canine beings is very widely spread throughout England, as readers of Charles Hardwicke's Traditions and other kindred works are well aware. In the western counties, the myth is frequently localized, as at Plymouth, where Sir Francis Drake has been seen driving a hearse drawn by headless horses and followed by a pack of headless hounds. In Cornwall, such apparitions are quite common, one of the most noted being that told by the Reverend Thistleton Dryer in One and All. The Reverend Richard Dodge, early in the last century, vicar of Tolland near Looe in Cornwall, like several other Cornish clergymen, was very eccentric. His singularities impressed the surrounding peasantry with a great awe of him, and to meet him on the highway after dark inspired, it was averred, the utmost consternation and terror. At that lonesome time he was believed to drive along the evil spirits, some of whom were visible in various sorts of shapes, and pursue them with his whip in a most audacious manner. Not unfrequently, too, he would be seen in the churchyard at midnight, to the great horror of passers-by. As an exorcist, Mr. Dodge had a great reputation. He was supposed to be deeply versed in the black art, and able not only to raise ghosts, but to lay them in the Red Sea or other convenient resting place by a nod of his head. A truly useful clergyman for the time and locality, although indeed his fame was not confined to his own parish, nor limited to the age in which he lived. One day, a messenger arrived at his house with a note from Mr. Mills, rector of Lanreath, to this effect: "On divers occasions has the labourer returning from his work across the moor been frightened nigh into lunacy by sounds and sights of very dreadful character. The appearance is said to be that of a man, habited in black, driving a carriage drawn by headless horses. My present business is to ask your assistance in this matter, either to reassure the minds of the country people, if it only be a simple terror, or, if there be any truth in it, to set the troubled spirit of the man at rest." This was quite sufficient to put a man of Mr. Dodge's temperament upon his mettle. The next night, accompanied by Mr. Mills, he set out to visit the haunted locality. But although the night was dark and murky, they could catch no glimpse of the ghostly driver, and hear only the occasional howling of dogs belonging to distant farmhouses, or else the melancholy wailing of the wind as it soughed across the moor. After some long time, the clergyman became wearied of waiting, and decided that it was useless to watch any longer then. But they agreed to meet again at some other night in hopes of meeting the spectre. They separated, Mr. Dodge for the vicarage at Talland, and Mr. Mills for his rectory at Lanreath. Mr. Dodge had not proceeded far before his steed became excessively restive, and, although he applied whip and spur, the beast grew most uneasy, pricked up its ears, snorted, and swerved from side to side of the road, as if something stood in the path before it. This continued for some time until Mr. Dodge, thinking it dangerous to attempt to pursue his journey, threw the reins on the neck of the horse, when it immediately started back towards the moor, and with immense rapidity carried him to the spot where he had parted from his companion. On nearing this place, the horse seemed seized with incontrollable fury, and the vicar was horrified to behold Mr. Mills prostrate on the ground, and by his side the much-dreaded spectre of the black coach and the headless horses. Jumping down to the assistance of his insensible friend, Mr. Dodge raised his lips in prayer when, instantly the spectre screamed, "Dodge is come! I must be gone!" and leaped into his chariot, whipping furiously the headless horses and vanishing into the darkness of the night. The rector's horse, which had taken flight on beholding its own headless kith and kin, galloped off homewards at a terrible rate. The sound of its hoofs as it dashed madly through the quiet little village aroused the cottagers, who, deeming their clergyman had been thrown and perhaps killed, turned out in body to seek for him. On arriving at Blackadden, they discovered their rector, supported by Mr. Dodge, but in an insensible condition. They escorted him home, and in a few days, much to the satisfaction of everybody, he recovered completely from the ill effects of his severe fright and fall. Curious to relate from that time, nothing has been seen or heard of this ghost and its headless horses driving over that moor. End of section 95, read by Paul Songer.
Section 96 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Siegel Gracie. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 96, Black Heddon. Black Heddon, a quiet village near Stamfordham in Northumberland, acquired an unenviable notoriety some 50 years or so ago, on account of a troublesome spectre by which it was haunted. The supernatural being, whose pranks so disturbed this picturesque but secluded place, was known as Silky, on account of its silken and rustling attire. It is a strange but by no means unparalleled circumstance that spirits bearing the same name, and endowed with similar characteristics, have rendered untenable the once famed manor house of Churton, as well as many other ancient English dwellings. Although Richardson, in his Table Book of Traditions, asserts that Silky has now disappeared from Black Heddon and has seized her manifold methods of annoying its inhabitants, this scarcely seems borne out by facts, if our information may be relied on. The tradition of her vagaries was too deeply impressed upon the locality to be quite eradicated in one generation or so. Silky, although occasionally manifesting herself or itself in various shapes and ways, has a marked predilection for making herself visible in the semblance of a female dressed in silken attire. Many a time, when one of the more timorous of the community had a night journey to perform, has he, unawares and invisibly, been dogged and watched by this spectral tormentor, who, at the dreariest part of the road, the most suitable for thrilling surprises, would suddenly break forth in dazzling splendor. If the person happened to be on horseback, a sort of exercise for which Silky evinced a strong partiality, she would unexpectedly seat herself behind him, rattling in her silks. Then, after the enjoyment of a comfortable ride, with instantaneous abruptness, she would dissolve into thin air, leaving the bewildered horseman in blank amazement. At Belsey, 2 or 3 miles from Black Heddon, the spectre had a favorite resort. It was a romantic crag, finely studded with trees, under the gloomy shadow of which she loved to wander all the livelong night. Here often has the belated peasant beheld her dimly through the sombre twilight, as if engaged in splitting great stones, or hewing with many a stroke some stately monarch of the grove. Whilst he thus stood and gazed, he would suddenly hear the howling of a resistless tempest rushing through the woodland, while to the eye not a leaf was seen to quiver, nor a spray to bend. The bottom of this crag is washed by a picturesque lake or fish pond, at whose outlet is a waterfall, over which a venerable tree, sweeping its shadowy arms, adds to the impressiveness of the scene. Amid the complicated and contorted limbs of this tree, Silky possessed a rude chair, where she was wont, in her moodier moments, to sit, rocked by the winds, enjoying the rustling of the storm through the woods, or the rush of the cascade through the pauses of the gale. This tree, so consecrated by the terrors of the vicinity, was carefully preserved through the care of the late proprietor, Sir Charles M.L. Monk, Baronet, of Belsey Castle, and though no longer tenanted by its ghostly visitant, it yet spreads majestically its time-hallowed canopy over the mysterious spot, and still, in memory of its spectral occupant, bears the name of Silky's Seat. Silky exercised a marvelous influence over the brute creation. Horses, which would appear to possess a discernment of spirit superior to man, at least are more sharp-sighted in the dark, were in an extraordinary degree sensitive to her presence and control. Having once perceived the effects of her power, she seems to have had a perverse pleasure in meddling with and arresting them in the midst of their labors. When this misfortune occurred, there was no ordinary remedy brute force could devise to make the restive beast resume the proper and intended direction. Expostulation, soothing, whipping, and kicking were all exerted in vain. The ultimate resource, unless it might be her whim to revoke the spell in the interim, was witchwood or rowan tree, an antidote of unfailing efficacy in these as in all similar cases. One night, an unfortunate farm servant was the selected victim of her mischievous frolics. He had to go to a colliery at some distance for coals, and it was late in the evening before he could return. Silky waylaid him at a bridge, henceforth called Silky's Brig, lying a little to the south of Black Heddon, on the road between that place and Stamfordham. Just as he had arrived at the height of that bad eminence, the keystone, horses, and cart became fixed and immovable, and in that melancholy plight might man and beast have continued, quaking, sweating, and paralyzed, till morning light, had not a neighboring servant come up opportunely to the rescue, carrying some of the potent witchwood with him. On the arrival of this seasonable aid, the charm was effectually broken, and in a short time both man and coals reached home in safety. Silky was wayward and capricious, but at length her erratic course came to an end. She abruptly disappeared. It had been long surmised, by those who paid attention to the matter, that she was the troubled phantom of some person who had died miserably in consequence of being overtaken by mortal agony before she was able to disclose the whereabouts of a great treasure she was in possession of, and on that account could not lie still in her grave. About the period referred to, a domestic female servant, being alone in one of the rooms of a house at Black Heddon, was frightfully alarmed by the ceiling above suddenly giving way, and the dropping from it, with a prodigious clash, of something black, shapeless, and uncouth. The servant did not stop to scrutinize an object so hideous and startling, but fled to her mistress, screaming at the pitch of her voice, "The devil's in the house! The devil's in the house! He's come through the ceiling!" With this terrible announcement, the whole family were speedily convoked, and great was their consternation at the idea of the foe of mankind being amongst them in a visible form. In this appalling extremity, a considerable time elapsed before anyone could brace up courage to face the enemy, or be prevailed on to go and inspect the cause of the alarm. At last the mistress, who happened to be the most stout-hearted, ventured into the room, when, instead of the personage on whose account such awful apprehensions were entertained, a great dog's skin lay on the floor, black and hideous enough, forsooth, but filled with gold. The house where this occurred was, at the time, occupied by the Heppels, respectable yeomen of the place. Their descendants were still the proprietors of it in 1844, and, it is said, had acquired a very considerable sum from Silky's long-hidden treasure. After this, Silky was neither seen nor heard, is the opinion of the narrator of the above circumstances. Her destiny was accomplished, her spirit laid, and she now, according to this informant, sleeps as peacefully and unperturbed as the degenerate and unenterprising ghosts of more recent times. End of section 96.
Section 97 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clifford Griego. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Harry Ingram. Section 97, Blenkinsopp Castle. Grim, gaunt, and hoary, The fragmentary ruins of the ancient fortress of Blenkinsopp stands as a shadowy semblance of the majestic strength which the castle wore in former ages. Upwards of 5 centuries have elapsed since this border stronghold was erected upon a commanding knoll on the western frontier of Northumberland, and naturally so antique a building has gathered about it a garment of tradition. The most noteworthy legend attached to Blenkinsopp, and most devoutly believed in by the neighboring peasantry, is that of the White Lady, whose aberration has haunted the castle for centuries, and even now appears from time to time. The legend which accounts for this long-existed phantom, this rival to the White Lady of Skipsey, is related with more or less minuteness by various historians. But in the following version derived from Richardson's Table Book of Traditions, the more salient points of the story will be found. Brian D. Blenkinsopp, or Blaneship as the name is provincially contracted into, was gallant and brave. In a private feud, a border raid, or on the battlefield, he was ever first. The mighty and brave ranked him as one of their numbers. The harps of the minstrels sang his praises in numerous lays, whilst the divers bright eyes looked fondly and favourably on the form of the dark and handsome warrior. But with all of his good qualities, and there were many, Brian D. Blenkinsopp had a failing which ultimately wrecked his fortune. This failing was an inordinate love of wealth. This vice he cherished in secret, and earnestly though vainly sought to discard. It grew with his growth, and strengthened with his strength, and gnawed into his very soul. At the marriage of her brother warrior, with a lady of high rank and fortune, amongst other healthy drinkings, was given that of Brian D. Blenkinsopp and his lady love. Never, said Brian, never shall that be until I meet with a lady possessed of a chest of gold, heavier than 10 of my strongest men can carry into my castle. This extraordinary announcement was received by the company in silence, but the many looks of surprise which were exchanged did not escape his jealous observation. Ashamed of having betrayed his secret thoughts, he quitted the place and his country. After an absence of many years, Sir Brian returned, bringing with him not only a wife, but also a box of gold that took 12 of his strongest men to carry into his castle. There was great feasting and rejoicing for many days for the lord's return, amongst friends and followers, and the fame of his wealth spread far and wide. After a length of time it began to be whispered that the life of the rich baron was anything but a happy life, for he and his lady quarreled constantly. She, with the assistance of the followers who accompanied her, having secreted the chest of gold in some part of the castle, and refused to give it up to her lawful husband and master. Whom she was, or whence she came, was unknown. Her followers spoke a foreign tongue, so nothing could be gleaned from them. Some folks hinted that she was not a human being, but an imp of darkness sent with her wrath to ensnare Sir Brian's soul. One day the young lord suddenly left his castle, and went no one knew whither. His lady was inconsolable for her loss, and filled the whole castle with her lamentation. The vessels were dispatched to all parts in order to discover whether he had fled, but without success. After searching in vain, and waiting more than a year, she and her attendants started forth in search of the missing man. The fate of Brian D. Blenkinsopp and his wife is enveloped in mystery, and there is no hand to draw aside the impenetrable veil and show us if ever they had met again. Through what climes they wander, or what field he fell. Certain it is, neither ever returned to Blenkinsopp. Tradition asserts that the lady, filled with remorse for undutiful conduct towards her lord, cannot rest in the grave, but must needs to wander back to the old castle and mourn over the chest of wealth, the cursed cause of all their woes, so uselessly buried beneath the crumbling ruins. Here she must continue to wander until someone possessed of significant courage to follow her into the vault shall discover and remove the hidden treasure, and so giving her perturbed spirit rest. The knowledge of this tradition naturally inclined the surrounding peasantry to regard the old castle with superstitious awe, and certain comparatively recent events have contributed in no slight degree to heighten the impression. The following curious circumstance was communicated to Richardson by Mr. W. Patterson of Bishop Wearmouth. More than 30 years ago, said this correspondent in an account written nearly 40 years ago, there lived in two of the more habitable apartments of the weather-beaten walls of the massive structure raised by Thomas D. Blenkinsopp, a laborer of the estate, and his family. Both rooms appear to have been used as sleeping chambers, because as we are informed one night after retiring to rest, the parents were alarmed by loud, reiterated screams issuing from the adjoining apartment. Rushing in, they found one of their children, a boy, sitting up in bed, trembling, bathed in perspiration, and evidently in extreme terror. "The White Lady! The White Lady!" screamed the lad, holding his hands before his eyes as if to shut some frightful object out. "What lady?" cried the astonished parents, looking around the room, which, to all appearance, was entirely untenanted. "There's no lady here." "She is gone," replied the boy, "and she looked so angry at me because I would not go with her. She was a fine lady, and she sat down on my bedside, and wrung her hands, and cried sore. Then she kissed me, and asked me to go with her, and she would make me a rich man. She had buried a large box of gold, many 100 years since, down in the vault, and she would give it to me, as she could not rest as long as it was there. When I told her I durst not go, she said she would carry me, and was lifting me up in the air when I cried out and frightened her away." A tale so singular, and yet, to all appearance, narrated with fidelity, filled the old people with fear and astonishment. It was currently reported that the castle was haunted by a white lady, although since their entrance into the dreary abode, it had hitherto been undisturbed. Persuading themselves that the child had been dreaming, they succeeded in quieting and getting him to sleep. The following 3 nights they were disturbed in the same manner, the child reporting the same story with a little variation, when after a little consideration they removed him, and there were no longer troubles with the spectre. Yet such was the terror with which it inspired him, that he dared not to enter into any part of the old castle alone, even in daylight. When the boy grew into manhood, although a sensible person, adds Mr. Patterson, he invariably persisted in the truth of his statement, and said that at 40 years of age he could recall the scene so vividly as to make him shudder, as if he still felt her cold lips press his cheeks, and the death-like embrace of her wan arms. He was alive in 1805, and had become a settler in Canada. The belief that treasure lies buried in Blenkinsopp Castle was not a little strengthened some years ago by the arrival of a strange lady at the neighbouring village. She, it would appear, had dreamt that a large chest of gold lay buried in the castle's vaults, and although she had never seen it before, she instantly recognized the castle as the same she had seen in her dream. She stayed several weeks, awaiting the return of the owner of the property, to ask leave to search. She had meanwhile made the hostess of the inn her confidant, with strict injunctions to not divulge it to anyone. The landlady, unable to preserve so interesting a secret, appears to have told it to every person in the village, but always accompanied with a caution similar to that she had received herself. "Dinah, ye be speaking on't?" Whether from the circumstances having acquired such publicity, or from reasons unknown to our informant, cannot be said, but, at any rate, the unknown lady disappeared, without, of course, having accomplished the purpose of her pilgrimage to Blenkinsopp. Up until 1820, some poor families continued to occupy a few of the more habitable rooms of the old castle, but even these are now ruinous and deserted. A few years ago, the occupier of the neighbouring farm gave orders for the vault underneath the keep to be cleared out, for the purpose of wintering cattle therein. On removing rubbish, a small doorway level with the bottom of the keep was discovered. On clearing out the entrance, the workmen were surprised by the appearance of a large swarm of meal flies, and the place itself smelt damp and noisome. The news soon spread abroad that the entrance to the lady's vault had been discovered, and people flocked in great numbers to see it. Of the whole number assembled, however, but one man was found willing to enter. He describes the passage as narrow, and not sufficiently high to admit of a man walking upright. He walked in a straightforward direction for a few yards, then descended a flight of steps, after which he again proceeded a straightforward course, until he came to a doorway. The door itself had fallen to pieces. The bolt was rusting in its fastening. The hinges clung to the post with shaky hold. At this juncture the passage took a sudden turn, and a lengthened flight of precipitous steps presented themselves. Opening his lantern and turning the light, he peered down the stairs into the thick darkness. But, encountering thick noxious vapors, his candle extinguished, and he was obligated to grope his way back to his companions. He made another attempt, but never descended the second flight of stairs, and so little curiosity had their employer about the matter that he ordered it to be closed up, and the contents of the vault remain undiscovered to this day. "When I saw the place," records Mr. Patterson, "sometime after this adventure, the hole had been partly opened up by some boys, who were amusing themselves with tossing stones therein, and listening to the hollow echoes as they rolled in the depths of the mysterious cavern." End of section 97.
Section 98 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 98. Bognor. The number for August 10th, 1867, of All the Year Round, contained the following very strange circumstantial narrative of a supernatural character. It purports to have been taken down in shorthand from the lips of the narrator, and the transcriber is believed to have been Charles Dickens himself. The story is related as a pendant to the paper which recently appeared in this journal headed, "Is It Possible?", particulars of which will be found under the heading of Hampton Court, to which story a note was added by the editor, believed to have been, at that time, as also in this instance, Charles Dickens. This simple narrative, as it is editorially described, is said to have been derived from a man getting on in years, who, distrustful of all other people's experience verging on what we impertinently term the supernatural, scarcely even ventures to believe his own. As a statement at first hand, says the supposed transcriber, whose alleged transcription is evidently the work of an experienced litterateur, as a statement at first hand of an appearance testified to by the narrator and corroborated by his wife, both living, it has seemed to me, while simply transcribing the notes, to possess an interest often wanting in more artistic stories of artificial manufacture. After these introductory words, the transcriber proceeds to give his story in the following terms. My wife's sister, Mrs. M. was left a widow at the age of 35, with 2 children, girls, of whom she was passionately fond. She carried on the draper's business at Bognor, established by her husband. Being still a very handsome woman, there were several suitors for her hand. The only favored one amongst them was a Mr. Barton. My wife never liked this Mr. Barton, and made no secret of her feelings to her sister, whom she frequently told that Mr. Barton only wanted to be master of the little haberdashery shop in Bognor. He was a man in poor circumstances, and had no other motive for his proposal of marriage, so my wife thought, than to better himself. On the 23rd of August, 1831, Mrs. M. arranged to go with Barton to a picnic party at Goodwood Park, the seat of the Duke of Richmond, who had kindly thrown open his grounds to the public for the day. My wife, a little annoyed at her going out with this man, told her she had much better remain at home to look after her children and attend to the business. Mrs. M., however, bent on going, made arrangements about leaving the shop, and got my wife to promise to see to her little girls while she was away. The party set out in a four-wheeled phaeton, with a pair of ponies driven by Mrs. M. and a gig for which I lent my horse. Now, we did not expect them to come back till 9 or 10 o'clock at any rate. I mention this particularly to show that there could be no expectation of their earlier return in the mind of my wife to account for what follows. At 6 o'clock that bright summer's evening, my wife went out into the garden to call the children. Not finding them, she went all round the place in her search till she came to the empty stable. Thinking they might have run in there to play, she pushed open the door. There, standing in the darkest corner, she saw Mrs. M. My wife was surprised to see her, certainly, for she did not expect her to return so soon. But, oddly enough, it did not strike her as being singular to see her there. Vexed as she had felt with her all day for going, and rather glad, in her woman's way, to have something entirely different from the genuine casus belli to hang a retort upon, my wife said, "Well, Harriet, I should have thought another dress would have done quite as well for your picnic as that black silk you have on." My wife was the elder of the twain, and had always assumed a little of the air of counselor to her sister. Black silks were thought a great deal more of at that time than they are just now, and silk of any kind was held particularly inconsistent wear for Wesleyan Methodists, to which denomination we belonged. Receiving no answer, my wife said, "Oh, well, Harriet, if you can't take a word of reproof without being sulky, I'll leave you to yourself." And then she came into the house to tell me the party had returned, and that she had seen her sister in the stable, not in the best of tempers. At the moment it did not seem extraordinary to me that my wife should have met her sister in the stable. I waited indoors some time, expecting them to return my horse. Mrs. M. was my neighbor, and, being always on most friendly terms, I wondered that none of the party had come in to tell us about the day's pleasure. I thought I would just run in and see how they had got on. To my great surprise, the servant told me they had not returned. I began, then, to feel anxiety about the result. My wife, however, having seen Harriet in the stable, refused to believe the servant's assertion, and said there was no doubt of their return, but that they had probably left word to say they were not come back, in order to offer a plausible excuse for taking a further drive and detaining my horse for another hour or so. At 11 o'clock, Mr. Pinnock, my brother-in-law, who had been one of the party, came in, apparently much agitated. As soon as she saw him, and before he had time to speak, my wife seemed to know what he had to say. "What is the matter?" she said. "Something has happened to Harriet, I know." "Yes," replied Mr. Pinnock. "If you wish to see her alive, you must come with me directly to Goodwood." From what he said, it appeared that one of the ponies had never been properly broken in, that the man from whom the turnout was hired for the day had cautioned Mrs. M. respecting it before they started, and that he had lent it reluctantly, being the only pony to match in the stable at the time, and would not have lent it at all had he not known Mrs. M. to be a remarkably good whip. On reaching Goodwood, it seems, the gentlemen of the party had got out, leaving the ladies to take a drive round the park in the phaeton. One or both of the ponies must have then taken fright at something in the road, for Mrs. M. had scarcely taken the reins when the ponies shied. Had there been plenty of room, she would readily have mastered the difficulty, but it was in a narrow road, where a gate obstructed the way. Some men rushed to open the gate, too late. The three other ladies jumped out at the beginning of the accident, but Mrs. M. still held on to the reins, seeking to control her ponies until, finding it was impossible for the men to get the gate open in time, she, too, sprang forward. At that same instant, the ponies came smash on to the gate. She had made her spring too late and fell heavily to the ground on her head. The heavy, old-fashioned comb of the period, with which her hair was looped up, was driven into her skull by the force of the fall. The Duke of Richmond, a witness to the accident, ran to her assistance, lifted her up, and rested her head upon his knees. The only words Mrs. M. had spoken were uttered at the time, "Good God, my children." By direction of the Duke, she was immediately conveyed to a neighboring inn, where every assistance, medical and otherwise, that forethought or kindness could suggest was afforded her. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the time at which my wife had gone into the stable and seen what we now knew had been her spirit, Mrs. M. in her sole interval of returning consciousness, had made a violent but unsuccessful attempt to speak. From her glance having wandered round the room in solemn, awful wistfulness, it had been conjectured she wished to see some relative or friend not then present. I went to Goodwood in the gig with Mr. Pinnock, and arrived in time to see my sister-in-law die at 2 o'clock in the morning. Her only conscious moments had been those in which she labored unsuccessfully to speak, which had occurred at 6 o'clock. She wore a black silk dress. When we came to dispose of her business and to wind up her affairs, there was scarcely anything left for the 2 orphan girls. Mrs. M.'s father, however, being well-to-do, took them to bring up. At his death, which happened soon afterwards, his property went to his eldest son, who speedily dissipated the inheritance. During a space of 2 years the children were taken as visitors by various relations in turn, and lived an unhappy life with no settled home. For some time I had been debating with myself how to help these children, having many boys and girls of my own to provide for. I had almost settled to take them myself, bad as trade was with me at the time, and bring them up with my own family, when one day business called me to Brighton. The business was so urgent that it necessitated my travelling at night. I set out from Bognor in a close-headed gig on a beautiful moonlight winter's night, when the crisp frozen snow lay deep over the earth, and its fine glistening dust was whirled about in little eddies on the bleak night wind, driven now and then in stinging powder against my tingling cheek, warm and glowing in the sharp air. I had taken my great dog, Bose, short for boatswain, for company. He lay, blinking wakefully, sprawled out on the spare seat of the gig beneath a mass of warm rugs. Between Littlehampton and Worthing is a lonely piece of road, long and dreary, through bleak and bare open country, where the snow lay knee-deep, sparkling in the moonlight. It was so cheerless that I turned round to speak to my dog, more for the sake of hearing the sound of a voice than anything else. "Good Bose," I said, patting him. "There's a good dog." Then suddenly I noticed he shivered and shrank underneath the wraps. Then the horse required my attention, for he gave a start and was going wrong and had nearly taken me into the ditch. Then I looked up. Walking at my horse's head, dressed in a sweeping robe, so white that it shone dazzling against the white snow, I saw a lady, her back turned to me, her head bare, her hair disheveled and strayed, showing sharp and black against her white dress. I was at first so much surprised at seeing a lady so dressed, exposed to the open night, and such a night as this, that I scarcely knew what to do. Recovering myself, I called out to know if I could render assistance, if she wished to ride. No answer. I drove faster, the horse blinking and shying and trembling the while, his ears laid back in abject terror. Still the figure maintained its position close to my horse's head. Then I thought that what I saw was no woman, but perchance a man disguised for the purpose of robbing me, seeking an opportunity to seize the bridle and stop the horse. Filled with this idea, I said, "Good Bose! Hi! Look at it, boy!" But the dog only shivered as if in fright. Then we came to a place where 4 crossroads met. Determined to know the worst, I pulled up the horse. I fetched Bose, unwilling, out by the ears. He was a good dog at anything from a rat to a man, but he slunk away that night into the hedge and lay there, his head between his paws, whining and howling. I walked straight up to the figure, still standing by the horse's head. As I walked, the figure turned, and I saw Harriet's face as plainly as I see you now, white and calm, placid, as idealized and beautified by death. I must own that, though not a nervous man, in that instant I felt sick and faint. Harriet looked me full in the face with a long, eager, silent look. I knew then it was her spirit, and felt a strange calm come over me, for I knew it was nothing to harm me. When I could speak, I asked what troubled her. She looked at me still, never changing that cold, fixed stare. Then I felt, in my mind, it was her children, and I said, "Harriet, is it for your children you are troubled?" No answer. "Harriet," I continued, "if for these you are troubled, be assured they shall never want while I have power to help them. Rest in peace." Still no answer. I put up my hand to wipe from my forehead the cold perspiration which had gathered there. When I took my hand away from shading my eyes, the figure was gone. I was alone on the bleak, snow-covered ground. The breeze that had been hushed before breathed coolly and gratefully on my face, and the cold stars glimmered and sparkled sharply in the far blue heavens. My dog crept up to me and furtively licked my hand, as who should say, "Good master, don't be angry. I've served you in all but this." I took the children and brought them up till they could help themselves. End of section 98.
Section 99 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clifford Krigo. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Harry Ingram. Section 99, Bolling Hall. Bolling Hall, or Bolling Hall, near Bradford. The residence of J. M. Tankard, Esquire, is a fine old manor house in a very good state of preservation, the present owner having done everything to render it convenient and comfortable without sacrificing its ancient appearance. This hall was formerly the abode of the Bollings, but in 1502 Rosamond Bolling, sole heiress of the property, carried it by marriage into the Tempest family, from whom it passed through the hands of several successive owners until it finally became the property of the present proprietor. Some portions of this picturesque old place are very ancient. The embattled western towers, says Mr. William Scruton, to whom we are chiefly indebted for the information contained in this chapter, appearing from its weather-beaten masonry and the thickness of its walls, to date not later than the reign of Edward III. Another tower of great antiquity flanks the other end of the fabric. That portion of the front which lies between the tower seems, from the ornate style of its architecture, to have been the work of early Tempests, and contains two large embayed windows, of which the western bay with heavy mullions is the window of the ghost chamber. This haunted room is above the breakfast room, and formerly communicated by a passage now bricked up, with the kitchen and servants' apartments. Its plastered ceiling is beautifully molded, being covered with an elaborate tracery of conventionally treated branches bearing fruit and flowers. That with the birds resting on them issues out of the months of horses, boars, and other animals. The walls, which are covered with oak panels painted a light color, are surrounded by a curious cornice and frieze, consisting of human heads and grotesque animals in relief. The lofty carved oak mantelpiece is very remarkable. It is supported by two fluted columns, which supports a canopy ornamented with oak and vine leaves and sprays, below which are portraits of Sir Richard Tempest and Rosamond his wife, painted on wood and in a remarkably good state of preservation, considering the 3 centuries and a half which have elapsed since they were painted. The last Tempest who held sway at Bolling Hall was Richard, styled by Markham, a weak and prudent man, a royalist and gamester. When the Puritan party finally triumphed, this Tempest compounded for his estate by a heavy fine, which, coupled with his gambling proclivities, led to his ruin. In the autumn of 1658, he died in the King's Bench, a prisoner for debt. According to the current legend, he stacked and lost Bolling Hall and all of his estates at cards, during the deal exclaiming, "Now ace, deuce, and tray, or farewell, Bolling Hall, forever and aye." No wonder this royalist reprobate's uneasy spirit haunts its squandered away hall. But what his ancient dwelling is chiefly noted for is for an aberration which visited it, or rather rendered itself visible at the time of his ownership of the place. During the Civil War, Bradford was closely invested by the Royalists under Earl of Newcastle. This nobleman, who had made Bolling Hall his headquarters, being enraged at the slaughter of Earl of Newport, prepared instructions for a general massacre of the inhabitants, men, women, and children. No quarters to be given to any, However, before the town capitulated, different orders were given, and instructions given that none should be put to death. The reason of this great change is generally attributed to supernatural intervention. Popular tradition declares that a female arrayed in white appeared in Earl's bedchamber at Bolling Hall and bestowed mercy for the townsfolk. According to a well-known account of Mr. Joseph Listener, who was in Bradford during the siege, it was generally reported that something came on the Lord's day night, and pulled the clothes off his bed several times, and cried out in an lamentable voice, "Pity poor Bradford." That then he sent out his orders that neither man, woman, nor child should be killed in the town, and that then the aberration which had so disturbed him left him and went away. There does not appear to be any record of another appearance of this aberration, but the story of its visit to Earl is an old and widely diffused one. Wherefore it would not do to omit from this collection of the account of the Bolling Hall ghost. End of section 99.
Section 100 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 100. Brundon Hall. Mr. Barham, in his Life of his Father, the author of the world-famed Ingoldsby Legends, cites the following curious circumstances from the Reverend author's diary. Barham states that the story is current in the Carter family, of which his first wife was a member, and that it was told to him by Dr. Roberts. One day, proceeds his narrative, about the year 1785, two lads, one of whom was the uncle of the lady in question, were playing in the large hall of Brundon Hall, a mansion situated on the borders of Suffolk. Footnote, it is actually in Essex, and now forms part of Sudbury. End of footnote. And at that time the property of the Carters, but which afterwards passed into the possession of the Hurrells. The attention of the boys was suddenly caught by the opening of a door, usually kept locked, which led to the more ancient part of the landing, and they were more astonished still by the appearance of a strange lady dressed in blue satin, who slowly walked towards the great staircase, stamped 3 times on a large slab of blue stone which lay at the foot, and then, continuing her walk across the hall, disappeared through the door opposite the one by which she had entered. The boys, more puzzled than frightened, left off playing and ran and told Mrs. Carter, the mistress of the house, and the mother of the narrator's, Mr. Roberts' uncle. She immediately fainted. Subsequently, she told her son that the apparition had been frequently seen by other members of the family, and that there was a very dreadful story connected with it, which, however, she declined to communicate. Some years afterwards, the house having, I believe, changed hands in the interval, certain repairs were undertaken, in the course of which the entrance to a large vault was discovered, concealed by the stone upon which the lady in blue satin had stamped. On examination, 2 skeletons were found below. A gold bracelet was on the arm of one, and gold spurs were lying at the feet of the other. In addition, a goblet having some dark-colored sediment at the bottom, supposed to be blood, was found in a recess in the wall, and a considerable quantity of infants' skulls and bones were heaped up in one corner. Lastly, a considerable sum in gold coin was brought to light. The present representative of the Hurrells informs me that he is ignorant of the tradition attaching to Brundon Hall, but he adds that a pair of antique spurs and a sword were directed by his great-grandfather in his will to be preserved as heirlooms in the family. How far this coincidence may be thought to corroborate the story of the well-known Sudbury apparition, afterwards to be referred to, must be left to the reader to decide. End of section 100.
Section 101 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 101. Burton Agnes Hall. Amongst the haunted houses of Great Britain, those which are the permanent residence of certain skulls are the most curious. Various grand old halls, quaint farmhouses, and ancient dwellings, scattered about the kingdom, are troubled at times by all kinds of supernatural disturbances, in consequence of some long and carefully preserved skull being removed from its resting place, or otherwise interfered with. These pages furnish several singular instances of such legends connected with old ancestral dwellings, but none more curious or devoutly believed in than that connected with Burton Agnes Hall, the family seat of Sir Henry Somerville Boynton. Burton Agnes is a picturesque village between Bridlington and Driffield, in the East Riding of Yorkshire. It has some pretty cottages, a handsome church containing several splendid tombs of the Boynton, Griffiths, and Somerville families, one of the last dating back to 1336, and the grand old hall, the residence of the Boyntons. The village, which is chiefly, if not entirely, owned by the Boyntons, lies on the slope of the Wolds. A long chain of hills sweep round it from Flamborough, head on the north, whence extensive views over the lowlands of Holderness are obtainable. The Hall, says Mr. F. Ross, from whose interesting article in the Leeds Mercury much of the following information is derived, is a large and picturesque building of red brick with stone coins, a mixture of the Tudor, Elizabethan, and Jacobean styles, with a long broken facade, ornamented with octagonal bays in the wings and mullioned windows. In the interior are a grand hall, with a fine carved screen, behind which is the magnificent staircase, a noble gallery, containing a choice collection of paintings, an apartment which has not its equal for many miles. All the chief apartments are profusely ornamented with carved woodwork, over the fireplace of the hall being a curious specimen representing the Empire of Death. Inigo Jones is said to have designed the hall, and Rubens to have decorated some portions of the interior. Inwardly and outwardly, this English home is as magnificent as it is curious yet comfortable. From the grand entrance gateway, an avenue of yew trees stretches away to the porch of the hall, producing a picturesque effect. Standing, as the edifice does, on an elevation, the panorama seen over the surrounding neighborhood from its windows is both grand and impressive. Altogether, Burton Agnes Hall might be deemed, in every respect, a desirable dwelling. But there is a skeleton, or rather, a portion of one, in this splendid mansion. In the course of centuries, the estates had passed, by descent, into possession of the de Somervilles, Griffiths, and Boynton families, until they became vested in the persons of three sisters, co-heiresses. A painting at the Hall represents these three ladies in costumes of the Elizabethan period, and in one of the upper rooms is the portrait of a lady, apparently one of these three, the bodily representative of the spirit which haunts the ancient mansion, and who is familiarly and irreverently called Auld Nance by the domestics. The skull of this lady is preserved at the Hall, much against the will, it is averred, of the inhabitants thereof, but it is more than mortal dare do to remove it. When this relic of mortality is left quietly upon its resting place, all goes well. Whenever any attempt is made to remove it, most diabolical disturbances and unearthly noises are raised in the house, and last until it is restored. The story to account for these phenomena, as told by Mr. Ross, is as follows. The three ladies, co-heiresses of the estate of Burton Agnes, were in possession of considerable wealth, and had very exalted ideas of the dignity of the family. For a while they resided in the ancient mansion, which had been the home of several generations of Griffiths and Somervilles, but it had become dilapidated and was altogether out of fashion with the existing Elizabethan style of architecture, now emerging into the Jacobean, and the three ladies began to think it altogether too mean for the residence of so important a family as theirs. They had many consultations on the subject, and, at length, determined to erect a hall in such a style as should eclipse the splendour all the mansions in the neighbourhood, even that of the mighty Earls of Northumberland at Leconfield, a few miles distant. The most active promoter of the scheme was Anne, the younger sister, who could talk, think, and dream of nothing but the magnificent home to be erected for themselves and their descendants. Money they had in abundance. They called in the best architects of the day to furnish designs. Bricklayers, masons, and carpenters were seen at work building up the mansion. And then, for the decorative portions, the genius of Inigo Jones and the talents of Rubens were employed on whatever portion of the interior that was susceptible of artistic treatment. In process of time, it emerged from the hands of artists and workmen like a palace erected by the genii of the Arabian Nights, a palace encrusted throughout on walls, roof, and furniture with the most exquisite carvings and sculptures of the most skilled masters of the age, and radiant with the most glowing tints of the pencil of Peter Paul. Of the three sisters, Anne took the most lively interest in the new house. She witnessed the uprising walls, the development of the architectural features of the grand facade, and the outgrowth of the chiseled design of the interior under the cunning handicraft of the carvers and sculptors with the most rapturous delight, and, when it was completed, could never sufficiently admire its symmetrical proportions, noble hall, stately gallery, and manifold artistic enrichments. Some little time after its completion and occupation by its lady owners, Anne, the enthusiast, paid an afternoon visit to the St. Quintins at Harpham, about nightfall proposing to return home. She was wholly unattended, excepting by a dog, as the houses were only about a mile apart, singing merrily as she went along. As she approached St. John's Well, she perceived two ruffianly-looking mendicants stretched on the grass by its side. This was a very numerous and dangerous class, since the dissolution of the monasteries, at whose gates they had been supplied with food, and lived by traversing the country, and going from abbey to priory and priory to abbey, being generally too lazy to apply themselves to work. And although parochial poor laws had been passed in the 2 or 3 preceding reigns, it had been left in a great measure to the people to contribute to the poor funds, more by way of a benevolence than as a compulsory rate, so that many parishes shirked the collection altogether, and thus the roads of the country and the streets of the towns swarmed with sturdy beggars, who would take no denial when they were able to demand alms by threats and violence. The lady approached them with some tremor, but did not feel much fear, as she was still within the precincts of Harpham, and not far from those who would afford her protection. The men rose as she came up to them, and asked alms, and she drew out her purse and gave them a few coins. But in doing so, the glitter of her finger ring attracted their notice, and, in a threatening tone, they demanded that it should be given up to them. As it was an heirloom that she inherited from her mother, she valued it above all price, and declared she could not, on any account, give up her mother's ring. "Mother or no mother," replied one of the men in a gruff tone, "we mean to have it, and if you do not bestow it freely, we must take it." So saying, he seized her hand and attempted to draw off the ring. At this manifestation of violence, she screamed aloud for help, when the other ruffian exclaiming, "Stop that noise!" struck her a blow on the head with his stick, and she fell senseless to the earth. Her screams had reached the village, and some rustics came hurrying up, upon which the villains made a hasty retreat, without being able to get the ring from her finger. She was found, as it was supposed, dead or dying, and was carried carefully to Harpham Hall, where, under the care of Lady St. Quintin, and the application of restoratives, she recovered sufficiently to be removed the following day to her home. Although she was restored to sensibility, she was suffering acutely from the blow, and was placed in bed in a state of utter prostration. She remained so for a few days, becoming weaker gradually, until, despite the tender nursing of her sisters, and the best medical advice that York could afford, she fell a victim to the brutal attack of the robbers, and was buried in the church of Burton Agnes. During these few intervening days, she was alternately sensible and delirious, but in whichever state she was, her thoughts seemed to turn on what had latterly been the passion of her life, her affection for her fondly loved home. "Sisters," said she, "never shall I sleep peacefully in my grave in the churchyard, unless I, or a part of me at least, remain here in our beautiful home as long as it lasts. Promise me this, dear sisters, that when I am dead, my head shall be taken from my body and preserved within these walls. Here let it for ever remain, and on no account be removed. And understand and make it known to those who in future shall become possessors of the house, that if they disobey this my last injunction, my spirit shall, if so able and so permitted, make such disturbance within its walls as to render it uninhabitable for others so long as my head is divorced from its home." Her sisters, to pacify her, promised to obey her instructions, but without any intention of keeping the promise, and the body was laid entire and unmutilated under the pavement of the church. About a week after the interment, as the inhabitants of the hall were preparing one evening to retire to rest, they were alarmed by a sudden and loud crash in one of the upstairs rooms. The two sisters and the domestics rushed up together in great consternation, but after much trembling came to the conclusion that some heavy piece of furniture had fallen, and the manservants, of whom there were two in the house, went upstairs to ascertain the cause of the noise, but were not able to find anything to account for it. The household became still more alarmed at this report, and for a long time were afraid to go to bed, but hearing nothing further, at length retired, and the night passed away without further disturbance. Nothing more occurred until the same night in the following week, when the inmates were aroused from sleep in the dead of the night by a loud clapping to, seemingly, of half a dozen of the doors. With fear-stricken countenances and hair standing on end, they struck lights and mustered up sufficient courage to go over the house. They found all the doors closed, but for a while the clapping continued, but always in a different part of the house, remote from where they were. At length the disturbance ceased, and as nothing untoward followed the noise of the preceding week, they again ventured to return to their beds, where they lay sleepless and quaking with fear until daylight. Another week of quietness passed away, but on the corresponding night they were again disturbed by what appeared to be a crowd of persons hurrying along the galleries and up and down the stairs, which was followed by a sound of groaning as from a dying person. On this occasion they were all too terrified to leave their beds, but lay crouching under the bedclothes, perspiring with fear. The following day the female servants fled from the house, refusing to remain any longer in companionship with the ghost, which, they all concluded, was the author of the unearthly noises. The two ladies took counsel with their neighbour, Mr. afterwards Sir William St. Quintin, and the vicar of the parish. In the course of conversation it occurred to them that the noises took place on the same night of the week that Anne had died, and the sisters remembered her dying words, and their promise that some part of her body should be preserved in the house. Also her threat that if her wish were not complied with, she would, if she were so permitted, render the house uninhabitable for others, and it appeared evident that she was carrying out her threat. The question then was, what was to be done in order to carry out her wish, and the clergyman suggested that the coffin should be opened to see if that could throw any light on the matter. This was done the following day, when a ghastly spectacle presented itself. The body lay without any marks of corruption or decay, but the head was disengaged from the trunk and appeared to be rapidly assuming the semblance of a fleshless skull. This was reported to the ladies, who, although terrified at the idea, agreed to the suggestion of the vicar that the skull should be brought to the house, which was done, and so long as it was allowed to remain undisturbed on the table where it was placed, the house was not troubled with visitations of a ghostly nature. Many attempts have since been made to rid the hall of the skull, but without success, as whenever it has been removed, the ghostly knockings have been resumed, and no rest or peace enjoyed until it has been restored. On one occasion a maidservant threw it from the window upon a passing load of manure, but from that moment the horses were not able to move the wagon an inch, and despite the vigorous whipping of the wagoner, all their efforts were in vain, until the servant confessed what she had done, when the skull was brought back into the house, and the horses drew the wagon along without the least difficulty. On another, one of the Boyntons caused it to be buried in the garden, when the most dismal wailings and cries kept the house in a state of disquietude and alarm until it was dug up and restored to its place in the hall, when they ceased. A correspondent of Mr. Ross, to whom, indeed, that gentleman was indebted for some of the particulars already given, furnished him with the following account of his own personal experience of the Burton Agnes hauntings, gained during a night spent at the Hall. He writes, "Some 40 years ago, John Bilton, a cousin of mine, came from London on a visit to the neighbourhood, and having a relative, Matthew Potter, who was a gamekeeper on the estate and resided in the Hall, he paid him a visit and was invited to pass the night there. Potter, however, told him that according to popular report the house was haunted, and that if he were afraid of ghosts he had better sleep elsewhere. But John, who was a daredevil sort of a fellow, altogether untinctured by superstitious fancies, replied, 'Afraid? Not I, indeed. I care not how many ghosts there may be in the house, so long as they do not molest me.' Potter then told him of the skull and the portrait of Odd Nance, and asked him if he would like to see the latter. The skull, it would appear, from what followed, was not then in the house. He replied that he should like to see the picture, and they passed into the room where it was hanging, and Potter held up the candle before the portrait, when, in a moment, and without any apparent cause, the candle became extinguished, and defied all attempts at blowing in again, and they were obliged to grope their way to the bedroom in the dark. They occupied the same bed, and Potter was soon asleep and snoring, but Bilton, ruminating over the tale of the skull, and the curious circumstance of the sudden extinguishment of the light in front of the portrait of the ghost, lay awake. When he had lain musing for half an hour, he heard a shuffling of feet outside the chamber door, which at first he ascribed to the servants going to bed, but as the sounds did not cease, but kept increasing, he nudged his bedfellow and said, 'Matty, what the deuce is all that row about?' 'Ginny Hewlett's owls,' replied his companion in a half-waking tone, and turning over again began to snore. The noises became more uproarious, and it seemed as if 10 or a dozen persons were scuffling about in the passage just outside, and rushing in and out of the rooms, slamming the doors with great violence, upon which he gave his friend another vigorous nudge in the ribs, exclaiming, "Wake up, Matty! Don't you hear that confounded row? What does it all mean?" "Jinny Ewletts," again muttered his bedfellow. "Jinny Ewletts," replied Bilton. "Jinny Ewletts can't make such an infernal uproar as that." Matty, who was now more awakened, listened a moment and then said, "It's odd Nance, but I never took any notice of her." And he rolled over and again began to snore. After this, the fun grew fast and furious. A struggling fight seemed to be going on outside, and the clapping of the doors reverberated in the passage like thunderclaps. He expected every moment to see the chamber door fly open, and odd Nance with a troop of ghosts come rushing in. But no such catastrophe occurred, and after a while the noises ceased, and about daylight he fell asleep. The writer adds that his cousin, though a fear-naught and a thorough disbeliever in the supernatural, told him that he never passed so fearful a night before in his life. It would not sleep another night in the place if he were offered the hall itself for doing so. He further adds that his cousin was a thoroughly truthful man, who might be implicitly believed, and that he had the narrative from his own lips on the following day. End of section 101. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 102 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clifford Krigo. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Harry Ingram. Section 102, Calgarth. In a series of articles on the English lakes contributed by Mr. Moncure D. Conway to Harper's Magazine are many little quaint bits of legendary lore collected here and there, happily styled Wordsworthshire. One curious story told by our American cousin respecting the manner in which an ancient building near Ambleside is haunted. And the cause of this visitation must be told in its own words, as there does not appear to be any other available source of information. As we gain the height beyond Bonus on the road to Ambleside, relates Mr. Conway, we pause for some time while my comrade the artist passes an hour of ecstasy over the southern view of Windermere. My eyes were dwelling on an ancient farm and homestead over against the northern Word water, with which is associated with one of the weird legends of this region. Calgarth is the name of it, and it is not picturesque enough for the guidebooks to do more than mention it. Miss Martineau praises the owner for leaving depressions in his wall, in order that travelers may look across his estate to the scenery beyond, and mentions that the arms of the Phillipsons are still there in the kitchen, carved amid a profusion of arabesque devices over the amble fireplace. But none of our professional guides appear to have gotten a hold of the story of the place as it is known to the more aged peasants. It runs that Calgarth, which seems to be from an Old Norse Calgard, a vegetable garden, was a bit of ground owned by a humble farmer named Crester Cook and his good wife Dorothy. But their little inheritance was coveted by chief aristocrat and magistrate of the neighborhood, Miles Phillipson. The Phillipsons were a great and wealthy family, but they could not induce Crester or Dorothy to sell them this piece of ground to complete their estate. Miles Phillipson sworn he had that ground, be they alive or dead, but as time went on he appeared to be more gracious, and once he gave a great Christmas banquet to the neighbors, to which Crester and Dorothy were invited. It was a dear feast for them. Phillipson pretended they stole a silver cup, and sure enough it was found at Crester's house. A plant, of course. The offense was then capital, and as Phillipson was the magistrate, Crester and Dorothy were sentenced to death. In the courtroom, Dorothy arose, glowered at the magistrate, and said with words that rang through the building, "Guard thyself, Miles Phillipson. Thou thinkest thou hast managed grandly, but that tiny lump of land is the dearest a Phillipson has ever bought or stolen. For you will never prosper, neither your breed. Whatever scheme you undertake will wither in your hand. The side you take will always lose. The time shall come no Philipson owns an inch of land. And while Calgarth's walls shall stand, we'll haunt it night and day. Never will ye be rid of us. Then henceforth the Philipsons had their guests 2 skulls. They were found at Christmas at the head of a stairway. They were buried in a distant region, but they turned up in the old house again. The 2 skulls were burned again and again. They were brayed to dust and cast to the wind. They were several years sunk in the lake, but the Philipsons could never get rid of them. Meanwhile, Dorothy's weird went on to its fulfillment, until the family sank into poverty and at length disappeared. The well-known Dr. Watson, Bishop of Llandaff, was at one time an occupant of Calgarth, and whilst residing there in order to satisfy local fears, went through a solemn form of laying the 2 ghostly skulls. For a time at least, this had the desired effect, and Dorothy and Crester have remained quiet for the late years. End of section 102.
Section 103 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Siegel Gracie. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 103, Calverley Hall. Calverley is an old-fashioned village in Yorkshire, chiefly known to historians and strangers as the scene of a terrible tragedy which took place early in the 17th century. The hall, although now modernized and otherwise mutilated, and subdivided into 7 dwellings, still retains many remains of its ancient picturesqueness. Once the residence of the ancient Calverley family, whose pedigree is traced back to the time of the Empress Maud, and of whom Mr. John Batty has preserved records in his History of Rothwell, as far back as 1457, and amongst whose most distinguished scions may be mentioned the late C.S. Calverley, the poet. Old Calverley Hall was formerly a place of great importance as well as medieval comfort. Mr. William Scruton, in the Yorkshireman of January 5, 1884, describes fully the present condition of the fine old place, telling of traces of ancient carving, of oak ceilings and battlemented corbels, of decorated Gothic windows, and of many vestiges of the former grandeur of the place. One chamber in particular is not only noteworthy on account of its fine oaken paneling and archaic specimens of fresco work, but because it was therein that the bloody deed which has rendered the place forever dreadful and dreaded was committed. The doorway, says Mr. Scruton, which led to the flight of steps down which Walter Calverley threw the servant, is now blocked up. The story of the tragedy connected with Calverley Hall has been a favorite theme for authors and antiquarians from the days of John Whitaker to those of John Timms, but all that is necessary to repeat of it here may be given from a very condensed account by Mr. Samuel Margerson of Calverley, cited in the above number of the Yorkshireman. He says, Walter Calverley, whose father was a rich Roman Catholic, was a wild, reckless man, though his wife was a most estimable and virtuous lady. It is said that he inherited insanity from his mother's family. Be that as it may, on the 23rd of April, 1604, he went into a fit of insane frenzy of jealousy, or pretended to do so. The fact was, he had completely beggared himself and got over head and ears into debt. Moneylenders were pressing him hard, and he had become desperate. Rushing madly into the house, he snatched up one and then another of his children, plunged his dagger into them, threw them down, and then attempted to take the life of their mother. A steel corset which she wore was luckily in the way and saved her life. The assassin, however, thought he had killed her and left hurriedly. He then mounted his horse, intending to kill the only other child he had, Henry, a brat at nurse, who was then at Norton. He was pursued by some villagers. His horse fell and threw him off, and so he was caught. When brought to trial at York, he refused to plead, knowing that thereby his estates would not be forfeited to the crown, but would descend to his surviving son, and this according to the well-known law of peine forte et dure. Walter Calverley was punished for his crime by being pressed to death at York Castle. Tradition saith that an old servant was with him when they were putting the stones on his chest that were to crush out his life, and that the wretched criminal begged him to put him out of his misery by sitting on the stones, saying, "A pund more weight, liggon, liggon." The old servant complied with his request, but was straightway hanged for his pains. Walter was buried at St. Mary's, Castlegate, York, but there is a tradition that, after several pretended interments, his body was secretly buried at Calverley, among the remains of the 16 previous generations of the Calverleys. Little wonder that after so dire a tragedy, Calverley and its precincts were regarded as haunted ground. Walter's spirit, says Mr. Scruton, could not rest. He was often seen galloping about the district at night on a headless horse, and was generally accompanied by a number of followers similarly mounted, who delighted to run down any poor benighted folks who happened to be thereabouts. These spectral horsemen generally disappeared into a cave in the wood, but this cave has now been quarried away. At last the ghostly horsemen became so troublesome that the vicar of Calverley Church undertook the task of laying it, and, for a time at least, succeeded in getting rid of the bogey. Walter was not to appear again as long as hollies grew green in Calverley Wood. The hollies still grow green in that wood, but apparently something has occurred to prevent the spell from being quite successful, as the following incidents would seem to show. The Reverend Richard Birdsall, a devoted Wesleyan preacher, having to preach at Calverley about a century ago, was entertained as a guest at the hall on a certain Saturday evening in the month of January. About 12 o'clock, records the reverend gentleman, I was conducted up one pair of stairs into a large room which was surrounded by an oaken wainscot after the ancient plan. After my usual devotions, I laid down to rest. I had not been asleep long before I thought something crept up to my breast, pressing me much. I was greatly agitated and struggled hard to wake. In this situation, according to the best judgment I could form, the bed seemed to swing as if it had been slung in slings, and I was thrown out onto the floor. When I came to myself, I soon got on my knees and returned thanks to God that I was not hurt. Committing myself to his care, I got into bed the second time. After lying for about 15 minutes, reasoning with myself whether I had been thrown out of bed or whether I had got out in my sleep, to satisfy me fully on this point, I was clearly thrown out a second time from between the bedclothes to the floor by just such a motion as before described. I quickly got on my knees to pray to the Almighty for my safety and to thank him that I was not hurt. After this, I crept under the bed to feel if there was anything there, but I found nothing. I got into bed for the third time. Just as I laid myself down, I was led to ask, "Am I in my right senses?" I answered, "Yes, Lord, if ever I had any." I had not lain a minute before I was thrown out of bed a third time. After this, I once more crept under the bed to ascertain whether all the cords were fast, and examined until I touched all the bedposts, but I found all right. This was about 1 o'clock. I now put on my clothes, not attempting to lie down any more. I was afterwards told that this very house had formerly been the residence of Calverley, who, in the reign of King James, was tried at York for the murder of his wife and 2 children, and standing neuter, was pressed to death in the castle. Such is the worthy preacher's record of the way in which he was tormented in the haunted hall, but other and more recent manifestations of spectral agency are believed to have taken place. The last mad freak of the ghost of poor Walter Calverley, according to Mr. Scruton, took place about 12 years ago, when, toward the close of the year, the bell in the church tower began to toll at 1 o'clock in the morning, and went on tolling for a long, long time. Men came rushing to the scene, some of whom had come out of warm, comfortable beds, and some who had not been in bed at all. All were struck dumb with terror and cold. The keys could not be found. Toll, 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 still went out the mysterious sounds in the night winds. At last came the keys, but just as they rattled at the keyhole, the noise stopped, and all was silent as death. Although such supposed direct manifestations of Walter Calverley's ghostly powers have not been repeated of late, certain weird signs of the tragedy are, it is said, still visible. Stains of blood, irremovable stains, are yet to be seen on the floor, and there is a flag, one particular flag, in the cellar, which always has a mysterious damp place on it. All the other flags are dry, save this. Wise men have tried, says Mr. Scruton, to account for this, but as yet have signally failed. Here it is, plain to be seen, and what one sees, one can believe. A correspondent writes that a Bradford paper, published in March 1874, in an article entitled Calverley 40 Years Ago, gives the following anecdote as proof of how strong an impression had been made upon the public mind by the old legend connected with this place. The writer of the article describes how, in his youthful days, he assisted at an attempt to raise the ghost of the old murderous squire. The modus operandi, he says, was as follows. About a dozen of the scholars, having leisure and fired with the imaginative spirit, used to assemble after school hours close to the venerable church of Calverley, and then put their hats and caps down on the ground in a pyramidal form. Then, taking hold of each other's hands, they formed a magic circle, holding firmly together and making use of an old refrain. Old Calverley, I have thee by the ears, I'll cut thee into collops unless thee appears. Whilst this incantation was going on, crumbs of bread, saved from their dinner, and mixed with pins, were strewn on the ground. The meanwhile the lads tramped round in the circle with a heavy tread. Some of the more venturesome boys had to go round to each of the church doors, and whistle aloud through the keyholes, repeating the magical couplet which their comrades in the circle were chanting. At this culminating point, a pale and ghostly figure was expected to appear, and, on one occasion, some such apparition does seem to have issued forth, apparently from the church. The lads, in their terrified haste to avoid the ghost's fearful grasp, scampered off as fast as their legs would carry them, leaving their hats and caps scattered about the ground as legitimate spoil for old Calverley. End of section 103.
Section 104 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tanji. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 104. Chartley Park. One of the most bizarre superstitions of any time or clime is connected with Chartley, near Lichfield, a seat of the Ferrers family. When the immense possessions of the Ferrers were forfeited by the attainder of the Earl after his defeat at Burton Bridge, where he led the rebellious barons against Henry III, the Chartley estate, being settled in Dover, was alone reserved to the family. In the park of Chartley, still described as a wild and romantic spot, untouched by the hand of the agriculturist, and left in its primitive state, is preserved a singular species of wild cattle, declared to be indigenous and of a race nearly extinct. In Bewick's quadrupeds, the principal external appearances which distinguish this breed of cattle from all others are thus described. Their color is invariably white, muzzles black, the whole of the inside of the ear and about 1/3 of the outside from the tip downwards red, horns white with black tips, very fine and bent upwards. In the year the Battle of Burton Bridge was fought and lost, a black calf was born in this unique race. And the downfall of the grand house of Ferrers happening about the same time, gave rise to the tradition still current that the birth of a dark-hued or party-colored calf from the wild breed in Chartley Park is a sure omen of death within the same year to a member of the Ferrers family. It is a noticeable coincidence, says the Staffordshire Chronicle of July 1835, that a calf of this description has been born whenever a death has happened in the family of later years. The decease of the 7th Earl Ferrers, and of his countess, and of his son Viscount Tamworth, and of his daughter Mrs. William Jellyfy, as well as the deaths of the son and heir of the 8th Earl and of his daughter, Lady Frances Shirley, were each preceded by the ominous birth of the fatal-hued calf. In the spring of 1835, an animal perfectly black was calved by one of this mysterious tribe in the park of Chartley, and the portentous event was speedily followed by the death of the countess, the second wife of the 8th Earl Ferrers. This outre family tradition has served for the groundwork of a romantic, once popular novel entitled Chartley, or The Fatalist. End of section 104.
Section 105 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clifford Kriego. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Harry Ingram. Section 105, Clegg Hall. In Robbie and Wilkinson's suggested work on Lancashire legends, to which we are indebted for some of the traditions in this volume, is an account of the Clegg Hall tragedy. The story given in the work just refers to it as the following. Clegg Hall, about 2 miles northeast from Rochdale, stands on the only estate within the parish of Wiley, which still continues in the local family name. On this site was an old house built by Bernulf D. Clegg and Quenilda his wife as early as the reign of Stephen. Not a vestige of it remains. The present comparative modern erection was built by Theophilus Ashton of Rochdale, a lawyer and one of the Ashtons of Little Clegg, about the year 1620. After many changes in occupants, it is now in part used as a country alehouse. Other portions are inhabited by the laboring classes, who find employment in that populous manufacturing district. It is the property of the Fentons, by purchase from the late John Entwistle, Esquire of Foxholes. To Clegg Hall, or rather what was once the site of that ancient house, tradition points to the dim vestige of past ages, as the scene of an unnatural and cruel tragedy. It was in the square, low, dark mansion, built in the reign of Stephen, that this crime is said to have been perpetrated. One of those half-timber houses called Post and Petrel, having huge main timbers, crooks, etc., the interstice being wattled and filled with a compost of clay and chopped straw. Of this rude and primitive architecture were the houses of English gentry in former ages. Here then it was that horrible deed perpetrated which gave rise to stories at extent relating to the Clegg Hall boggarts. The prevailing tradition is not exact as to the date of its occurrence, but it is said that sometime about the 13th or 14th century, a tragedy resembling that of the babies in the wood was perpetrated here. A wicked uncle destroyed the lawful heirs of Clegg Hall and estates, 2 orphan children that were left to his care, by throwing them over the balcony into the moat, in order that he might seize their inheritance. Ever afterwards, so the story goes, the house was the reputed haunt of a troubled and angry spirit, until means were taken for its removal, or rather, expulsion. Of course this boggart, says Mr. Wilkinson, could not have been the manes of the murdered children, or it would have been seen as a familiarity of spirits. But it was, in all likelihood, the wretched ghost of the ruffian relative, whose double crime would not let him rest in the peace of the grave. even after the original house was almost wholly pulled down, and that of AD 1620. Erected on its site, the boggart still haunts the ancient spot, and its occasional visitations were still a source of great alarm and annoyance, to which inmates were subjected. From these slight materials, Mr. Robbie has woven one of these fictions, full of romantic incident, which has rendered his Traditions of Lancashire so famous. Footnote. It is only just to state, remarks Mr. Wilkinson, that the story of Clegg Hall boggart was communicated to Mr. Robbie by Mr. William Nuttall of Rochdale, author of Les Voyageurs, and a composer of a ballad on the tradition. In this ballad, entitled Sir Rowland and the Clegg Hall boggart, Mr. Nuttall makes Sir Rowland murder the children in bed with a dagger. Remorse eventually drove him mad, and he died raving during a violent storm. The hall was ever after haunted by the children's ghosts, and also by demons, till St. Anthony, with a relic from Virgin's shrine, exorcised and laid the evil spirits. End of footnote. We have taken such facts only, concludes Mr. Wilkinson, as seems really traditionary, recommending the lovers of the marvellous to the work just cited for a very entertaining tale on this subject. To this meagre if suggestive account of a popular story may be added that in a curious manuscript volume, now or recently, the property of Dr. Charles Clay of Manchester, Mr. Nuttall notes, many ridiculous tales were told of the two boggarts of Clegg Hall by the country people. That there were two, all local accounts would seem to testify. At one time, proceeds Mr. Nuttall, they, the country people, unceasingly importuned a pious monk in the neighbourhood to exorcise or lay the ghosts, to which request he consented. Having provided himself with a variety of charms and spells, he boldly entered on his undertaking, and in a few hours brought the ghosts to a parley. They demanded, as a condition of future quiet, the sacrifice of a body and a soul. The spectators, who could not see the ghosts, had been informed on their desires, were petrified, none willing to become the victim. The cunning monk told the tremblers, "Bring me the body of a cock and the sole of a shoe." This being done, the spirits were forbidden to revisit the pale glimpse of the moon, till the whole of the sacrifice was consumed, thus ending the first delaying of the Clegg Hall boggarts. Unfortunately, the plan of laying the ghosts, adopted by the wily priest, had not proved permanently successful. Whether the sacrifice has been wholly consumed, or the fact that the spirits of the demand, not being truly acceded to the cause, is of course unknown. But for some reason or other, the two ghosts continue to walk, and the belief in their appearance is as complete and as general as ever. End of section 105.
Section 106 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 106, Combermere Abbey. The following account of an apparition haunting a room in Combermere Abbey is from All the Year Round, in which journal, however, the writer, who derived the story from the persons chiefly concerned, only gives their initials. Combermere Abbey, in Cheshire it should be stated, stands in a delightful, richly timbered park, many of the trees being of great age and size. The ancient abbey was founded in the 12th century by Hugh de Malbank, and its site was selected with the taste generally shown by the Cistercian order in the selection of sites for their habitations. It is one of the most romantic spots in the whole county, and is situated on the banks of a natural lake. This lake, at present about 3/4 of a mile in length, winds about like a river, and appears, from a general view of the surrounding ground, to have formerly wound round the back of the abbey, and thus to have formed a natural moat, a very needful appendage in those days to all buildings of any pretensions in that neighbourhood of Welsh marauders. Upon the dissolution of monasteries, in the 34th year of Henry VIII's reign, the abbey was granted to George Cotton, Esquire, and has since been held and inhabited by his lineal descendants without interruption down to the present day, Viscount Combermere, the present possessor, being the representative of the family. A part of the ancient conventual buildings was preserved in the mansion which the Cottons erected on acquiring the property, a portion of which was the monastic refectory, now converted into a handsome library hung round with ancient portraits of different members of the family. The antique appearance of the old walls has, however, been entirely destroyed by modern alterations. Connected with this fine old mansion is the following story, given in All the Year Round on the 24th of December, 1870. The narrator pointedly remarks that direct ocular evidence, or the strongest circumstantial evidence, being the rule in courts of law, nothing is hereafter stated on the warrant of the writer that would not be considered good legal evidence. The facts come direct from the witnesses themselves, and were by them repeated to the writer. He then proceeds to state that Combermere Abbey, in Cheshire, the ancestral seat of the Cotton family, is the scene to which the writer invites the reader's attention. The old part of this fine old mansion has been made into bedrooms and offices, not being in keeping with the splendor of modern requirements. Thus, what used to be called the coved saloon was first degraded into a nursery, and is now used as a bedroom. When the late Lord Cotton grew old, this room, in which he had played as a child, was occupied by his niece, Miss P., who before her marriage resided in the house. Lady Cotton's dressing room was only divided from the coved saloon by a short corridor. One evening Miss P. was alone, dressing for a very late dinner, and as she rose from her toilet glass to get some article of dress, she saw standing near her bed, a little iron one placed out in the room away from the wall, the figure of a child dressed in a very quaint frock, with an odd little ruff round its neck. For some moments Miss P. stood and stared, wondering how this strange little creature could have entered her room. The full glare of the candle was upon its face and figure. As she stood looking at it, the child began to run round the bed in a wild, distressed way, with a look of suffering in its little face. Miss P., still more and more surprised, walked up to the bed and stretched out her hand, when the child suddenly vanished. How or where she did not see, but apparently into the floor. She went at once to Lady Cotton's room and inquired of her to whom the little girl could belong she had just seen in her room, expressing her belief that it was supernatural, and describing her odd dress and troubled face. The ladies went down to dinner, for many guests were staying in the house. Lady Cotton thought and thought over this strange appearance. At last she remembered that Lord Cotton had told her that one of his earliest recollections was the grief he felt at the sudden death of a little sister of whom he was very fond, 14 years old. The two children had been playing together in the nursery, the same coved saloon, running round and round the bed overnight. In the morning, when he woke, he was told she had died in the night, and he was taken by one of the nursery maids to see her laid out on her little bed in the coved saloon. The sheet placed over her was removed to show him her face. The horror he had felt at the first sight of death made so vivid an impression on him that in extreme old age he still recalled it. The dress and face of the child, as described by Miss P., agreed precisely with his remembrance of his sister. Both Lady Cotton and Miss P. related this to the writer. End of section 106. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 107 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 107. Cumnor Hall. Cumnor Hall was a large quadrangular building, ecclesiastical in style, having formerly belonged to the dissolved monastery of Abingdon, near which Berkshire town it was situated. It has acquired a romantic interest from the poetic glamour flung over it by Mickle in his ballad of Cumnor Hall, and by Sir Walter Scott in his novel of Kenilworth. Both authors allude to it as the scene of Lady Amy Robsart's murder, and, although the contemporary coroner's jury pronounced the lady's death to have been accidental, and modern antiquarians endeavour to exonerate Lord Robert Dudley, afterwards Earl of Leicester, from having had any hand in his wife's tragic end, the matter is still enveloped in mystery. According to the evidence given before the coroner, Lady Dudley, on Sunday the 8th of September 1560, had ordered all her household to go to a fair then being held in Abingdon. Mrs. Oddingsale, her companion, had remonstrated with her for this order, observing that the day was not a proper one for decent folks to go to a fair. Whereupon her ladyship grew very angry and said all her people should go, and they went, leaving only Lady Dudley and 2 other women in the house. Upon their return, the unfortunate lady was found dead at the bottom of a flight of stairs, but whether fallen by accident or through suicide, or flung there by assassins, is seemingly an unfathomable mystery. Sir Walter Scott, taking Mickle's ballad for his authority, assumed that a foul murder had been committed, and in his romance of Kenilworth gives the following dramatic but purely imaginative account of the affair. Lady Dudley, miscalled the Countess of Leicester, is described as imprisoned in an isolated tower, approached only by a drawbridge. Halfway across this drawbridge is a trap-door, so arranged that any person stepping upon it would be precipitated below into a darksome abyss. Varney, the chief villain of the novel, rides into the courtyard and gives a peculiar kind of whistle, which Amy recognises and, deeming her husband is coming, rushes out, steps on the trapdoor and falls headlong down. "Look down into the vault," says Varney to Foster. "What seest thou?" "I see only a heap of white clothes like a snowdrift," said Foster. "O God, she moves her arm. Hurl something down upon her. Thy gold chest, Tony, it is a heavy one." The imputation of this terrible crime, derived by Scott from Mickle, was obtained by the latter from Ashmole's Antiquities of Berkshire, the compiler of which work is said to have found the accusation against Lord Dudley in a book styled Leicester's Commonwealth, a publication published in 1584, 4 years before Dudley's death, and publicly condemned by the Privy Council as an infamous and scandalous libel. It is interesting to know that Amy Robsart, who is believed to have been born at Stansfield Hall, Norfolk, a house which obtained a fearful notoriety some years ago as the scene of the murder of Germines by Rush, was married publicly at Sheen in Surrey on the 4th of June 1550, instead of clandestinely as generally stated. King Edward VI, then only 11 years old, kept a little diary, preserved in the British Museum, and, says Canon Jackson, to whom we are indebted for much of the information given here, therein alludes to the marriage in these terms. 1550, June 4th. Sir Robert Dudley, third son to the Earl of Warwick, married St. John Robsar's daughter, after which marriage there were certain gentlemen that did strive who should first take away a goose's head which was hanged alive on 2 cross-posts. Although the jury and Lady Dudley's relatives agreed to accept the poor woman's death as accidental, the country folk about Cumnor would not forego their idea that foul play had been resorted to. Ever since the fatal event, the villagers have asserted that Madam Dudley's ghost did used to walk in Combermere Park, and that it walked so obstinately that it took no less than 9 parsons from Oxford to lay her, that they at last laid her in a pond called Madam Dudley's Pond, and moreover, wonderful to relate, the water in that pond was never known to freeze afterwards. Notwithstanding the laying of Madam Dudley, however, her apparition still contrives at intervals to reappear, and he is a brave or foolhardy man who dares to visit at nightfall the haunts of her past life. Mickle's ballad is still applicable. And in that manner now no more is cheerful feast and sprightly ball, for ever since that dreary hour have spirits haunted Cumnor Hall. The village maids with fearful glance avoid the ancient moss-grown wall, nor ever lead the merry dance among the groves of Cumnor Hall. Full many a traveller oft has sighed, and pensive wept the Countess's fall, as wandering onward they espied the haunted towers of Cumnor Hall. End of section 107. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 108 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 108. The de Burgh Castle. There is, or perhaps it would be better to say, there was, according to the account given in Otway's work on apparitions, a very ancient castle in Lancashire, near Liverpool, called Castle de Burgh, belonging to a family of that name. Some years since, Mr. de Burgh, the owner, died, and the castle was then let out to some of the tenantry, among whom was a carpenter. One evening about 2 years after the death of Mr. de Burgh, as this carpenter was employed in his workshop, a quarter of a mile or so from the castle, melting glue, and only 4 of his men were with him, he perceived a gentleman in mourning passing the lathe where the men were at work. He was immediately seized with a violent trembling and weakness. His hair stood on end, and a clammy sweat spread over his forehead. The lights were put out, he knew not how, and at last, in fear and terror, he was obliged to return home. On his arrival at the castle, as he was passing up the stairs, he heard a footstep behind him, and, on turning round, he perceived the same apparition. He hastily entered his room, bolted, locked, and barred the door. But, to his horror and surprise, these offered no impediment to his ghostly visitor, for the door sprang open at his touch, and he entered the room. The apparition was seen by various others, all of whom asserted it bore the strongest resemblance to their deceased master. One gentleman spoke to it, and the spirit told him that he was not happy. Here our information rests, and whether the apparition has ceased from troubling or not, we have no recent evidence to show. End of section 108.
Section 109 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Eaton. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 109, Denton Hall. A considerable portion of the following account of Denton Hall is derived from notes and information kindly furnished to us by William Orbone Hoyle, Esquire, the present occupant of the famous old mansion. From Mr. Hoyle's description, we learn that the hall is situated a few miles distant from Newcastle on Tyne, on the Carlisle road, and close to the site of the old wall of Severus. It is a venerable building, standing on a gentle eminence, embosomed in trees. Its time-worn aspect amply confirms the antiquity it boasts of, records carrying its history back to the very beginning of the 16th century being extant. But the original building was far older. It is said to have been built of stones taken from the old Roman wall. The east and west fronts, partially overgrown with ivy, are of a very picturesque aspect. The exterior of the edifice is a plain but interesting example of a manorial residence of the Tudor period, with that excessive solidity characteristic of ancient dwellings near the border. It has been stated that many of the windows, especially those near the ground, formerly resembled narrow arrow slits, rather than apertures for the admission of light and air. But nothing about the Denton Hall of today affords the slightest evidence of such having ever been the case. About a century ago, while the old hall was in the occupancy of the famous Mrs. Montague, the interior underwent a destructive process of modernising, being fitted up in the George III style, and many of its antique characteristics hidden or disfigured. The original windows still remain, divided into 3, 4, or 5 lights by stone mullions, while some of the old carved fireplaces preserve their original appearance, one in the kitchen being 17 feet wide. This old hall, which for several generations was the mansion house of the lords of the manor in which it stands, is approached by a short avenue of fine old trees. It does not boast a very extensive prospect, but is surrounded by pretty gardens. The traces of a moat are stated to have been once discernible, but no vestige of it now remains. In this antique house and its grounds, says Mr. Hoyle, we tread on ground which once knew footsteps yet more venerable than those of its builders. History and tradition indicate this spot as once occupied by the ministers of religion, and there is good reason to believe that a chapel was maintained here by the monks of Tynemouth, when they were lords of this fair estate. Traces of a chapel and cemetery have been found in the gardens, and a carved baptismal font is still preserved. As is usual with nearly all antique buildings once used for ecclesiastical purposes, tradition assigns underground communications to Denton, a passage having existed formerly, so it is asserted, between the hall and the priory, by means of which the monks could quit and return to their convent on business or pleasure without being exposed to public observation. In the lower garden, supposed to have served as a cemetery for the monks, have been found at intervals stone coffins and other relics of its former occupants. And in digging for the formation of the pleasure garden to the south of the hall, steps supposed to lead to a vaulted chamber were disclosed. Records of families connected with the hall extend back to the time of Edward II, in the 9th year of whose reign John de Denton obtained from the king a grant of certain lands. He died before 1325, but his descendants for some generations held possession of the surrounding property. In 1380, the manor of Denton was assigned by the King's licence to the prior and convent of Tynemouth, a small lien only being held by the original family. Shortly after the Reformation, the property is found to be in the hands of the Erringtons, a family connected by marriage with and descended from the Dentons. The Erringtons took an active part in the affairs of the country. One of them, Lancelot Errington, aided by his nephew Mark, by a ruse capturing Holy Island Castle on behalf of James Stuart, the old Chevalier, in the rebellion of 1715. Denton next passed into the hands of a family named Rogers, and the last of this race dying without issue. In 1760 it became the property of the well-known Honourable Edward Montague, and the residence of his equally celebrated wife, the famous Mrs. Elizabeth Montague. This lady resided chiefly at Denton Hall, or Castle, as it was then frequently styled, until her death there in 1800, when it became the property of her nephew, Matthew Montague, afterwards Lord Rokeby, in the possession of whose descendants it still remains. Mrs. Montague, whose literary talents and beauty were the frequent themes of her contemporaries, and whose society and conversation were eagerly sought for by them, is recorded by Mr. W. Orbone Hoyle to have resided long at Denton Hall, and during her lifetime caused it to be the resort of the celebrated men of that period. Dr. Johnson, Goldsmith, Garrick, Sir Joshua Reynolds, and other persons of renown were her guests. A gloomy chamber, rendered still more gloomy by tradition pointing to it as the especial haunt of the spirit of Denton Hall, is called Dr. Johnson's chamber. But from its window is beheld a pleasant landscape of field, pasture, and wood, whilst to the right some gigantic sycamores throw up their broad green foliage. A shady walk beneath lofty and venerable trees is seen from the window, and is known as Johnson's Walk, in consequence of the great lexicographer having been fond of its studious seclusion. An old bookcase and desk, used by the learned moralizer during his visits to Denton Hall, still remain in the house. On the demise of Mrs. Montague, some large boxes filled with letters were left in the attics, and these letters, Mr. Hoyle records, on his father entering the house, were found to have been burnt by the woman in charge. On questioning the female vandal as to her motives for the act, she replied, "Indeed, we found them very useful, very, for the fires and such like, and they could not be very valuable. There were too many of a sort for that. A vast there were, a vast from one, Mr. Reynolds." For 2 or 3 years after the death of Mrs. Montague, the house remained empty, till Richard Hoyle, Esquire, of Swift Place, in the West Riding of Yorkshire, took up his residence there, and there his descendants have continued to reside, notwithstanding the fact that their possession of it is disputed, or rather shared by a supernatural being. That Denton Hall is the abode of this mysterious guest is firmly believed in, even at the present time, not only by the vulgar folk, but by persons of superior education and social rank, we learn from indisputable evidence. The spirit of Denton Hall not only makes known its presence by sound, but also at times by sight. It is a benevolent spirit, apparently, and the old pitmen of the last century are stated to have averred that more than once they have been warned by it to fly from impending danger in the mine. Examples supported by credible testimony, remarks our informant, are not wanting in which apparitions have fulfilled some office of warning or mercy to beings yet amongst the living, and such seems to be the mission of this spirit. It takes the form of a woman dressed in a white silk dress of antique fashion, and is commonly called Silky, although also known as Old Barbary. But what being of other days returned from the regions of silence, or what its object, are questions of mystery, perhaps never to be solved. A dim tradition only remains of a lovely girl falling a victim by strangling to the fury of a jealous sister. Silky's haunts are not confined to any particular room, although 2 rooms especially have a ghostly reputation. She has been seen flitting along the passages, up the stone staircases, and outside the house in the shady walks. On one occasion, to the terror of an old nurse, she stood silently in the doorway, barring the entrance. On another, she seized the hand of a sleeping inmate of the house in the middle of the night and drew it towards her, leaving a touch that was felt with pain for days. A death in the family, however distant, or a warning of good or ill fortune, is frequently marked by her sudden appearance, apparently indiscriminately to anyone in the house, or the same occasions are marked by unearthly noises. It was but lately, 1884, that Silky was heard, apparently dragging something through 2 unoccupied rooms, down a flight of stairs, to a window which was flung open. Instances have occurred, says our correspondent, of visitors having been so frightened as never to have returned to the house. A notable instance having occurred about 50 years ago, when 2 sisters of Macready, the famous actor, who were guests, came down one morning to breakfast and requested to be sent from the house at once, declaring they would never revisit it. They could never be persuaded to confess what it was that had terrified them. On another occasion, the door of a bedroom has been noiselessly thrown open, and Silky has rustled into the middle of the room with a warning arm extended. Silky has rarely been heard to speak, never by any of the present inmates of the hall, but tradition tells of a visitor being addressed and warned about 80 years ago, and the villagers around Denton have stories of a voice heard at night, of a voice warning them whenever sickness or death was at any of their doors, and this they attribute to the kindly spirit of Silky. The tradition of the visitor who was addressed and warned at Denton Hall may have reference to the account recorded in Moses Richardson's Table Book of Remarkable Occurrences. From that work we learn that the lady to whom the spirit spoke told her experiences to Mr. Thomas Doubleday, by whom it was communicated to the work mentioned. The account given in the Table Book has evidently undergone some editorial revision, and bears more trace of the romancist art than of the amateur's diction. Somewhat abridged, the story ascribed to the lady is as follows. A day or 2 after my arrival at Denton Hall, when all around was yet new to me, I had accompanied my friends to a ball given by a gentleman in the neighbourhood, and returned heartily fatigued, though much delighted. At this time I need not blush, nor you smile, when I say on that evening I had met for the second time one with whose destinies my own were doomed to become connected, and that his attentions to me from that period became too marked and decided to be either evaded or misunderstood. I think I was sitting upon an antique carved chair near to the fire, in the room where I slept, busied in arranging my hair, and probably thinking over some of the events of a scene doomed to be so important to me. Whether I had dropped into a half slumber, as most persons endeavour to persuade me, I cannot pretend to say, but on looking up, for I had my face bent towards the fire, there seemed sitting on a similar high-backed chair on the other side of the ancient tiled fireplace an old lady, whose air and dress were so remarkable that to this hour they seem as fresh in my memory as they were the day after the vision. She appeared to be dressed in a flowered satin gown, of a cut then out of date. It was peaked and long-waisted. The fabric of the satin had that extreme of glossy stiffness which old fabrics of this kind exhibit. She wore a stomacher. On her wrinkled fingers appeared some rings of great size and seeming value. But what was most remarkable, she wore also a satin hood of a peculiar shape. It was glossy like the gown, but seemed to be stiffened either by whalebone or some other material. Her age seemed considerable, and the face, though not unpleasant, was somewhat hard and severe, and indented with minute wrinkles. I confess that so entirely was my attention engrossed by what was passing in my mind, that though I felt mightily confused, I was not startled, in the emphatic sense, by the apparition. In fact, I deemed it to be some old lady, perhaps a housekeeper, or dependent in the family, and, therefore, though rather astonished, was by no means frightened by my visitant, supposing me to be awake, which I am convinced was the case, though few persons believe me on this point. My own impression is that I stared somewhat rudely, in the wonder of the moment, at the hard but ladylike features of my aged visitor, but she left me small time to think, addressing me in a familiar half-whisper, and with a constant restless motion of the hand which aged persons, when excited, often exhibit in addressing the young. "Well, young lady," said my mysterious companion, "and so you've been at yon hall to-night, and highly ye've been delighted there. Yet if ye could see as I can see, or could know as I can know, troth, I guess your pleasure would abate. 'Tis well for you, young lady. Peradventure, ye see not with my eyes." And at the moment, sure enough, her eyes, which were small, grey, and in no way remarkable, twinkled with a light so severe that the effect was unpleasant in the extreme. "'Tis well for you and them," she continued, "that ye cannot count the cost. Time was when hospitality could be kept in England, and the guest not ruin the master of the feast. But that's all vanished now. Pride and poverty, young lady, are an ill-matched pair. Heaven kens, my tongue, which had at first almost faltered in its office, now found utterance. By a kind of instinct, I addressed my strange visitant in her own manner and humour. "And are we, then, so much poorer than in days of yore?" were the words that I spoke. My visitor seemed half startled at the sound of my voice, as at something unaccustomed, and went on, rather answering my question by implication than directly. "'Twas not all hollowness, then," she exclaimed, ceasing somewhat her hollow whisper. "The land was then the Lord's, and that which seemed was. The child, young lady, was not then mortgaged in the cradle. And mark ye the bride, when she kneeled at the altar, gave not herself up, body and soul, to be the bondswoman of the Jew, but to be the helpmate of the spouse." "The Jew?" I exclaimed in surprise, for then I understood not the allusion. "Ay, young lady, the Jew," was the rejoinder. "'Tis plain ye know not who rules. 'Tis all hollow yonder, all hollow, to the very glitter of the sideboard, all false, all hollow. Away with such make-believe finery." And here again the hollow voice rose a little, and the dim grey eye glistened. "Ye mortgaged the very oaks of your ancestors. I saw the planting of them, and now 'tis all painting, gilding, varnishing, and veneering. Houses call ye them? Whited sepulchres, young lady, whited sepulchres. Trust not all that seems to glisten. Fair though it seems, 'tis but the product of disease, even as is that pearl in your hair, young lady, that glitters in the mirror yonder, not more specious than is all ye have seen to-night." As my strange visitor pronounced these words, I instinctively turned my gaze to a large old-fashioned mirror that leaned from the wall of the chamber. 'Twas but for a moment, but when I again turned my head, my visitant was no longer there. I heard plainly as I turned the distinct rustle of the silk, as if she had risen and was leaving the room. I seemed distinctly to hear this, together with the quick, short, easy footstep with which females of rank at that period were taught to glide rather than to walk. This I seemed to hear, but of what appeared the antique old lady I saw no more. The suddenness and strangeness of this event for a moment sent the blood back to my heart. Could I have found voice, I should, I think, have screamed, but that was for a moment beyond my power. A few seconds recovered me. By a sort of impulse I rushed to the door, outside which I now heard the footsteps of some of the family, when to my utter astonishment I found it was locked. I now recollected that I myself locked it before sitting down. Though somewhat ashamed to give utterance to what I really believed as to this matter, the strange adventure of the night was made a subject of conversation at the breakfast table next morning. On the words leaving my lips, I saw my host and hostess exchange looks with each other, and soon found that the tale I had to tell was not received with the air which generally meets such relations. I was not repelled by an angry or ill-bred incredulity, or treated as one of diseased fancy, to whom silence is indirectly recommended as the alternative of being laughed at. In short, it was not attempted to be concealed or denied that I was not the first who had been alarmed in a manner, if not exactly similar, yet just as mysterious. That visitors like myself had actually given way to these terrors so far as to quit the house in consequence, and that servants were sometimes not to be prevented from sharing in the same contagion. At the same time they told me this, my host and hostess declared that custom and continued residence had long exempted all regular inmates of the mansion from any alarms or terrors. The visitations, whatever they were, seemed to be confined to newcomers, and to them it was by no means a matter of frequent occurrence. In the neighbourhood I found this strange story was well known, and the house was regularly set down as haunted all the country round, and that the spirit or goblin, or whatever it was that was embodied in these appearances, was familiarly known by the name of Silky. At a distance, those to whom I have related my night's adventure have one and all been sceptical, and accounted for the whole by supposing me to have been half asleep, or in a state resembling somnambulism. All I can say is that my own impressions are directly contrary to this supposition, and that I feel as sure that I saw the figure that sat before me with my bodily eyes, as I am sure I now see you with them. Without affecting to deny that I was somewhat shocked by the adventure, I must repeat that I suffered no unreasonable alarm, nor suffered my fancy to overcome my better spirit of womanhood. I certainly slept no more in that room, and in that to which I removed I had one of the daughters of my hostess as a companion, but I have never from that hour to this been convinced that I did not actually encounter something more than is natural, if not an actual being in some other state of existence. My ears have not been deceived, if my eyes were, which, I repeat, I cannot believe. The warnings so strongly shadowed forth have been too true. The gentleman, at whose house I that night was a guest, has long since filled an untimely grave. In that splendid hall since that time strangers have lauded it, and I myself have long ceased to think of such scenes as I partook of that evening, the envied object of the attention of one whose virtues have survived the splendid inheritance to which he seemed destined. Whether this be a tale of delusion and superstition, or something more than that, it is, at all events, not without a legend for its foundation. There is some obscure and dark rumour of secrets strangely obtained and enviously betrayed by a rival sister, ending in deprivation of reason and death, and that the betrayer still walks by times in the deserted hall which she rendered tenantless, always prophetic of disaster to those she encounters. So has it been with me, certainly, and more than me, if those who say it say true. It is many, many years since I saw the scene of this adventure, but I have heard that since that time the same mysterious visitings have been more than once renewed, that midnight curtains have been drawn by an arm clothed in rustling silks, and the same form, clad in dark brocade, has been seen gliding along the dark corridors of that ancient grey and time-worn mansion, ever prophetic of death or misfortune. End of section 109.
Section 110 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 110, Dobb Park Lodge. On the southern slope of a picturesque valley through which the Washburn pours its waters, stands the ruins of Dobb Park Lodge, a lofty, four-storied mansion of the Tudor period. About half of the original building is supposed to have been pulled down, not to have been destroyed by the slow processes of time, and the remainder to have been left standing, though uninhabitable. In its pristine state, the lodge must have been an elegant and spacious pile, and even now, ruined and deserted as it is a picturesque feature in the romantic scenery around. There are some singular traits in the building, as, for instance, the fact that, apparently, the only means of access to its interior was by a winding stair and a projecting turret in the rear. Of the southern front of the residence, one half remains, and contains square windows of 2 lights each, divided by a transom. Over the lower, relates a correspondent, is a cornice embracing both, supported by brackets, ornamented with armorial shields, charged with quoits or circular discs. In the center are the remains of a projecting semicircle window. Who lived in this strange and romantically situated abode, history tells not. Shaw, the historian of Wharfdale, says, "There was a court held in it long after it was dilapidated, called Dog Court, belonging to the Duchy of Lancaster, and that appears to be all that is known of it, although this same authority supposes, omitting all account of its Tudor architecture, that it was erected about the same time as Bardon Lodge, a building in existence in 1311. But if history has neglected Dobb Park Lodge, tradition has not overlooked it, and, amongst other remarkable stories of it, records that the place is haunted by a strange being known as the Talking Dog. The tale of this marvelous spectre bears a likeness to a well-known Manx and some other equally famous legends. It has been related to us by Mr. William Grange of Harrogate, who obtained it from a lover of forest lore, a collector and preserver of all that belongs thereto. But it was taken down in the dialect of the neighborhood, and to render it comprehensible to the general reader, it will be necessary to translate it into the ordinary vernacular. The legend is as follows. At the foot of the winding stair already alluded to is a doorway, now choked with rubbish, leading into a dungeon. The country folks thereabouts believe this doorway to be the entrance to one of those mysterious passages, so generally ascribed to old ruins, which lead to some strangely terrible cavern or other abode of horror. Such unearthly noises were heard to issue from this subterranean place that no one ventured to explore its mysteries, until at length a countryman, one of those ne'er-do-wells who are ever ready to risk what respectable people prudently shrink from, determined to examine it thoroughly, and, in order to fortify himself for the arduous task, he imbibed a no small quantum of potent stimulant. Thus invigorated, the local Columbus seized his lanthorn, bravely entered the passage, and instantly disappeared in its gloomy recesses. His neighbors and admirers lingered about the place in expectation of his speedy return, but his absence was so prolonged that they became seriously alarmed. At length, when they had all given him up for lost, he reappeared, but in a most wretched, abject, and terrified condition. Some long time afterwards, when he had recovered from his fright, he was induced to give a recital of his adventures, and his account was this. After leaving the doorway, I went for a long distance, rambling and scrambling, turning and twisting about the crooked passages, until I thought I should get to no place at all. So I began to feel rather dazed and tired-like, and had some thoughts of turning back again when, suddenly, the sweetest music that ever I had heard, in all my born days, struck up right before me. I couldn't have turned back then if I had wanted to ever so much, for the sound charmed me completely. I had never felt so lightsome before, and feared nothing, and could have gone anywhere. I followed up where the music seemed to come from, thinking I should come to it at last, but I was wrong. I have never seen the players to this very day. I kept following the sound until at last I came to what seemed to be a great, long, high, wide room, as big as any church, and bigger than some. At one side of it was a great fire blazing away as bright as the sunshine, and either it or something else made everything glitter like gold. Thinks I to myself, this is a grand place and no mistake. But what struck me more than all was a great, black, rough dog, as big as any 2 or 3 mastiffs, which stood before the fire, and appeared to be the master of the place, for not another living creature beside it could I see. I was troubled to make him out. I had heard tell of Barguests, footnote, a provincial name for spectres, end of footnote, but had never seen one, and thought this might be one of them. At last, by all that is true, if the thing did not open its mouth and speak, not bark like a dog, as it ought to have done, but talked just like one of ourselves. Didn't I feel queer now? I think I just did. That did for me more than all the rest. I wished myself safe out again and over the mile bridge. It said, "Now, my man, as you've come here, you must do one of 3 things, or you'll never see daylight again. You must either drink all the liquor there is in that glass, open that chest, or draw that sword." I looked, and there I saw a strange, great chest, seemingly bound with iron bands, and with 2 or 3 great iron locks on it. At the top of that chest was placed a fine great glass, with a long stem, full of the nicest-looking drinking stuff that I ever saw. Above that, on a peg or something of the sort, against the wall was hung what he called the sword, a great, long, broad, heavy, ugly thing, nearly as long as myself. I looked them all over and over again, considering which job to do, for I dursn't, for the life of me, think of not doing what the dog bade me. The chest looked much too strong for me to open. Besides, I had no tools with me that would be likely to open it with, and, as for the sword, I knew naught about sword work. I had never held one in my life, and should be quite as likely to cut myself as anyone else with it, so I thought I would let it alone. Then there was naught but the drink left for me, and I began to feel rather dryish, what with rambling about the place so long, and what with the drop of drink I had before I started. So says I to myself, here goes at the drink. I took hold of the glass with my hand, the dog all the time glowering at me with all the eyes he had, and, I assure you, he had 2 whoppers. Saucers are not so big. They were more like pewter plates, and gleamed and glittered like fire. I lifted the glass up to my mouth and just touched my lips with the stuff, to taste before I gave a big swig, when, wouldn't you believe it, it scalded, just like boiling water, or burnt like fire itself. All the skin's off my lips and tongue end with it yet. If I'd swallowed all the lot, it would have burned my inside clean out, and I should have been as hollow as a drum. But I stopped short of that, or else I should have made a bonny mess of it. I just tasted the stuff, but what it is I cannot tell. It was not the color of aquafortis, but it was quite as hot. As soon as ever I tasted it, up flew the lid of the chest with a bonny bang, and I do declare it didn't seem to be as full of gold as ever it could cram. I'd be bound to say there were thousands upon thousands of pounds in that very chest. But I'm no better for that, nor ever shall be, for I'll never go there any more. The sword, at the same time, was drawn by somebody's hand that I didn't see, and it glittered and flashed like lightning. I banged the glass down, and don't know whether it broke or not, but all the stuff was spilt. In a minute after, all was dark as pitch. The fire went out, my lantern had gone out before, the music gave over playing, and, instead of it, such a howling and yelling struck up and filled the place as I'd never heard in my time. It seemed as if hundreds of dogs were all getting walloped at once, and something besides screamed and yelled as if it were frightened out of its wits. Oh, it was awful. I fell down flat on the floor, I think in a swoon, and I could not have done better. How long I lay I cannot tell, but for a goodish bit, I think. At last I came to myself, rubbed my eyes, and glowered about me, and wondered where I was. At last I bethought myself, and scrambled up, and after a great deal of ups and downs, I got my carcass dragged out, and now, you may depend upon it, you'll not catch me going in there any more of a sudden. Such, says Mr. Grange, was the result of the search for hidden treasure in the ruined vaults of Dobb Park Lodge. Since that time no one appears to have ventured into those subterranean recesses, so that the chest full of gold still remains, waiting for some explorer to brave the terrors of the talking dog and his surroundings. End of section 110.
Section 111 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 111. Dosmery Pool. Who, knowing anything of Cornwall, but is acquainted with Tregeagle, the demon of Dosmery Pool, on Bodmin Downs? How long he has haunted old Cornwall is difficult to say, but his terrible howling, when the wintry blast rushes over the downs, is proverbial, and to roar like Tregeagle is a time-honoured saying. Mr. R. Hunt, in his interesting Popular Romances of the West of England, recounts many exploits of this famous spirit, whose voice is still heard, and whose shadowy form is even still seen, when the winds are at their highest and the nights are the most stormy. Who has not heard of the wild spirit of Tregeagle? Asks Mr. Hunt. He haunts equally the moor, the rocky coasts, and the blown sandhills of Cornwall. From north to south, from east to west, this doomed spirit is heard of, and to the day of judgment he is doomed to wander, pursued by avenging fiends, for ever endeavouring to perform some task by which he hopes to secure repose, and being for ever defeated. Who has not heard of the howling of Tregeagle? When the storms come with all their strength from the Atlantic, and urge themselves upon the rocks around Land's End, the howls of the spirit are louder than the roaring of the winds. When calm rests upon the ocean, and the waves can scarcely form upon the resting waters, low wailings creep along the coast. These are the wailings of this wandering soul. When midnight is on the moor or on the mountains, and the night winds whistle amidst the rugged cairns, the shrieks of Tregeagle are distinctly heard. We know that he is pursued by the demon dogs, and that till daybreak he must fly with all the speed before them. This Tregeagle, whose attributes are so mysterious, and according to the district where related, so varied, is traditionally reported to be the spirit of a tyrannical magistrate, a rapacious and unscrupulous landlord, who was one of the Tregeagles who once owned Trevorder near Bodmin. At the demise of this hardened sinner, who had committed more crimes than the Decalogue contained, the foul fiend wished to at once obtain possession of what he deemed rightly his, to wit, the criminal's soul, but the wretched man, in the agony of despair, consigned his wealth to the priesthood, that they might fight with the evil spirit and save his soul from its just doom. The power of the priesthood so far prevailed, that as long as Tregeagle's spirit has some task difficult beyond the power of human nature to perform, demoniac agency should be unable to carry him away. His tasks were to extend into eternity, so that repentance might have time to gradually work out his sin. His only chance of ultimate salvation was in perpetual toil. As long as he continued his labour, the demons could do him no real harm. Frequent were the tussles he had with the fiends. On one occasion his restless spirit is said to have even given evidence in a court of law, when his relentless pursuers vainly endeavoured to carry him off. Tregeagle's first and most famous task was the emptying of Dosmery Pool, a mountain tarn some miles in circumference, and local lore would have he is still engaged upon this endless operation. The difficulty of this gigantic labour was increased by the supposed fact that the lonely pool was bottomless, and yet one learned ecclesiastic was not convinced of the hopelessness of the work, and to decrease the prospect of it ever coming to an end, he proposed that the wretched sinner should only be provided with a limpet shell, with a large hole in it, for the purpose of bailing out the water. The evil one did not lose sight of the doomed Tregeagle, but kept a careful eye on him, and tried every possible means to divert his attention from his task, in order that he might make him his prey. Still the hapless spirit continued to toil, although on one occasion the fiends almost overcame him. Mr. Hunt's graphic account of the terrific struggle is as follows: "Lightnings flashed and coiled like fiery snakes around the rocks of Rofton. Fireballs fell on the desert moors and hissed in the accursed lake. Thunders pealed through the heavens and echoed from hill to hill. An earthquake shook the solid earth, and terror was on all living. The winds rose and raged with a fury which was irresistible, and hail beat so mercilessly on all things that it spread death around. Long did Tregeagle stand the pelting of the pitiless storm, but at length he yielded to its force and fled. The demons in crowds were at his heels. He doubled, however, on his pursuers and returned to the lake, but so rapid were they that he could not rest the required moment to dip his shell in the now seething waters. 3 times he fled round the lake, and the evil ones pursued him. Then, feeling that there was no safety for him near Dosmery Pool, he sprang swifter than the wind across it, shrieking with agony, and thus, since the devils cannot cross water and were obliged to go round the lake, he gained on them and fled over the moor. Away, away went Tregeagle, faster and faster, the dark spirits pursuing, and they had nearly overtaken him, when he saw Roach Rock and its chapel before him. He rushed up the rocks, with giant power clambered to the eastern window, and dashed his head through it, thus securing the shelter of its sanctity. The defeated demons retired, and long and loud were their wild wailings in the air. The inhabitants of the moors and of the neighbouring towns slept not a wink that night. But the bailing out Dosmery Pool was by no means the only task assigned to Tregeagle's unresting spirit. One labour on the shore near Padstow was to make trusses of sand and ropes of sand with which to bind up the trusses. Each recurring tide swept away the result of his toil, and according to the tradition, the ravings of the baffled soul were louder than the roarings of the winter tempest. By priestly influence Tregeagle was removed to the estuary of the Loo, and ordered to carry sand across to Porthleven. A malicious demon contrived to trip him up, and the contents of his enormous sack supplied the material of the sandbank out of which was formed the bar that destroyed the harbour. Land's End was eventually assigned to Tregeagle as a place of labour, a place where, as Mr. Hunt says, he would find no harbour to destroy and few people to terrify. His task was to sweep the sands from Porthcarno Cove round the headland called Tall Pen Pentwith into Nangishal Cove. Those who knew that rugged headland, with its cubical masses of granite piled in titanic grandeur one upon another, will appreciate the task. And when to all the difficulties are added the strong sweep of the Atlantic current, that portion of the Gulf Stream which washes our southern shores, it will be evident that the melancholy spirit has, indeed, a task which must endure to the world's end. Even until to-day is Tregeagle labouring at his task. In calms his wailing is heard, and those sounds which some call the soughing of the wind are known to be the moanings of Tregeagle, while the coming storms are predicted by the fearful roarings of this condemned mortal. But these excerpts from Mr. Hunt's account by no means exhaust the deeds or doings of this supernatural being, a thorough belief in whose continual existence is prevalent throughout the length and breadth of old Cornwall. Alluding to the widely diffused belief of a spectre huntsman, whose wild chase permeates the legends of so many lands, Mr. Hunt remarks: "The tradition of the midnight hunter and his headless hounds, always in Cornwall associated with Tregeagle, prevails everywhere. The Abbot's Way on Dartmoor, an ancient road which extends into Cornwall, is said to be the favourite coursing ground of the wish hounds of Dartmoor, called also the Yell hounds. These Yell or Yeff hounds form the theme of the beautiful fragmentary legend of Dartmoor, by the late Oliver Maddox Brown, a legend which the highly talented youth left, unfortunately, unfinished." End of section 111.
Section 112 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lorraine Kearney. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 112, Edinburgh, Mary King's Close. Old Edinburgh was full of quaint, narrow, antiquated passages, some of which still exist, and these closes, as they are locally called, contained numerous houses bearing the reputation of being haunted. Mary King's Close was noted for the many terrible apparitions which had found suitable quarters within its mouldering dwellings. Mary King's Close has disappeared to make way for modern erections, but just 2 centuries ago, that is to say in 1685, it was a well-to-do thoroughfare, the residence of a respectable class of people. George Sinclair, Professor of Moral Philosophy in the University of Glasgow, and afterwards Minister of Eastwood in Renfrewshire, a contemporary of the events he refers to, gives the following account in Satan's Invisible World Discovered of some terrible apparitions in Mary King's Close, in the house of Mr. Thomas Coltheart, a respectable law agent. Mr. Coltheart's business having improved, he removed into a superior residence in the close above named. Having been warned by some kind neighbour that the house was haunted, the maidservant decamped in haste and left Mr. Coltheart and his wife to manage as they best could. On Sunday afternoon, Mr. Coltheart, being unwell, retired to rest, whilst his wife seated herself at his bedside and read the Scriptures. Happening to raise her eyes, she was intensely horrified to behold the head of an old man with grey floating beard suspended in the air but a short distance off, gazing at her intently with weird fixed glare. She swooned at the sight and remained in an insensible condition until the neighbours came back from church. Her husband did his best to reason her out of her credulity, and the evening passed without anything further taking place. They had not been in bed long, however, before Mr. Coltheart also beheld the phantom head floating in mid-air and surveying him with ghostly eyes. He got up and lit a candle, and then betook himself to prayer. An hour passed when the spectre head was joined by that of a child, also suspended in the air, followed speedily by an arm, naked from the elbow, which, despite the lawyer's pious ejaculations, seemed to wish to shake hands with him and his wife. In vain did Mr. Coltheart conjure the phantoms to entrust him with the story of their grievances, so that he might have their wrongs rectified. All was useless. They seemed to regard him and his wife as intruders, and to wish them away. Other phantoms joined them, including that of a dog, which curled itself up on a chair and seemed to go to sleep. Others, some of a most horrifying and monstrous form, appeared, until the whole room swarmed with them, and the unfortunate couple were compelled to take refuge on the bed. Suddenly, with a deep and awful groan, all the apparitions vanished, and the pious lawyer and his wife were left in peace. After such a terrifying housewarming, one would suppose that Mr. and Mrs. Coulthart would have got out of the house as quickly as possible, but such was not the case. The brave couple, if Professor Sinclair is to be relied on, continued to reside in the place for many years, until the day of Mr. Coulthart's death, without any further molestation from the spirits. About the time of Mr. Coulthart's death, a strange circumstance happened. A client of his, who lived at Tranent, 10 miles from Edinburgh, was aroused in the night by a nurse who had been affrighted by something like a cloud moving about the room. Starting up, the gentleman instinctively seized his sword when he was confronted by the face and form of his legal adviser and friend, Thomas Coulthart. "Are you dead?" he demanded. "What is your errand?" Whereupon the apparition shook its head twice and melted away. The gentleman started at once for Edinburgh and proceeded directly to his friend's house in Mary King's Close, and on arriving there, found Mrs. Coulthart bewailing her husband's recent death. End of section 112.
Section 113 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 113. Eastbury House. Eastbury House, Tarrant, Grenville, near Blandford, owing to the galaxy of famous names surrounding its story, must take a prominent place among the haunted homes of the country. Its career as a residence was short but brilliant. It has been celebrated both in prose and verse by poets and prosateurs, and for the space of 3 lustra or so was the glory of Dorset. Thomson introduced it in his Seasons in autumn, after alluding to its green, delightful walks, where simple nature reigns. He alluded to its more artificial beauties, and apostrophizes them thus: "The grandeur of thy lofty dome, far splendid, seizes on the ravished eye. New beauties rise with each revolving day, new columns swell, and still the fresh spring finds new plants to quicken, and new groves to green. Full of thy genius all, the Muses' seat, wherein the secret bower and winding walk, for virtuous young, and thee they twine the bay." George Bub Doddington, afterwards Lord Melcombe, of Diary fame, whose seat it was, and in whose secret bowers and winding walks he and night thoughts young were to be so pleasantly arrayed by the Muses, made Eastbury a meeting place for the wit and literati of the day. Young Thomson and Fielding were among the crowd of notables who enjoyed its pleasures. The last resided at Eastbury some time, and thence dated some of his works. In later days it was visited by Beckford, and its ruins were celebrated in verse by Samuel Marsh Orme, a local writer of some temporary, if transient, repute, who died at the early age of 26. Eastbury was begun by Bub Doddington in 1718. The future Lord Melcombe had projected the house and grounds on a scale of great magnificence, but when little beyond some less important outhouses had been completed, the work was discontinued, and for 6 years everything remained at a standstill. Eventually the building was resumed and carried on at an enormous expenditure, the total outlay up to 1738, when the house was completed, being stated as £140,000, a far higher sum at that time than nowadays. The park and grounds were laid out on the same magnificent scale as the house, no expense being spared. Trees, half a century old, and some tons in weight, were transported bodily from distant woods and replanted at Eastbury. In 1763, a change came over the scene, and Eastbury House was destroyed even more rapidly than it had been created. All the rooms were dismantled, and the splendid furniture scattered to the winds. 12 years later, the ruin was consummated, the house being pulled down, and the beautiful and costly materials disposed of. One wing only was left in naked grandeur, and that still exists, but let in tenements to the day labourers of the Farquharson estate. It is little to be wondered at, says Miss Willington, to whom we are chiefly indebted for this account of Eastbury, that a place possessing so checkered a history should bear the reputation of being haunted. The ghostly legend attached to the house is said to be firmly believed in by the inhabitants of Grenville and its neighbourhood, and is to the following effect. Lord Malcolm advanced considerable sums of money, vaguely spoken of now, says Miss Billington, as many thousands, to his steward, William Doggett. The greater part of this loan Doggett is said to have parted with to a brother, who got into difficulties and was utterly powerless to repay it. In course of time, Lord Malcolm required repayments of his money, and Doggett, unable to comply with the demand, was reduced to great extremity. I am not aware of the exact date at which this took place, says Miss Billington, but it must have been during the destruction of the house, as the only expedient Doggett could find to meet his liabilities was to appropriate some of the building materials and sell them on his own account. Shortly before Lord Malcolm came down to receive his money, Doggett's courage failed. Probably he had a much smaller sum with which to repay his master than he owed. He could not pay him, and therefore shot himself. It was in a marble-floored room that Doggett committed suicide, and it is said the stains of his blood are still visible. I was told a propos of this, says our correspondent, that the blood stains of murder or suicide are ineffaceable. Since this tragedy, Doggett's ghost has lingered about Eastbury, and the tradition is that, headless, he drove about the park in a spectral coach and four, driven by a coachman in livery. No doubt, is the lady's reflection, the troubled spirit derived a bitter satisfaction from contemplation of the decayed grandeur of the once proud house, now reduced to scarcely a shadow of its former grandeur. But it is many years now since the apparition has made itself visible, though the taint of ghostly inhabitation still clings to the remaining wing of the house. On dark nights, when all else is still, mysterious movements are heard. The doors open and shut unaccountably, pointing to the inference that the troubled spirit has not yet served its term of earthly wanderings. It may not be inappropriate to add, remarks Miss Billington, that about 40 years ago the old church at Grenville was pulled down, and a new one erected on the same spot. The contractors, wishing to fulfill their undertaking as cheaply as possible, caused the old vaults to be destroyed and their brickwork utilized. The old man who told me much of this story said it fell to his share to pull Doggett's vault to pieces. They found the self-murdered man's body in fair preservation, and the course of the bullet from the jaw through the head was distinctly visible. The old man described him as a short, ginger-haired man. His legs had been tied together with a broad yellow ribbon, which was as fresh and brightly coloured as when it was buried. My informant added that he had abstracted a piece of the ribbon and a lock of the hair, which he had kept as curiosities for many years, and much regretted that he had not got them still to show to me. And thus Eastbury, with all its much vaunted magnificence, the palatial home of the vivacious Bub Doddington, and the erstwhile staying place of Fielding and Thompson of Young and his famous contemporaries, is known only now as having been the house where a fraudulent servant committed suicide. End of section 113. Section 114 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 114. Ewshott House. Major Edward Moore, the author, among other works of the Hindu pantheon, in its day a valued authority upon Indian antiquities, in 1841 published a brochure on the Bealing bells. This little book not only furnished a full account of the disturbances ascribed to supernatural agency at Bealing, but also gave particulars derived from various correspondents of similar manifestations that had occurred in different parts of the country. There is no need of referring to the acrimonious controversy between the believers and skeptics which the publication of Major Moore's little book aroused, our present purpose being merely to cite from the appendix to it the following account of the hauntings at Ewshott House. In Bealing bells it may be mentioned the names of the persons and places hereafter referred to are left blank, but by means of a copy annotated probably by Major Moore, and assisted by private inquiry, they are now for the first time filled in. The local, topographical, and historical data, it should be mentioned, are the result of independent research, and are not derived from Major Moore's suggestive little work. Ewshott House, or Itchel, as it was formerly called, is in the parish of Crondall, in Hampshire. It is a respectable old manor house, and in very early times was the principal residence of the Giffords, one of the most ancient and eminent families in Hampshire. Some of them filled the office of sheriff of the county in a period ranging from the reign of Henry VI to that of Elizabeth. It was afterwards a seat of the Bathursts, and was in their possession for several generations. About the year 1680, the chief part of the ancient mansion seems to have been pulled down, and the present house erected in its place. The remaining portion of the old house was allowed to stand, separated only by a party wall, and was let as a farmhouse to the tenant of the adjoining property. The estate came into the possession of Mr. Lefroy in the year 1818, by which time Ewshott had already acquired the reputation of being haunted. The writer of the account which Major Moore gives, and whom he describes as a gentleman of unimpeachable veracity, and as deservedly held in high estimation, says, many tales were told among the neighbouring villagers of uncouth sights and sounds from which it gained that ill repute. It was not until 1823 that Mr. Lefroy's family resided constantly at Ewshott. During their occasional visits there, the peculiar noises of which I am about to speak were often heard. But from the circumstances above related of the old house, which joined the back part of the new, being occupied by a farm establishment, they were thought nothing of, being attributed by the family in the mansion to their neighbours in the farm, and by the inhabitants of the farm to their neighbours in the mansion, each party wondering exceedingly what the other could be doing at so late an hour as that at which the sounds were heard. About 15 years ago, said this correspondent, the old farmhouse was taken down to be rebuilt at a greater distance from the mansion. During the progress of this work, a man was constantly employed in watching round the premises to guard the timber. This man has often solemnly declared that as he went his rounds he saw, but this may have been fancy, and I believe it was, the poor man's ears having inspired his eyes with an unnatural susceptibility of vision. But what he heard was not to be mistaken. It was the same the family had heard for years, and have heard almost nightly ever since. He described it as a great thumping noise, as if someone was beating heavy blows with a great mallet in the hall. The hall is exactly in the centre of the house, over against the spot where the old farmhouse stood, and therefore very near to the place where he watched. This is as good a description as can be given of the peculiar sound which is known familiarly as the ghost. In the dead of night, when every member of the family has gone to bed, and there is no imaginable cause to be assigned for them, a succession of distinct and heavy blows are heard, as of some massive instrument upon a hollow wall or floor. These sounds are seldom heard more than once in the night, and generally between the hours of 12 and 2. They are sometimes so loud as to awaken one from sleep, and startle even those who are the most familiar with them. At other times almost inaudible, sometimes struck with great rapidity, at other times more slowly and leisurely. Varying in duration also, in about the same degree, but whether in his noisier or more gentle movements, the ghost is so peculiar in his sound as not to be easily mistaken by those who have once heard him. No one has been able to determine from what part the sound proceeds, nor indeed to say with certainty that it is within the house at all, but in whatever part of you may be listening, it seems to come from some remoter corner. Thus, if you hear it being in the drawing-room at one extremity of the house, the ghost appears to come from the library at the other end. If you are in the library, it sounds as if proceeding from the drawing-room. At another time it seems to come from underneath the stable yard or lawn, or in the cellar. Considerable pains have been taken at different times to ascertain whence the sounds proceed, with the hope of finding some sufficient cause of them, but entirely without success, and after about 20 years we are as entirely in the dark as ever. The length of time it has been heard, the fact of every domestic of the family having been often changed during the time, and the pains that have been taken to investigate the matter, while every member of the family except the watcher has been in bed, have put the possibility of any trick out of the question, and have no less convinced the inmates that it cannot be accounted for on any of the usual suppositions of horses in the stable kicking, or dogs rapping with their tails, or rats jumping in the tanks and drains beneath the house. Horses stamp and dogs rap and rats gallop, but they do not make such sounds as that one startling and peculiar noise with which our ears are so familiar. To convey a notion of the nature of the ghost, and of the force and violence with which it sometimes bursts out, I will describe the way it has repeatedly been heard by different members of the family. On one occasion it burst forth with so much violence that the writer of this, accustomed as he was to hear and disregard it, sprang out of bed and ran to the landing at the head of the stairs, under a conviction that the outer door of the house had been burst in with violence. After a few moments the sound ceased, and he retired to bed again. It was the ghost. On another occasion, when he was going up to bed, the ghost began to thump violently in the direction of the brew house, and continued so long that he had time to go to the back door of the house and sally forth in quest. On his arrival, nothing was to be heard or seen. On another occasion, the sound having for a considerable time appeared to come from a direction that suggested it to spring from some loose vessels in the brew-house, or from the cellar, which was close adjoining, the writer with 2 of his brothers sat up, one in the cellar and the others in the brew-house. He in the cellar did not hear it. The 2 who had watched exactly where it appeared to be for a good while before heard it loudly and distinctly as ever, but it sounded underneath the lawn, 50 yards away from where they were. About a month ago, says this correspondent of Major Moore, the owner of the house and a friend who happened to be staying on a visit occupied adjoining apartments. One morning at the breakfast table each demanded of the other an explanation of his movements on the previous night, each having been astonished at hearing, as he thought, his neighbour moving about and making a great noise among his books or the furniture of his apartment. "I expected," said one, "to see you open my door and walk in." "I thought you must have been ill and had almost gone in to see," said the other. Each had been quiet in bed, and the sound was nothing but the ghost. The usual sound is that described as a succession of deep thumps, but other sounds, almost more curious and unaccountable, are often heard, of which I will relate a few particulars. Some time ago a gentleman, a relation of the family, was on a visit to Ewshott House. One morning at the breakfast table he related the following curious and unaccountable circumstance. He had been awakened in the night by hearing, as he thought, a cart drawn along on the gravel road immediately under his windows. It appeared to be heavy, laden, and rattled as if with a load of iron rods. Wondering what could be about at that hour of the night, he got up and opened his window to investigate. There was neither sight nor sound of anything to cause the noise. He got into bed again and thought it possible he had been dreaming, but half an hour after, as he lay awake, he heard the very same again, the rattling of a loaded cart upon the drive beneath his windows. Now, thought our friend, I'll find the cause. So up he got again, opened his windows and looked out, but all was still. He went to bed again and heard no more. He told the story in the morning, and inquired if anything had taken place to cause the sound he had heard, but nothing could be thought of to account for it, and he tells the story to this day. To this it may be well to add 2 other anecdotes of our nocturnal friend. 4 or 5 years ago the writer of this ghost story was in the habit of sitting up at night to a very late hour, reading in the library, and though the family are all much too familiar with our ghost to be disturbed by any of his gambols, the sounds that used to strike his ears were often most remarkable and startling. On one occasion in particular it seemed as if a flock of sheep from the adjoining paddock had rushed by the windows on the gravel drive. It was not a windy night, and so convinced was he after attentive listening that it was the rapid rushing of a flock he heard, that he considered with himself the propriety of going out to drive them back again. But idleness prevailed. It was cold, he was busy, so he voted it the ghost, and sat still at his books. But when he came down in the morning, fully expecting to find marks of sheep and damage done, to his surprise there was no sign at all of any such invasion. The lawn was smooth and the gravel was untrodden, and it was indeed the ghost. At another time it happened that when the whole family were in one room at prayers, not one member of the family absent but a young child in the nursery, a noise was heard as of someone walking across the hall next to the room in which they were assembled. The lady who was reading prayers rose from her knees directly and went into the hall with the servants at her heels before it was possible a person could have got away, but there was no one to be seen, nor anything to lead to the supposal of a visitor of any more substantial kind than our old friend the ghost. It should be mentioned here that there is running underneath the house a very large old drain, which has been thought to be connected with the sounds above described. A few years ago this drain was thoroughly examined with a view to ascertaining whether some loose brick or timber might be lying on it, which might create such sounds on being trod upon by rats, etc. A man was sent up through it from one end to the other, but nothing of the kind appeared. The whole was thoroughly and carefully cleared out, but the noise proceeded as ever. How long the ghost had been observed before the present family resided is not known, but the popular belief attaches all the unblessed circumstances here related to the unquiet spirit of one Squire Blank, a man of but indifferent repute, as it would seem, and one whose grave might not be found an easy resting place. The old squire has been dead 300 years. He appears to have been the person who pulled down the old house and built up the present one in its stead. Thus far Major Moore gave the words of his principal informant, but being anxious to obtain further testimony, he applied to several visitors at Ewshott House, and published the letters of 3 of them, all testifying to their personal experience of the phenomena. He published also a letter from his own nephew, Captain A. H. Fraser, R.A., which is as follows. Carlisle, 19th July, 1841. With regard to the haunted house affair at Ewshott House, I will give as full and minute an account as I can. I wrote an account at the time which has been unfortunately destroyed, but as the facts are well impressed on my memory, the loss of it is of less consequence. Soon after my intimacy with Lefroy began, he invited me to stay a few days at his mother's house in Hampshire. You must know, he laughingly added, that ours is a haunted house, and has been so for many years. The inconvenience of this reputation has been very great, as at times we have had difficulty in getting servants to stay with us, especially maidservants, and we have by common consent dropped all allusion to the subject, and I now mention it to you that you may not during your visit transgress this rule. About 20 years ago, I think he said 20, when we first came to Ewshott House, there was an old house adjoining it, in which a bailiff who had charge of the estate lived with his family. Very strange noises used to be heard after 11 o'clock almost every night, which we attributed at first to the people in the other house, and did not in consequence pay so much attention to them as we afterwards did. But when the bailiff left his house, which we intended pulling down, we asked him why he had every night made such a noise. To our great surprise he informed us that he was not the occasion of it, and we found, both from him and from other inquirers we set on foot, that the house had enjoyed the reputation of being haunted for many years. It appeared from some of the oldest inhabitants of the village in the parish that Ewshott House had formerly been occupied by an eccentric and dubious character, yclept Squire Blank. This gentleman had in his younger days travelled much on the continent, and had amongst other countries visited Italy, and brought home with him on his return to England an Italian valet, also a character. The 2 lived in seclusion at Ewshott House, and in process of time many reports and suspicions got abroad respecting them and the doings at the Hall, though nothing definite could be brought against Squire Blank, except his being a great miser. At last he died, or disappeared, I forget which, Lefroy said, and shortly afterwards noises began to be heard in the house, and the common legend was that he had been bricked up by his Italian servant between the walls in some room or vault, and so left to perish, and that the noise was occasioned by his rapping the walls with the butt end of his hunting whip in trying to get out. Such was Lefroy's account. He added other particulars which, as you have probably had them from some of the family in a more authentic form than I could give, I omit. Now for my own part in the mystery. As I had never before been in a haunted house, my curiosity was greatly excited, and I persuaded Lefroy to come up and sit up with me in my bedroom. He did so. The noise began much later than usual that evening. At least we did not hear it till about 12:30 p.m. or a quarter before 1 a.m. It was as if someone was striking the walls with a hammer or mallet, muffled in flannel. It began at first slowly, with a distinct interval between the blows, then became more rapid, but afterwards followed no rule, but was slow or rapid as caprice dictated. The noise did not appear to come always from the same part of the house. Sometimes it was heard faintly, as if at a distance, and at others it became startlingly near, but seemed always below the room we were in. It was much louder than I expected. I think if I had been outside the house I should have heard it. I passed 3 other days at Ewshott House, and heard the same noise 2 nights out of the 3. When all was still and asleep, there was something uncomfortable, not to say fearful, in hearing this hollow, muffled noise, moving about the house, and coming at times so near that I expected to see the door open and some person come in, though no footsteps were ever heard. It usually began about 11 and 11:30 p.m., but one evening I heard it a quarter before 10 p.m., before any of the family had gone upstairs. The noise generally continued with intervals for about 2 hours, and I think there was a slight interval between every 5 blows, but am not quite sure on this point. I never heard it during the day, though when every member of the family was out and all was quiet I would listen, nor did I ever hear it, except in one instance above named, before 10 p.m. A slight interval between every 5 blows has been mentioned, but it is not mentioned that you should infer from this that there was any regularity in the striking of those 5 blows. On the contrary, the time was very uncertain and irregular. It was when the blows followed each other most rapidly that the noise was loudest. It was only at first that there was any regularity in the interval between the blows. I tried in vain to form a probable conjecture as to the cause of the noise. After suggesting possible causes, Captain Fraser proceeds, but the want of regularity in the sound and its locomotive powers render it improbable that any of these should be the real cause, and besides which they would all be heard in the daytime, if listened for, but the mysterious sound never has been, I believe. Although always much interested in anything partaking of the marvellous, I have no faith in superhuman agency in these matters. Still, it was impossible at night to hear this unaccountable sound without a slight feeling of depression, and I think it would have an ill effect upon a person of weak nerves or mind. Such is all I can recollect of what I heard myself, but the stories were numerous. One night about 12, the lady of the house was sitting in the drawing-room reading. All the family had retired to rest when the noise was heard close to a glass door leading to another room, so loudly that she got up and went to the spot that it seemed to proceed from, but nothing, of course, was seen. There was a strange story connected with the room I slept in. It was told me by my friend Lefroy. Many years ago he came home for the holidays from school, and slept the first night there. About the middle of the night he was awaked by a very loud noise, as if a cart heavily laden with iron bars was passing slowly along the path under the windows, which were in the front of the house, and looked towards the park. He threw open the shutters and window. It was a bright moonlight night, but he could see nothing, though the noise continued for a short time after. When he mentioned all this next morning, he was laughed at for his pains. Some years after this, however, I think Lefroy said 11, an uncle of his slept the first night of his arrival in this very room. When he came to breakfast next morning, in reply to hopes that he had slept well, etc., he said, "It is a curious thing, but I was awaked by a cart laden as if with iron, rattling under my windows, but it was so pitch dark I could not see anything." One more observation about the mysterious sounds. There are some noises which, though very loud, the ear, from a long habit of judging of and weighing them, knows to be at a great distance, but this noise seemed to me, as a general rule, to become loud or faint, not so much for any change in the intensity of the blows, as from a change of distance and position, and I am borne out in this remark by Lefroy, who mentioned that when several members of the family were stationed at different parts of the house, their accounts as to the loudness of the sound and its distance from them generally differed. I have now told you in a somewhat lengthy style all I can call to mind on the subject. I thought it better to put down facts as they occurred to me, and leave you, should you deem them suited to your purpose, to condense and arrange them as you pleased. Thus ends Captain Fraser's account of this mysterious affair. Ewshott House, we are given to understood, is still inhabited, but whether still troubled by these unaccountable noises we are unable to learn. End of section 114.